Order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, let's take this opportunity for a silent prayer or meditation. Amen. Good morning, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, greetings. Honorable members, we will now go through the announcements and tablings, and we are on item number 2 on the order paper. As we commence today's proceedings, let us first pay tribute to those who have recently passed on. We reflect on their impact and honor their memory with the solemnity and respect it deserves. Honorable members, we recognize the following departed individuals: Mr. Roger Barrows, as distinguished former member of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature. Mr. Barrows served this institution with dedication from 1994 to 2009, representing the Democratic Alliance. During his tenure, he held several key positions, including Minority Party Whip, Chairperson of the Education Portfolio Committee, and Leader of the Opposition for 2 terms. His commitment to public service was further demonstrated when he served as a member of the executive leading the Department of Economic Development. Mr. Barrows will be remembered for his unwavering dedication to the people of KwaZulu-Natal and his significant contributions to strengthening democratic governance in our province. The second one is Dr. Vusi Shongwe, a respected historian and cultural leader who served as an advisor to the Zulu royal household. Dr. Shongwe's contributions to preserving and promoting Zulu heritage and history were invaluable. His scholarly recognition across the province and beyond, his work and dedication to cultural integrity earned him recognition from the province and beyond. His passing leaves a significant void in the academic and cultural landscape of KwaZulu-Natal. Then Ms. Shana Gail Fernandez, former Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament and Provincial Minister of Social Development. Shana Fernandez dedicated her life to public service and the upliftment of vulnerable communities. Her leadership in advancing social grants, supporting survivors of gender-based violence, and promoting disability programs leaves an enduring legacy of compassion and justice. Ambassador Dr. Franklin San, an educator, anti-apartheid activist, diplomat, and business leader. Dr. San served as South Africa's first democratic ambassador to the United States and later as a prominent corporate leader. Honored with the Order of the Boabob in silver, his lifelong commitment to education, reconciliation, and nation building will be remembered with profound respect. Mr. Sani Geja Singh, an esteemed anti-apartheid stalwart and liberation fighter who departed on Thursday at the age of 86. Born in Ketomena, Durban in 1939, Mr. Singh dedicated his life to the struggle for freedom and justice. From his early activism in the Natal Indian Youth Congress and the Natal Indian Congress to his courageous role in Umkhonto Wesizwe, he exemplified unwavering commitment to the liberation of our country. His arrest in 1963 led to a decade-long imprisonment on Robben Island, where he continued to inspire and educate fellow political prisoners. Following his release, Mr. Singh remained steadfast in advancing community and labor movements endured exile and served in MK structures abroad. He played a pivotal role in mobilizing international support for the African National Congress and later contributed to youth development and the democratic transition upon his return in 1991. After 1994, he continued serving the nation in the South African Police Service's Crime Intelligence Division until 2008. President Cyril Ramaphosa has granted a special provincial official funeral category 2 in recognition of his immense contribution. Mr. Doda Mbambo, the elder brother of the Honorable NBZ Tele. Miss Ntombe Mhlophe Mthembu, the aunt of Honorable Member Mr. C.T. Kanye. The tragic passing of 9 individuals from 3 families in Umzumbe local municipality. These lives were lost under heartbreaking circumstances, leaving behind grieving families. The departed are Thandolwethu Gumede, aged 1. Angela Gumede, age 3, Aminati Gumede, age 6, Amanda Gumede, Tulisile Gumede, Nomusa Gumede, Sbongileni Msani, Lungisani Chamane. 3 individuals also who were washed away by floods in New Hanover on Sunday evening. All artists and veterans in the entertainment industry, all victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and hate crimes. All public servants and traditional leaders of this province and the country at large, all the victims of road fatalities in our provinces during the recent past. Let us now, Honorable Member, stand up to observe a moment of silence to honor all those who have gone ahead of us, those mentioned and not mentioned in the announcement we made. May their souls rest in peace. Honorable members, we're coming to announcement on virtual sitting and voting, which is 3.1 on the order paper. You, honorable members, are reminded that this sitting will be conducted in terms of our standing rules. Party voting, Rule 2884 of the rule states that the presiding officer or chairperson must before or at the start of the discussion on the matter expressly inform members if a party vote will be taken. In line with the above, I can confirm that party voting will take place on the audit findings and SCOPA resolutions. Bear in mind that a party vote is a collective vote on behalf of all the members of a party present at a virtual sitting, up to the total membership of that party in the sitting. I will, however, allow an opportunity for any individual member to vote differently from his or her party, or to abstain if any member wishes to do so. We will now continue and proceed with the order paper, honorable members. With that made, I will start with apologies. Honorable Mr. A. Tintuli, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, is attending an urgent government commitment. Accordingly, the Premier's report will be presented to this House by Honorable Mr. M. Kaula, MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture. And at a given point in time, the Honorable Premier will connect in relate to the sitting. The Honorable Mr. S.A. Duma, Leader of Government Business, is also attending the funeral of Mr. Sani Kecha Singh, an anti-apartheid stalwart and liberation fighter. And at the right time, a relevant time to him, he will also connect. The Honorable Repti Dibutelezi, MEC for Cooperative Governance and Affairs, is currently with the delegation in Umshwati following the recent rain disaster over the weekend. Honorable members, Honorable Hadebe is not going to be sitting in his normal seat because of health reasons, and he had spoken to the Presidium, and we have afforded him that he can sit where he will be sitting, allocated by the party then. Honorable members, I also want to bring it to your attention that for the duration of the doctor's advice, I will be in the House wearing contemporary shoes until my medical team advises me otherwise. I have submitted officially to both the Deputy Speaker and the Chief Whip on the matter. Now, honorable members, we move on to birthdays. It gives me great pleasure to extend warm congratulations to our honorable members who recently celebrated their birthdays. We acknowledge and celebrate Honorable Ms. S.P. Sene, who marked her birthday on the 21st of November, Honorable Ms. N.F. Kumalo, who celebrated hers on the 22nd of November, and Honorable E.N.M. Teto, who celebrated his birthday yesterday, the 24th. May the year ahead bring you good health, happiness, and renewed strength. Many happy returns and growth to you three honorable members. Honorable members, we still continue with the announcements. The next one is on International Children's Day. On Thursday, 20 November, the world observed International Children's Day, a day dedicated to recognizing the rights, dignity, and well-being of every child. This occasion serves as a powerful reminder of our shared responsibility to ensure that the children of KwaZulu-Natal grow up in safe, nurturing environments where their voices are heard, their education is prioritized, and their futures are protected. As leaders and policymakers, we must reaffirm our commitment to advancing policies that protect children from poverty, violence, and neglect, while promoting access to quality education, healthcare, and social services. Our children are not only the future, but they are also the present, and their development is central to the progress of our province. Let us use this day as a call to action to strengthen partnerships, accelerate service delivery, and uphold the principles enshrined in our Constitution and international conventions on children's rights. We also want to appreciate all the members who may have in their different capacities of deployment in government, as well as those of us who did hold Children's Day in our constituencies. We want to appreciate all of you. It's a great contribution. We will move on to the launch of the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. Honorable members, today, 25 November, marks the official launch of the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children campaign. This global campaign, observed annually from 25 November to 10 December, calls on all of us to unite in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide in all its forms. As members of this legislature, we have a duty to lead by example. I urge each one of you to speak out boldly against gender-based violence and femicide wherever they occur. Let us take this message into our homes, our communities, and our constituencies, and express our collective condemnation of this act. Furthermore, let us support government initiatives and programs aimed at combating gender-based violence and femicide, and work together to create a society where women and children live free from fear and harm. Honorable members, I encourage you to actively participate in provincial events commemorating this campaign, wear the campaign ribbon as a symbol of solidarity, and use every platform available to raise awareness. Let us support government initiatives that are aimed to combating GBV and femicide. This we must do while also supporting families that and individual GBV and femicide victims who may be still alive, including supporting a family of one person who had passed on over the last week through to gender-based violence in Herigwala, Miss Delisile Msomi, who was a non-lesbian and bitch, who was raped and killed, though we forgot to have them recorded. With the other obituaries, we recognize that and are standing with the family. Honorable members, we'll move to 3.6, the successful hosting of the G20 Leaders Summit, G20. Honorable members, it is with immense pride that we congratulate our country, South Africa, for successfully hosting the G20 Leaders Summit in Johannesburg, Gauteng, over the past weekend, the 22nd to the 23rd of November 2025. This historic occasion marked the first time the G20 was hosted on African soil. Under the leadership of His Excellency, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, South Africa guided global leaders towards adopting a landmark declaration addressing the climate crisis and other pressing global challenges at the very start of the summit, breaking with long-standing tradition of adopting declarations post-summit. The successful hosting of this summit is a testament to the collective effort of all South Africans, including you, honorable members in this House. We celebrate this achievement as a moment of national pride and global significance. But importantly, we celebrate that the world recognizes that there is no future without Africa. We will move on, honorable members, to item number 4 on the order paper, announcements or reports by the Premier.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. There are no notices or reports.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Finance. Honorable members, we may have omitted also, because it's normal that when you are connected virtually, you are in the House. The Chief Whip of the Legislature will be connecting, but he is also part of representing us in a CPA capacity building program held in the Northwest for Africa region. But he will be part of us. We're now moving to tabling of reports or papers. The first one is KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Budget Performance in-year monitoring report for the month of October 2025. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts tables the report on the hearings held in October 2025 on the 2024-25 report of the Auditor General of the Republic. The Portfolio Committee on Transport tables the 2025-26 second quarter report dated 29 October 2025. The same Committee on Transport tables the Transport Festive Season Road Safety Program for 2024 that was held at Van Renen Pass and Pongola and Tumavalani. The same Portfolio Committee tables its report on the visit on the construction of Klein Boesman's River Bridge number 3528, which is Matamo. The other name of Klein Boesman's is Matamo River, at kilometer 0.251 on District Road 69, D69 in the Ladysmith region, Uthukela District Municipality, DC 23, Inkosilanga Balele Municipality, KZN 237. The same committee tables its report on the oversight visit on the completion of Umdloti Bridge and the approach roads on Main Road P713. The same portfolio committee tables its report on the stakeholder engagement sessions of 17 January 2025. And finally, the same Committee of Transport tables its oversight visit to check the status on the construction of the Umhlatuze River Bridge number 3837 on D2238 at KM 4.96. We move on to the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture that tables its oversight visit to Mbazwana Library and Depot on the 18th of March. The Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs tables its report on Amajuba and Umzinyati Disaster Management Centers report for 27 May 2025. Further, COCTA Portfolio Committee tables the resolutions and report captured from Section 132 hearings held from 15 to 17 July 2025. Portfolio Committee on Premier Community Safety and Liaison tables its oversight visit report on Vote 1 Office of the Premier that was done on 21 May 2025. We now move on to the Department of Finance, which Provincial Treasury tables Consolidated Municipal Budget Performance Report, First Quarter Review, 2025-26, MFQR, 30 September 2025. The Public Service Commission also tables its report on unannounced inspections conducted to monitor progress on the eradication of pit latrines at selected schools of the Department of Education in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which they conducted November 2025. Is there any tabling, honorable members, that we may be missing that needs to be added? I will indulge members at the given time. We will now move to formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip. That is item 6 on the order paper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are no formal notice of motions from the Office of the Chief Whip. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. We will now move to the next item, which is item 7, notices of bills and motions, which are done as per Standing Rule 106. I will start with Honourable P.N. Msimango.
Mr. Speaker, in the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House noted that the IFP views stock theft as a serious crime that negatively impacts the economy and the rural communities. The death of 4 people in Matata, Emapepeteni, Inanda, who were allegedly involved in stock theft, demonstrate that crimes are running among stealing livestock, and that there is a mark of this is of stolen livestock. This House resolved to call for an urgent debate on the negative effects on the stock theft on the economy and on the lives of those who are really on the selling livestock to survive, and highlight its broader socially consequences and urgently need to strengthen communities' focus prevention of enforcement measures. I shall so move.
S. Ban Prakash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the next sitting day, I move that this House expresses profound concerns at rising sexual offences by educators in KwaZulu-Natal, including 30 cases of statutory rape, representing a severe breach of trust and the rights and safety of learners. This House resolves to call for immediate suspension of implicated educators and swift independent investigations, mandatory reporting on all allegations to the department and law enforcement, a province-wide ban on educator-learner contact through personal devices, strong uniform sanctions, including permanent deregistration and criminal prosecution. I shall so move.
Thank you. Honourable Zuma, T, and Honourable Dlamini, you are conversing loudly and you are interrupting us this side. Honourable B.M. Zuma.
This House knows the successful execution of Operation Nenzanila as a drunk driving operation by highly energized road traffic inspectorate. Already more than 1,230 motorists have been arrested for drunk driving in various corners of the province of KwaZulu-Natal since 15 August 2025. This House therefore resolves to support all efforts aimed at easing up the burden on public healthcare system caused by alcohol-related road accidents. More than 60% of trauma cases are linked to horrific road accidents. The estimated socio-economic cost of road accidents per year is about 130 64 billion. This House further welcomes these operations that will save families and ensure the safety of members of the public. I so move.
Honorable M.E. Dlungwana.
In the next sitting of this House, on behalf of the African National Congress, I shall move as follows. This House notes that the 2025 national examination proceeded smoothly across KwaZulu-Natal, reflecting disciplined learners, dedicated educators, and effective institutional readiness in the province. That the period of post-matric is often blemished as pens down festivities, where learners destroy uniforms and indulge in alcohol and drug abuse, undermining education's dignity and depriving vulnerable learners who could benefit from them. This House therefore resolves, 1, to applaud those learners in the class of 2025 in their act of goodwill of leaving shoes and uniform behind as a donation to learners in need, to applaud all stakeholders for using for ensuring yet another stable, safe examination period in our province. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, noting the continued spread of foot-and-mouth disease to the southern regions of KwaZulu-Natal, which now threatens small-scale and commercial farmers, disrupts livestock markets, poses significant risk to the provincial agricultural economy, and recognizing that illegal livestock movement and weak compliance monitoring continue to undermine containment efforts, this House calls for an urgent joint meeting of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, industry stakeholders and affected municipalities to implement strict disease management protocols, strengthen enforcement measures, and coordinate rapid response interventions to halt further transmission. I so move.
Honorable M.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that business owners in the New Germany industrial area face chronic electricity outages, weak law enforcement visibility, illegal land use activities, blocked access roads, and severe urban decay, conditions that undermine operations, deter customers, erode investor confidence, threaten livelihoods, and place hundreds of jobs at risk within an already fragile economy. Persistent service failures and absence of effective municipal oversight are accelerating the decline of this once productive industrial hub. This House resolves that the MEC for Etia and the MEC for Kokta urgently engage eThekwini municipality to enforce bylaws, stabilize essential services, and restore the economic viability of this critical industrial area. I so move.
Honorable S.V. De Boer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that on Friday, the 21st of November, women around the country embarked on a nationwide shutdown, calling for an end to GBV. Since KwaZulu-Natal is consistently amongst the highest statistics for GBV in South Africa, and with today being the start of 16 days of activism, this House resolves for Honourable Premier Ntuli to declare KZN as a GBV hotspot and to convene an urgent multi-departmental team to ensure that perpetrators of GBV are prosecuted and that the KZN Legislature support and stand in solidarity with victims of this horrendous crime by wearing purple/black at the next sitting of this House. So shall I move.
Honorable C.M. Shinga.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Somlomo ohloniphekile ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyaphakamisa kanje, noting the sharp rise in male suicide cases across Umkhanyakude, Kingcetshwayo and Zululand districts, and further noting the recent incidents in Eskawini, Kwamashu and Newcastle linked to untreated male mental health distress. This House resolves to strengthen the district mental health units with male-inclusive dialogues involving health professionals, religious leaders, and civil society partners, to deploy mobile mental health teams to rural hotspots in coordination with community structures, improve early intervention pathways for men through social development and health outreach programs. Somlomo, I shall so move.
Honorable Bisim Ngadi.
Honorable Speaker, I, Honorable Bisim Ngadi, on behalf of the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, give notice in terms of Section 141, Subsection 2 of the Constitution and Rules 103, 105, and 106 of the Standing Rules of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature of my intention to move a motion of no confidence in Premier Honorable T.A. Ntuli for poor governance, financial mismanagement, misleading this House on his New York trip, and failure to address unemployment and poverty. I shall so move.
Honorable M.W. Twala.
Madam Speaker, I hear.
Allow Honorable Twala his time, please. We haven't seen him in a long time.
Please.
You may continue, Honorable Twala. Welcome back.
Izolandela motion of no confidence. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting of the House as follows. The House knows the deepening crisis of governance and basic service delivery failures in many of our municipalities. Our municipalities are dysfunctional from dilapidated infrastructure, sewage and filth, and non-collection of refuse are the order of the day. These are left in conditions for days without being addressed. Now people are forced to endure this unacceptable, dire, and deplorable condition. This House therefore resolves as follows: that a forensic investigation must be conducted into the management of dysfunctional municipalities. We also commend the Auditor General for charging municipal managers and accounting officers for wasteful expenditure. Madam Speaker, I shall so move. Thank you.
Honorable Aikika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that recent oversight visits to 3 N2 corridor facilities revealed serious dysfunction in radiology equipment at 2 hospitals, persistent shortages of bandages, splints, and other disposables in eThekwini's EMS for a second consecutive year, dysfunctional ventilators, cancelled theatre slates at Stanger, and a CEO who presented a picture-perfect boardroom facility while ignoring widespread dysfunction found by us, warranting disciplinary action for her fecklessness. By contrast, Dr. Pixley remains a well-run, modern model despite not being fully commissioned. This House resolves to call upon the MEC and acting HOD to urgently intervene at Ngwelezana and Stenger to prevent ill preparedness for the festive season casualty influx. So shall I move.
Champion of the people.
Here, here.
Honorable T. Collin.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House calls on KZN Department of Health to urgently expand and upgrade the Howick Community Health Clinic in Mgani Municipality. This clinic serves Howick, Carkloof, Maryvale, Lions River, and surrounding rural areas, yet the current facilities are outdated, overcrowded, and unable to meet growing demand. Long queues, limited services, and significant travel distances to the nearest hospitals place residents at risk. This House urges the Department to prioritise infrastructure improvements, increase staffing, and expand services to ensure accessible, dignified, and quality health care for communities served by this clinic. So shall I move.
No, Honorable Smelan and Honorable Rogers. Honorable Smelan and Honorable Rogers, go sort your problems at Natalia, not here. The next speaker is Honorable S. Ihlomuka.
Thank you, Speaker, honorable members. On behalf of the African National Congress, on the next sitting day of this House should note that the recent burning and vandalism of the school property at Empolweni Secondary School under Umgungundlovu is a shocking and criminal attack on learners' future, especially during the crucial examination period. This House therefore resolves as follows: to condemn in the strongest terms and all acts of arson and vandalism, sabotage targeting education facilities, to affirm no criminal act must be allowed to disrupt examinations or undermine public resources, and to call on communities, parents, and leaders to stand firm against those who destroy schools and to expose individuals behind such attacks. I shall so move. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable S.M. Mkhize.
Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting of this House, on behalf of the mighty African National Congress, I shall move as follows. This House notes that South Africa has earned global praise for its exceptional hosting of the historic G20 summit in Johannesburg, the first on African soil. That the summit's smooth coordination, world-class logistics, and strong security showcased the nation's capability. That the achievements reflects the visionary geopolitical leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa and the ANC's enduring commitment to positioning South Africa and Africa at the center of global discussions. The House therefore resolves to commend the President and the ANC for the vision demonstrated at the G20 to affirm support for outcomes advancing Africa's development and global influence. I shall so move. Thank you.
Honorable and Jane Kwanyana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes teenage pregnancy continues to pose serious social and developmental challenges across communities. The alarming statistics reported between April and December last year revealed that 26,515 girls aged 10 to 19 fell pregnant, and 1,254 of them were 14 years old and younger. This House resolves, one, to commend the KZN Premier, Honorable Tami Ntuli, to officially launch the KwaZulu-Natal multi-sectoral strategy to curb child and teenage pregnancies, that is to 2025 to 2029, on Tuesday, 28 October 2025, which provides further proof that the KZN provincial government is serious about addressing teenage pregnancy. 2, to call for an urgent parliamentary debate on teenage pregnancy. I shall so move.
Honorable Obi Kunene, the last member.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, at the next sitting of the House, on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I shall move as follows. This House notes the statistics South Africa Quarterly Labour Force Survey released recently indicated that KwaZulu-Natal contributed 54,000 new jobs between the second and third quarters of 2025, representing one of the highest employment gains in the country. This strong performance demonstrates growing confidence in the province's economic direction and the effectiveness of its targeted policies. This shows progress in reducing unemployment and supporting livelihoods in KwaZulu-Natal. This House resolves to commend the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government and the Premier Chamintuli and MEC Musa Zondi for tackling unemployment through innovative strategies, creating jobs, attracting investment, and driving sustainable provincial growth. I shall so move.
Thank you, Honorable Demander. Honorable members, we will deal with few issues before we go to the next order or the main order of the day. Firstly, Honorable Twala, I want to draw your attention to Rule 55 on members' attire. It speaks about dressing formally or in contemporary business or traditional attire. And I believe that honorable member had been dressing in contemporary business, but lately he comes in casually. We may not have seen what was underneath before, but now that you are coming in a way with open zips and you are casually, not in contemporary business. And it's a matter that we once raised with one of your members and the T-shirts in the podium. We want to draw your attention to that. If you can go back to how you have slowly drifted it and correct it. But also now, honorable members, as you were tabling motions, I noted that there is a motion that was tabled, and it was in terms of the Constitution. The motion that was tabled by the Honorable Chief Whip of the Official Opposition tabled a motion that relates to the no confidence on the Honorable Premier. I request that I say it in the House first, because the motions in terms of the constitutions are also treated differently. We would be doing the follow-up work that we do to check compliance. And in the meantime, the Chief Whip of the Opposition, if he has any intention to have it debated in the House, would have to liaise with the Office of the Chief Whip so that it gets processed properly. But on our own side, we will be ready in terms of programming in line with the stature of a constitutional motion, which is Section 141. Thank you so much. I can hear that Honorable Makubane is responding to me already. I say the Chief Whip and the official opposition Chief Whip in the order paper. Ourselves from the program committee, we will stand ready to deal and treat it in terms of the stand. No, we will stand ready, and we are therefore moving on to the next item on the rules, on the order paper, which is the report. What is your point of order? What is your point of order?
Thanks, Speaker. I'm standing on 57(1)A, just on a point of order. Together with 103, 105, and 106, in terms of the motion that has been raised by our official Chief Whip of the Opposition.
We are on rules of debate, and we have finalized that matter. The issues of order paper are dealt with in the Whips Forum. We're not going to get into them here.
No, it wasn't exactly your point of order, Speaker. We have already written to the Chief Whip of the
No, you don't have to bring us to that. We don't know what you do with the chief whip. We are here and we have put it on record. So we're leaving it to that. Because you know that there is an order paper. Now, honorable members, we are moving to item 8.1. Okay. Honorable Rogers and Honorable Rogers and Honorable Makubane. Honorable Rogers and Honorable Makubane. No, Honorable Rogers and Honorable Makubane. Honorable Rogers and Honorable Makubane. Honorable Rogers, you're still doing gestures towards members. That which is not allowed. You still, but you are doing the gestures. That's what I'm. Honorable Makubane. Honorable Makubane. Honorable Makubane. Kaloku kuhanjwa ngama rules kuhanjwa ngeconstitution awuzuyomqukula umuntu ngaphesheya. May we allow, you have a chief whip that has presented a motion. Don't want to degenerate what has been presented by your party. Honorable Rogers, also don't be provoked. You were a chief whip. You did not like people being provoked. Don't allow them to provoke you. I am just cautioning the two of you. Now, may we continue with the House, honorable members. We are now on item 8.1, report by the MEC for Social Development on Vote 13 departmental performance against their annual performance plans in line with the prescripts of the Legislature Standing Rule 1131.
Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip, Ms. T. Colley, Honorable Premier, honorable members of the executive, honorable members, I'm here to present the midterm report on the annual performance plan of the Department of Social Development, Vote 13. The report will give a summary of midterm performance across the 5 programs that are rendered by the department. The department has continued in its task to reduce poverty, protect the vulnerable groups, promote social protection, and to promote self-reliance through transforming our service delivery model from welfarist to a social development approach. The range of services that we render span the entire life cycle of human life. These services are rendered at different levels: prevention, early intervention, statutory, as well as reintegration and aftercare and development. The department is strengthening its shift from a welfaristic to a social development approach in the delivery of its services. This is aimed at strengthening the resilience of our communities through sustainable livelihood programs which enable people to be self-reliant and thus reducing reliance on the state. The department also rendered its services under difficult conditions in the KZN province as it was affected by huge budget cuts. The summary of the provincial performance at 30 September 2025 of the 2025-2026 financial year is as follows. The department achieved an overall performance of 98%. There was a total of 55 quarterly performance indicators targeted. A total of 54 indicators were fully achieved. There was partial or underachievement on one performance indicator. This was the trend in both the first and second quarters of the financial year. Program 1, which is the administration program, captures the strategic management and support services at all levels of the department, which is provincial, regional, district, and facility or institutional level. This program consists of the following: the Office of the MEC, Corporate Management Services, which is Strategy, M&E, Organizational Development and Efficiency, ICT, Communication, Financial Management, Human Resource Management, Legal Services, and Risk and Internal Audit. and thirdly, district management. The service delivery model for the department provides for the concentration of services at a district level to bring services closer to the people. We have 12 administrative districts where the metro is divided into two districts for the ease of management. The 5 districts achieve 100% of their targets, while 7 districts achieved more than 95% of their targets. In Program 1, there was a total of 3 planned indicators. A total of all 3 indicators were achieved. An overall percentage for the program is 100%. Program 2, the Social Welfare Services Program of the department aims to provide integrated developmental social welfare services to the poor and vulnerable in partnership with stakeholders and civil society organizations. The program consists of the following sub-programs, namely services to older persons, services to persons with disabilities, HIV and AIDS, and social relief. The program had a total of 10 planned indicators. A total of 10 indicators were fully achieved. An overall percentage for the program is 100%. Services to older persons. This sub-program provides services to older persons in the old age facilities and at community-based care centers. There were 3 indicators in total, and all 3 indicators were achieved. The department, my apologies, Speaker, I've just been cut off by the network. The department has been able to reach 2,650 elderly people who have accessed the residential facilities during this period under review. Services to people with disabilities. The sub-programs aims at designing and implementing integrated programs and provide services that facilitate the promotion of the well-being and socio-economic empowerment of persons with disabilities. There are 4 indicators, and all 4 indicators were achieved at 100%. An estimated number of 4,426 persons with disabilities were reached during the awareness campaign aimed at reducing gender-based and domestic violence, protective workshops, community-based rehabilitation programs, and residential programs. HIV and AIDS. This sub-program is designed to implement integrated community-based care programs and services aimed at mitigating the social and economic impact of HIV and AIDS. There were 3 indicators, and all were achieved at 100%, reaching a total of 6,376 through social behavior change and psychosocial support programs. Social relief of distress. The department provides social relief of distress program to destitute individuals and households in order to address food insecurity and undue hardships. The program supports beneficiaries during times of distress and disasters, declared or undeclared. During this period, 4,879 beneficiaries were assisted from Social Relief of Distress Program. Social and behavior change programs. Capacity building was conducted in 3 community care centers on community care center guidelines at Hadebe, Dumbini, and Nibela from 28 to 30 June 2025. Skills audit was conducted at Dumbini Care Center with an aim of capacitating unemployed youth on different skills in order to reduce poverty in the area. The department is implementing social and behavior change program through a number of NPOs in the district and our social workers. Community-based integrated monitoring system is utilized for storing information at YOLO, You Only Live Once, and CHOMI programs. The department continued to roll out the basket of services under HIV and AIDS program. The social and behavior change programs that are implemented in schools and communities continue to create a change in our communities as 67,384 beneficiaries were reached through this program. Programs such as Boys Championing Change and Men Championing Change, as well as Isibaya Samadota, were revived in all districts. Program 3, the aim of the program is to provide programs and services that promote functional families and prevent vulnerability. The program has 5 sub-programs, namely care and support services to families, child care and protection services, partial care services, child and youth care centers, and community-based care services to children. There were 17 planned indicators for the program. A total of 16 indicators were achieved. 1 indicator was partially achieved, giving an overall performance of 94% out of 100%. The department notes the underachievement and the reasons thereof under the Child and Care Protection Services sub-program performance measure 17.B. Number of adoption cases finalized by DSD Social Welfare in the Herigwala district, and will monitor this indicator closely. Care and support services to families. The sharp increase in social ills in our communities sees the department intensifying its services to families, as a family is a basic pillar in society. Family preservation programs and those that focus on good parenting skills were rendered, including to young parents. Immense intergenerational dialogues were held in different districts to strengthen the role modeling and to positively alter behavior. These dialogues focused on bridging the gap between men and boys. Fatherhood programs were implemented, and 1,631 men and boys were reached through Men Care Plus program. The Provincial Boys Assembly was held during the month of September 2025. Child protection. As part of strengthening protection of children, a total of 6,155 children reached through community-based prevention and early intervention programs in different districts of the province. During the first quarter of 2025, Child Protection Month was commemorated across all districts. During the roundtable discussion held to commemorate Child Protection Month on teenage pregnancy, substance abuse, and gender-based violence were some of the issues that were raised sharply. Some of the suggestions by children and young people were that programs targeting children, young women, and parents should be coordinated and intensified and facilitated in partnership with stakeholders for purposes of getting to understand the root causes of teenage pregnancy, substance abuse, and gender-based violence, and its consequences and possible solutions to address these social ills. A total of 1,698 teenagers and 1,039 parents participated in discussions. The department is implementing RESIHA program, which is implemented through trained child and youth care workers. Core package, community-based prevention and early intervention program, is a model of care and support to orphaned and vulnerable children and youth and their families. It can therefore be stated that comprehensive child and family care and support services to communities in partnership with stakeholders and civil society organizations were rendered optimally during the first 2 quarters of the reporting program. Program 4, the purpose of the program is to render integrated developmental, social, crime prevention, and anti-substance abuse services to the most vulnerable in partnership with stakeholders and civil society organizations. This program had a total of 10 planned indicators. There were 100% overall achievement in the program, as all indicators were fully achieved. Crime prevention, crime in all its forms, is having devastating effect on our communities. The department is fully committed to reducing crime through prevention program. The department also participates in crime prevention izimbizos led by the Honorable Premier, which are taking place in all districts. Our ward-based approach to the delivery of services ensures that in all the wards, in the province, there is at least a social worker to provide services to the vulnerable and victims of crime. Secure care centers which accommodate children in conflict with the law are fully capacitated to offer services to affected children. The anti-gang program, which was first implemented in Amajuba district, is now implemented in all the districts as part of awareness and early intervention. Victim empowerment. Under the sub-program, there was a total of 3 indicators, and all 3 indicators were fully achieved at 100%. The department is intensifying victim empowerment programs in priority districts such as Zululand, Ugu, Umgungundlovu, and eThekwini Metro, targeting under those districts Nongoma, Umthwalume, Blesisle, and Inanda. Plans were developed for the hotspot districts in line with the strategic objectives of gender-based violence and femicide strategic plans. All districts have fully operational shelters for victims of gender-based violence. The department also intensified the prevention and awareness campaign for social crime programs, reaching 8,776 people between April to September 2025. Sheltering services for victims of crime and violence have been strengthened to curb the social ill of gender-based violence. Substance abuse programs were rolled out intensively during the reporting period in commemorating International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. Substance abuse, out of the total indicators under this program, all 3 were fully achieved. During this period under review, the department commemorated the International Day Against Drug and Illicit Trafficking at the Umkhanyakude district on the 26th of June 2025. The program was preceded by a range of activities addressing issues of substance abuse in all districts for the National Anti-Drug Week. A total of 8,776 community members participated in crime awareness programs. During the reporting period, we saw an increased interest in crime prevention programs by communities, especially during the commencement of GBV awareness program, during intensified social crime prevention program. OSS cabinet events which took place in Nugu, commemoration of calendar events such as Men's Month, Women's Month, and Heritage Month also formed a platform for intensified crime prevention and substance abuse program. Our last indicator, our last program, Program 5, is focused on community development and research. This program aims to provide sustainable development programs which facilitate empowerment of communities based on research. This program consists of the following sub-programs: community mobilization, institutional capacity building and support to NPOs, poverty alleviation and sustainable livelihoods, community-based research planning, youth development, women development, and population policy promotion. This program had a total of 15 indicators. All 15 were achieved, and overall percentage of the program is at 100%. Institutional capacity building and support. This sub-program aims at creating a conducive environment for non-profit organizations to flourish and to be sustainable, which is one of the key objectives of the department, to enable NPOs to be self-sustainable and to be legally compliant. The department handed over 750 NPOs certificates, and 209 NPOs were capacitated on legal compliance, resource mobilization, financial management, and project management. Youth development. The aim of this sub-program is to create an environment to help the youth develop constructive, affirmative, and sustainable relationships, while concurrently providing opportunities for them to build their competencies and needed skills to engage as partners in their own development and that of their communities. The Youth Directorate held successful youth development camps for youth coming from different districts in partnership with KZN, Ezemvelo, and East Coast Radio. These youth camps included youth with disabilities, youth from the LGBTQIA+ sector, as well as youth from minority communities. The youth camps culminated in vocational and life skills programs rendered in our youth development academies and centers throughout the province. One of the highlights was the graduation of 50 youth in the Wentworth Youth Development Center who were generously supported by the East Coast Radio through funding, skills, training, and startup kits. Some of the youth from these programs have been permanently employed by the Southern Sun Group as maintenance staff. Furthermore, the department held the Youth Against Drug Abuse program at Emadadeni in partnership with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. A total of 52 young people graduated with vocational skills training, certificates in assistant chef, clothing and manufacturing, plumbing at the Tolomane Mnyaiza Youth Development Center in the Reinkonyeni municipality. Women Empowerment, this sub-program aims to create an environment to help women to develop constructive, affirmative and sustainable relationships while providing opportunities for them. In this financial year, the department supported 33 women-led NPOs across the province to strengthening service delivery and emancipation of women to include the following: socio-economic empowerment program, skills development program, women dialogue, life skills and social behavior change program, human and legal rights awareness workshop, sanitary dignity programs, educational and awareness programs on GBVF programs. The department commemorated Women's Month through intensification of the women's socio-economic empowerment strategy. Furthermore, the sustainable partnerships have been established through signing MOUs with SIDA, SIFDA, and ATIA to address skills development and economic empowerment to align with Pillar 5 of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF. In addition, women's socio-economic empowerment strategy is aimed at implementing women development programs. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, we now move to debate and voting on the audit findings and SCOPA resolutions. I will therefore call the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, Honorable Broussard, for 10 minutes to lead us with the report of the committee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, I rise today to present a comprehensive reflection on the key findings and resolutions emanating from the Stand Committee on Public Accounts, hearings held in October 2025, following the Auditor General's report on the 2024 and 2025 financial year. These hearings were convened to assess the state of governance, financial management, and service delivery across our provincial departments. The purpose of this address is to reaffirm our commitment to accountability and to outline the corrective measures that must be implemented without delay. Honourable Member, the audit outcomes are not merely a compliance exercise. They are a mirror reflecting the health of our governance systems and the trust that citizens place in us. The committee noted with concern a regression in provincial audit outcomes. In 2022-23, 10 departments received clean audits. In 23-24 financial year, 9 departments maintained that standard. However, in 2024-25, only 6 departments achieved unqualified audits with no findings. The downward trend is unacceptable and demands urgent intervention. The deterioration is most pronounced in the departments that receive the largest share of the provincial budget: education and health, both of which recorded qualified audit opinions. These departments are central to the well-being of our citizens, and their financial instability threatens service delivery at its core. The hearings yielded 5 key findings. First of all, financial health and fiscal pressures. The Auditor General's analysis paints a sobering picture. Provincial liabilities now stand at 15 billion rand, concentrated in transport, 9.5 billion, health, 3.6 billion, and education, 1.6 billion. 5 departments rely on overdraft facilities, while 10 departments face cash shortfalls rolling into the next budget cycle. Accruals adjusted deficits amount to 9.1 billion, and unauthorized expenditure reached 532 million, of which education alone accounts for 521 million. These figures underscore a province on the brink of fiscal crisis. Service delivery failures. Audit findings reveal persistent underperformance against key targets. Education achieved only 71% of its target for delivering the core learning materials by day 1 of the school year. Health fell short on immunization coverage, achieving 85.5% against a 95% target. Transport resealed only 8,640 square meters of roads against a target of 592,351. These failures translate into negative lived realities for our citizens and erode public confidence. Then we come to governance and accountability gaps. Irregular expenditure remains alarmingly high. Education reflects 2.9 billion under assessment, health 2.34 billion, and transport 1.33 billion. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure persists, driven largely by interest on overdue accounts. Material irregularities, 18 cases amounting to 280 million rand in losses, signal some systemic weaknesses in consequence management. Investigations stall, recommendations remain unimplemented, and officials implicated in financial misconduct evade accountability. Then we come to infrastructure delivery weaknesses. Projects such as the Klein Boesman River Bridge and the upgrade of Road P303 illustrate chronic delays and cost overruns. The Klein Boesman project is 4 years behind schedule, with 89% of funds spent, with only 65% completion achieved. Communities cannot continue to rely on unsafe temporary structures, while professional fees escalate disproportionately. Finally, human resource and oversight failures. Vacancies in critical posts persist across departments, with acting appointments extending beyond 2 years. This leadership vacuum undermines compliance, weakens internal controls, and perpetuates repeat audit findings. So then we come to the resolutions that SCOPA took, which is about 70 of them, but I'm not going to list all of those. Honourable members, the committee has adopted a series of resolutions to arrest these trends and to restore fiscal discipline. Number 1, financial recovery and compliance. Departments of Education and Health must implement turnaround strategies, including cost-cutting measures, reprioritization budgets, and monthly cash flow monitoring. All departments are required to report by 31 January 2026 on unauthorized, irregular and fruitless expenditure, including determination testing, recovery of losses, and disciplinary actions. Performance improvement. Departments must review and align annual performance plans with medium-term framework priorities. Indicators omitted from the planning documents must be reinstated, and realistic targets set in line with these available resources. The Honourable Premier is urged to hold his MECs accountable for underperformance, reinforcing that reporting is a tool for service delivery improvement, not merely a compliance exercise. Consequence management. Loss control committees must be operationalised, and disciplinary processes expedited. Officials implicated in UIFW expenditure and procurement irregularities must face sanctions. The committee has directed departments to submit comprehensive consequent management reports detailing actions taken, sanctions imposed, and recovery measures implemented. A specific course of action that SCOPA will be taking is with the Forensic Investigations Unit in the Office of the Premier. SCOPA was deeply concerned by the report that the recommendations of 77 completed investigations that have been referred to the relevant departments have either been partially actioned or not at all. We have requested a detailed report in this regard, and we're requesting further action from departments to resolve these issues. ICT and systems modernization. Education and health must accelerate implementation of digital strategies, including e-SCM systems and e-health platforms, to enhance transparency, improve data integrity, and reduce irregular expenditure risks. Integration of financial and performance systems is critical to strengthening governance. Infrastructure oversight. Departments must prioritize stalled projects and reinforce robust contract management. Filling of critical posts. All departments are required to fill vacant senior management positions by January 2026. Prolonged acting appointments compromise decision-making and accountability. Fleet management reform. Members will be aware of the call by myself and SCOPA to investigate the RT46 contract. This is a transversal fleet management contract that has bedeviled certain departments in our government. We have asked all the departments to report to us fully by January 2026 on the impact of the RT46 contract, and then we will be holding special hearings with all the stakeholders to investigate how this contract can be fixed and replaced. I will, however, say that I'm advised that since the raising of this issue by myself and by SCOPA and perhaps other members, that there's been a massive and significant restoration of vehicles to the Department of Health, approximately 90 ambulances. So I think we'll chalk that up as a victory for SCOPA and for this legislature, Madam Speaker. Finally, my vote of thanks. I would like to thank the executive authorities, the accounting officers, the officials of various departments, and the partners that have helped us, the Auditor General, KZN Provincial Treasury, the PSC, the Forensic Unit in the OTP, the KZN Special Investigations Unit, the Provincial Audit and Risk Committee. And then finally to my members, the members of my committee. I thank you all for your work and for your non-partisan approach to the work we do in SCOPA. It is greatly appreciated. We also thank all the other chairpersons and members of portfolio committees who attended. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We now start the debate, and the first member for 5 minutes on behalf of MK is Honorable SP Jimbata.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, but before starting my debate, let me first recognize the presence of our Provincial Secretary, Bubis Upungane, and the entire leadership. Namuhla ngisuma nokubaluleka kwalolu suku. Abantu bethu basibuka on social media, basibuka ema-TV, balindele ubuholi that does not debate for drama, but debate for delivery. And in that spirit, I stand not to attack, but to direct, not to blame, but to guide, not to inflame, but to inspire a high standard of governance. The SCOPA report has shown us where the cracks are in planning, finance, procurement, infrastructure delivery, and leadership stability. But more importantly, It has shown us where the opportunities for correction lie. And that is where a mature legislature must focus. Honourable Speaker, our people do not want noise. They want solutions. They want a government that pays its suppliers on time, that delivers infrastructure without delays, that manages public money with discipline, and fills critical posts for departments can function with stability. So let us outline the pathway forward. One, we must build a planning culture that is disciplined and measurable. Every target must be clear. Every indicator must be complete. Every month must produce evidence, not excuses. No more late payments. No more runaway accruals. No more irregular expenditure filed under assessment. Public money must be protected as if it belongs to the poorest child in this province, because it does. Acting positions produce acting performance. Permanent posts produce permanent solutions. We must modernize our systems and digitize procurement, performance tracking, and service delivery tools. When systems are clean, governance becomes clean. We must often strengthen infrastructure management. No bridge must remain 65% complete. No road must stand abandoned. No community must depend on unsafe temporal structures while budget is spent. And above all, we must restore the culture of accountability. Not accountability that destroys, but accountability that corrects. Not accountability that humiliates, but accountability that teaches and strengthens. Honourable members, this is how a legislature matures. This is how we protect the integrity of a public office. This is how we earn trust of the poor, the elderly, the workers, the youth, and every family that depends on the state. Because political power in its true form is not the ability to speak loudly in this house. Political power is the ability to transform the lives of those who have nothing. It is the ability to bring water to a dry village, to fix a broken clinic, to field a child at school, to build a safe bridge, to protect women and children, to create jobs, and to govern with a clear conscience. This is the real power, the power of service. And, Honourable Speaker, as we debate today, let us be honest. If any of us fails to honour that responsibility, if any department ignores this corrective path, if any leader treats public money carelessly, if anyone refuses accountability, then, like the great revolutionary of history have warned us, when a leader fails the people, they deserve nothing but to relinquish the office they occupy. Not because we attack them, but because the poor deserve better. Honourable Speaker, as I sit down, our task is simple. Fix the system, lead with discipline, deliver with purpose, stand with the people. Let us be the legislature that chooses service over survival and integrity over convenience, in truth over comfort. I thank you.
The next member for 6 minutes is Honourable L.J. de Klerk on behalf of the IFP, the chairperson of STACOM.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest in 9 AD, the Germanic tribes under Arminius ambushed 3 Roman legions, defeating between 15,000 and 21,000 highly trained soldiers. These were among the most feared armies in history. This battle reminds us that even when the odds seem insurmountable, success is possible if we remain focused, determined, and plan meticulously. For KZN to prosper, it is crucial that we as legislators hold officials accountable for implementing services and giving effect to policies created by the executive. One of the most Efficient and effective tools to ensure the government functions efficiently is the annual audit conducted by the Auditor General. The 24-25 audit outcomes for KZN should serve as a wake-up call. Like Arminius and his forces, we must act decisively to overcome our challenges. Our enemy is poor audit outcomes. As legislators, we enact legislation and demand compliance. If compliance is mandatory, why do our departments and entities fail to adhere to key legislation? The audits reveal that 65% of auditees have material findings on compliance. The most common areas of concern include material misstatements or limitations in submitting financial statements, 19%, prevention of unauthorized, irregular and or fruitless and wasteful expenditure, 25%, consequence management, 38%, procurement and contract management, 19%, expenditure management, 50%, revenue management, 13%, strategic planning and performance management, 90%. Members, the 50% non-compliance in expenditure management and 38% in consequence management highlight serious weaknesses. In times of financial strain, management expenditure should be a top priority. Non-compliance should have consequences, yet this is precisely where most departments fail. This is unacceptable. Procurement and contract management compliance is equally troubling. Only 1% of auditees had no findings. 75% had non-material findings and 19% had material findings. Poor compliance have risked financial loss, directly affected funds availability for service delivery. Worryingly, 44% of quotations and competitive bid processes were not followed, and in 38% of evaluation processes were not fairly applied. Irregular, unauthorized and fruitless expenditure also demands our attention. Irregular expenditure stand at 4.6 billion, down from 5.4, while unauthorized has decreased to 5.32 million. It is commendable progress. However, Education Department has qualifications on the completeness of irregular expenditure to 2.9 billion still under assessment. Departments such as Education, Health, Transport, Human Settlements show weaknesses in performance planning and reporting, with the following result of service delivery against budget expenditure. Education, 100% budget, 82% targets. Health, 100% budget, 57% target. Transport, 50% target achieved. Human Settlements, 30% target. Public Works, 67% target achieved. Failure to achieve these targets directly undermines citizen trust in government and hampers social economic development. I implore the Honourable Premier to hold the MECs accountable for the department's performance as recommended by the Auditor General. Reporting is not merely a compliance exercise, it is a critical tool for improving service delivery. The AGR highlights inadequate management of non-compliance. 2, inadequate performance reporting on poor service delivery outcomes. 3, poor expenditure practices. Honourable Speaker, the audit outcomes should galvanise into action. We must ensure accountability, enforce compliance and strengthen service delivery to benefit the people of KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next Honourable Member from the ANC, Honourable M.E. Dlungwana, for 4 minutes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Members, MECs, in line with our ready-to-government document, the ANC has always maintained that a democratic state must be transparent, people-centred, intolerant of corruption. This debate on the SCOPA report is therefore not an administrative ritual, but it is part of our long-standing commitment to build a capable developmental state that serves the people with honesty and efficiency. We must remind this House that the very architecture of accountability in our democracy did not appear by chance. It is the outcome of a deliberate ANC vision, one that conceives, establish, and defend the Chapter 9 bodies that anchors our constitutional order. Among these is the Auditor General of South Africa, who stands as a central guardian and whose independence the ANC has consistently protected. The ANC has done so because it believes that fearless oversight strengthens the state rather than weakens it. It is this very oversight that we welcome today, this process, which eliminated weaknesses that requires firm corrective action. Through such honest scrutiny, we move closer to the ethical, capable, and accountable state our movement has always envisaged. Honourable members, this report must be read against the backdrop of a province under severe financial strain. SCOPA notes pressures ranging from cash flow challenges in departments to large contingent liabilities as indicated by the chairperson, exceeding 15 billion. In such an environment, mismanagement is not just an internal weakness, it directly undermines service delivery. This is why the ANC insists that consequence management is non-negotiable, and we will not defend any wrongdoing. We will not conceal any inefficiencies, and will not tolerate any complacency with public resources. However, we must also recognize that most public servants remain committed and hardworking, often delivering under extreme difficult conditions. They too deserve our acknowledgement. Their commitment to the province and the country is highly appreciated. Honourable members, this report provides a clear roadmap for the improvement in the following areas. 1, full implementation of forensic recommendation. 2, stricter SCM compliance. 3, paying suppliers within 30 days. 4, improved performance reporting. 5, strong IT systems and tighter contract management. As the ANC, we call upon all accounting officers and all financial and administrative leaders to act with agency integrity and full adherence to PFMA. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the ANC remain committed to clean, caring, capable state that honors the fate of our people in place that have placed on us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Zungwana. The next Honourable Member for 5 minutes from the MKP, Honourable B.M. Kize.
Greeting, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members, Progressive Forces, the leadership of the MKP Party in the gallery. Honourable Speaker, the MK Party notes with dismay, disbelief, the deep disappointment manner in which this province of KwaZulu-Natal is poorly managed and led under the governance of the GPU government led by the Premier, Honourable Ntuli. Somlomo, the Auditor General, confirms the collapse and financial mismanagement in KwaZulu-Natal, both the departments and many municipalities, and nothing is being done about it. Before each hearing, SCOPA received briefings from the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa and the Provincial Audit Risk Committee. This reveals slight regression in provincial audit outcomes of 2024-2025. Only 6 departments receive unqualified audits with no findings, while committee commends these departments. We remain concerned of many others and more. Another ongoing crisis is the non-filing of critical critical vacancies. Yet thousands and thousands, if not millions, of the youth out there, rural areas, articulated, graduates, postgraduates, are sitting at home. Thousands and thousands fighting just only for 200 vacancies in the Department of Transport traffic officers we saw in few weeks. Honorable Speaker, SCOPA has raised alarm over financial mismanagement, infrastructure failures in almost over 90 municipalities, and nothing has been done about it. It's just work as usual under this MEC, Honorable MEC, Honorable Buteli's. Over 909 billion rand was reversed or unspent because they cannot do the proper service delivery to our people. They can't even build a proper thing, a toilet in a taxi rank here in the CPD. Never mind a clean one. Here in Pietermaritzburg, Umkungundlovu, where we are right now, Madam Speaker. The SIU investigation exposed rampant corruption, including inflated contract, irregular payments, bribery, and misuse of funds in the municipality. NjengaseThekwini, khona le Msunduzi, Zululand, Mzinyathi. In fact, bonke omasipala. Nothing has been done about it. It's just work as usual. Under this GPU, particularly the COCTA governance led by the MEC, Umfundisi, the Reverend Mtelis Chairperson. Honorable Speaker, the people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve a government that respects the funds, the deliveries, the job opportunities that are sustainable, the government that respects the land of Amakosi. Because bottom line, whatever that we can do without Amakosi, without abantu bamakosi la hlala khona, nothing is possible to happen to succeed. Kubuhlungu kunjalo sibonga imithandazo yenu nonke lana ikhona ukuthi size siphenduleke namhlanje ukuthi lokwebiwa kwamavoti okusibekela namhlanje mhlambe kwakungcono nasekuqaleni. It's even worse today with this government. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, Madam Speaker, we were always ready and we are ready to take over. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next honourable member for 8 minutes from the DA, Honourable M. Nair.
Thank you, honourable members. You can settle down. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A major concern in this audit cycle is the misuse of investigation files. SCOPA notes that some departments shift irregular expenditure into under-investigation ledger. This avoids disclosure and delays consequence management. It creates the appearance of progress while shielding non-compliance. Equally concerning is the failure by some departments to pay the SIU for completed investigations. This is not a simple delay. It directly obstructs consequence management. Undermining the institutions that force accountability weakens the entire accountability chain. In a constrained fiscal environment, the true test of capability is not how much we spend, but how consistently we apply the systems that already exist. the PFMA, Treasury frameworks, audit action plans, and contract management procedures are all in place. The problem is uneven execution. Policies are drafted but not monitored. Frameworks exist but are inconsistently enforced. Infrastructure procedures exist but are not followed. This is where breakdowns occur and where recovery must begin. To be fair, we must also recognize progress. Every department has pockets of improvement, whether stabilizing reporting, strengthening internal audit, or reducing certain repeat findings. These gains prove that when leadership enforces systems with discipline, results follow. Our task is to ensure that these improvements become consistent across the administration. Accountability is an obligation that every official carries, not just an HOD or a CFO. Whether they manage a R1 billion budget or a single procurement file, when any official ignores controls or bends processes, the entire system absorbs the damage. Also, performance agreements were created to protect the public, not officials. As a government, we must decide whether we are protecting a small number of individuals whose poor performance or misconduct is dragging departments down, or whether we are choosing to defend the province. The millions of people who elected us and rely on us for essential services, safety, and dignity. In a tight fiscal environment, every rand must support programs that genuinely improve people's lives, not high-profile events, unnecessary promotional activities, or initiatives that look impressive but have little impact. There is a truth we cannot escape. We either pay the price of discipline now, or we will pay a far greater price of regret later. When reforms are delayed, the burden shifts to future administrations who inherit weakened systems and fewer options. As Edmund Burke warned, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. Inaction becomes complicity. The position we find ourselves is not accidental. It is the result of decisions made over many years. Decisions to delay reforms, overlook weaknesses, or avoid difficult choices. Just as our present was shaped by the past, the future of this province will be shaped by the decisions we make in this administration. We now stand at a crossroads. One path preserves the status quo, protected by familiar excuses. The other requires courage, the courage to enforce discipline, strengthen controls, demand compliance, and rebuild a strong administrative engine. Progress has always been driven by leaders who acted decisively in their time. Our challenge today is not political oppression. It is complacency, administrative decay, and the normalization of weak controls. We cannot allow weakening standards to become normal. It took great courage for our different political parties to come together and form the GPU, putting the people of KZN first. That same courage must now guide us in confronting administrative failure. Political unity means nothing if administrative dysfunction continues unchecked. On the right-hand side of this House sits decades of collective experience in governance, oversight, and public service in all three spheres of government. The capability is here. The insight is here. What is required now is courage to fix the fiscal engine of this province, because no government can move forward on a broken financial system. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Naya. The next Honourable Member for 4 minutes from the EFF is Honourable M.W. Twala.
Madam Speaker and honourable members of this House,
It is disheartening to note that year in and year out, the SCOPA report continuously paints a grim picture about the provincial government's lack of interest in rooting out corruption and maladministration in provincial departments. Public officials and public servants continue to run the public purse as if they are running their own personal accounts. Repeat offenders continue to commit the same transgressions, knowing very well that implementing consequence management, if there is any, is rather too slow. The revelations in this report highlights the entrenched culture of corruption and lawlessness in our government departments. It is concerning to note that critical departments who get the bulk of the provincial budget, such as Department of Education and Department of Health, continue to regress and also defy to follow key legislation in their day-to-day operations. It is further worrying to note that out of 532 million unauthorized expenditure incurred by provincial departments, 521 million has been contributed by Department of Education, the same department which failed to meet most of its service delivery targets due to the financial crisis that it is currently facing. Our teachers are overburdened because there is no money to employ more teachers. Our children are being deprived of access to quality education because of lack of infrastructure and resources. The Department of Health has incurred 2.3 billion of irregular expenditure, yet it has reported an underachievement of 85% on its service delivery targets. We have reports of hospitals like Inkosi Albert Lutuli, which is currently operating at around 40% below surgical capacity, where one adult cardiologist sees over 60 patients a day. How does this happen when this department is being given the bulk of the provincial budget? The Department of Human Settlement has incurred an irregular expenditure of 492 million. Yet there are scores of flood victims who are homeless, and there's no housing, and there's huge housing backlog in this province. Some areas and RDP housing are not in good conditions, yet these departments continue to endure 492 million of irregular expenditure. 5 provincial departments are dependent on overdraft, with sister departments not paying public works on time, which has resulted into this department relying heavily on an overdraft. When you thought you have seen it all, the report further reveals that the government employees and their family members benefit from contracts worth 649 million combined. How does this happen if proper procurement processes are followed? It is a clear demonstration that this government of provincial unity continues to protect public servants and employees who are looting state resources. It has clearly demonstrated that it cannot be trusted with public resources as it continues to prioritize the enrichment of a corrupt elite over the needs of our people. Thank you.
The next honourable member for 7 minutes from the MKP, Honourable SS Makubane.
Thank you, Honourable the Deputy Speaker. Kosunda Bezita Chiliza, Chief Whip of the Opposition, Madlogov, the Progressive Forces, members of Umkhonto weSizwe and the EFF, members of the Legislature, greetings to the leadership of Umkhonto weSizwe. In the gallery, we have our Provincial Secretary and the Deputy Chair of the province, together with the National High Command leadership there in the gallery. I greet you all. Honorable Deputy Speaker, SCOPA's own report is an indictment of this government stewardship. The audit outcomes shows that the department has regressed. Only 6 departments were able to obtain a clean audit. Out of 9 that obtained a clean audit last year. Out of 10 that obtained a clean audit previous years. Our province is in a mess. Our province is in a dire state. The audit outcomes tells us about what's happening in the departments. One of the departments that has regressed, but we see the MEC of that department running around in KwaZulu-Natal, it's KZN. While the MEC is busy going to the municipalities, singing Ayesaba Magwala, the department is collapsing. He's going around, Honorable Chelezi, through you, Speaker, singing the songs as Pehludlame, Komaspal, whereby the department is falling apart. It's one of the departments. The province financial state is in distress. The total claims against the state have blown to 15 billion. Concentrated on transport with 9.5 billion. Concentrated on health with 3.6 billion. Concentrated on education with 1.6 billion. Crowding out services and future budgets. 5 departments now depend on overdrafts to keep the lights on. 10 will roll into cash shortfalls into next year's cycle. Already 3 have used the 10% for the next year's operational budget, just to cover this year's gaps. 9 departments posted across adjusted deficits, totaling to 9.1 billion. And 62% of the departments breaking 30 days payment rule, starving small businesses and clinics of cash. This is a crisis created by choice, not by chance. Honorable Rogers, through you, Speaker, was promising us that since he's the MEC of Finance, he's going to bring changes into the departments, but he's bringing frustrations into the department instead of bringing changes. Department of Education is frustrated by the same MEC. Department of Health is frustrated by the same MEC. Department of Transport is frustrated by the same MEC who promised to bring changes. That's a position we're in. The UIFWE, the leakages of keep paying for, unauthorized expenditure reached 532 million, in which education alone, 521 million irregular expenditure is still led as well by health with 2.34 billion, transport with 1.3 billion, and human settlement with 492 million. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure is topped by health with 11.2 million, culture with 2 million. SCOPA even flags a trend of shuffling irregular spend in an under-investigation ledger to dodge disclosure, and accounting fig leaf that insults the public, because we must get rid of this ledger under investigation, because there is no disclosure on everything that is put under this ledger. Whereas the full extent of irregular expenditure is still hidden in education, has 2.9 billion under assessment, while health current year irregularity disclosure is materially incomplete by 2.3 billion. This is not transparency. This is evasion. But all the stress and the issues starts with the finance MEC. The finance MEC must stop the austerity that is putting under these departments. Domele ulungisa kancane kamagutshwa through you, Speaker. Lungisa kancane. I've listened to you on radio. We were both listening to Gagas. And you attended on the issues same time as I tried to attend to them as well. But your stemming and all the efforts that you are putting, you won't go through it with that administration that you're having. Get rid of those CFOs and all those SM officials. Then you will come right. Then you will come right. Get rid of them. And then we will assist you, all of you here. We will get rid of the Prim and the MECs, and then we'll make sure that Umkhonto Wesizwe runs this province. When we run this province, we will make sure that the provincial state on financial issues comes back to a stable condition, and the stability will be there, led by Umkhonto Wesizwe. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, honourable members. The next honourable member for 4 minutes from the NFP is Honourable Shinga, MEC Social Development. Order, honourable members. Thank you. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members.
Thank you. We have a member on the podium. Thank you, members.
Ngibonga kakhulu for the opportunity to contribute to this important debate on the 2024-2025 audit outcomes. The SCOPA report paints a picture that is both familiar and deeply concerning. KwaZulu-Natal has regressed. Only 6 departments obtained unqualified audits with no finding, down from 10 in the 2022-2023 and 9 in 2023-2024. This backward slide tells us one thing: our systems are not maturing fast enough to support clean, ethical, and accountable governance. Under supply chain and financial management failures, the SCOPA briefings highlighted recurring weaknesses in supply chain management, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, material irregularities. These are not administrative glitches. They are failures that directly impact on service delivery where it matters the most. Under expenditure of the committee raised concern about multi-billion rand under expenditure. This under expenditure of this magnitude translates to unbuilt clinics, unrepaired roads, and unplaced teachers, and delayed service delivery. For ordinary citizens, this is just not an audit issue. It is a lived reality of hardship. Honourable Speaker, SCOPA rightfully flagged critical vacancies, especially extended acting appointments exceeding more than 2 years. It is true that no institution can function when leadership is temporarily unstable or rotated without strategic continuity. As the NFP, we insist to fill all critical management posts as per SCOPA's directive. The RT46 vehicle contract crisis, we acknowledge and support the chairperson's call for urgent investigation into the problematic RT46 transversal vehicle contract. This contract has delayed the restoration of critical fleet, affected emergency response, including ambulances, compromised departmental mobility. We welcome the recent progress report, particularly the restoration of ambulances and departmental vehicles following the committee's interventions, but progress must be monitored monthly. Under consequence management, the NFP fully supports the SCOPA's emphasis on implementing disciplinary actions. And recovery processes for confirmed irregularities. Without accountability, we will continue to see repeat audit findings, poor financial discipline, mismanagement that undermines service delivery. As the NFP, we say, ukumelana nokungathembeki akuyona inkulumo, kodwa ke kuyisenzo. We also highlight a key NFP policy principle: oversight must not be compliance driven, but it must be service driven. Audit findings are not simple numbers. They tell us who is being failed. Honorable Speaker, the NFP appreciate the transparent reporting by SCOPA and AGSA, but appreciation is not enough. We want transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shinga. The next honorable member for 4 minutes from the ANC is Honorable CQ Madlob.
Honorable Speaker, distinguished guests in the gallery, effective service delivery remains the heartbeat of the ANC's developmental mission. Everything we do, from policies to budget to oversight work, must always return to one question: are we improving the lives of our people? It is in this spirit that we value the work of the SCOPA, not as a punitive mechanism, but as a vital evidence-based guide that helps strengthen the state and ensure that public resources reach the people they are meant to serve. The SCOPA report highlights the areas where the state must improve. The missed MTSF indicators, weak data system, infrastructure delays, and cash flow pressures are not the result of willful neglect, but as systemic challenges, and importantly, they are being addressed by departments. Departments are implementing turnaround strategies. The professionalization of the public service is progressing, and some departments are modernizing key data systems. For an example, the education is upgrading EMIS, health is expanding e-records, and financial controls are becoming more digitized. These improvements are already enhancing planning, monitoring, and accountability. Central to this progress is a stronger intergovernmental collaboration to stabilize finances, reduce accruals, and unblock infrastructure delays. Budgets are being aligned more closely with service delivery targets, and departments are planning with more realism, proper costing, and measurable outputs. This is how a developmental state, as envisaged by the African National Congress, must operate, not in silos, but collectively and intentionally. Honorable members, the financial pressure we currently face make this work even more urgent. When cash flow is tight, waste can no longer be tolerated. We repeat, waste can no longer be tolerated. Every rand must stretch further and reach exactly where it is intended. Despite these pressures, progress is visible. Departments are trying to do more with less. Honorable Speaker, we see real improvement across sectors. In education, nutrition, learner transport, and provisioning programs continue to protect the poorest learners, while improved EMIS reduces ghost data and enhances planning. In health, e-records, medicine availability system, and new clinical posts have stabilized services in several districts. And in transport corridor upgrades, fleet improvements, and maintenance turnarounds are gaining more momentum. We can see a service delivery with this constrained budget. These are not minor steps. They demonstrate that ANC-led departments are confronting systemic challenges while still delivering meaningful progress. As we consider this SCOPA report, Honorable Speaker, let us renew our commitment to building a capable, ethical, well-planned, and fiscally sustainable state. This has always been the ANC's vision, and we will continue leading this work, not for applause, but because our people deserve nothing less. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Madlopa. The next honourable member for 7 minutes from the MKP, Honourable M.A. Dirks.
Sorry. Let's keep on going off. Greetings to the leadership of Umkhonto weSizwe from the province and from the national in the gallery. Greetings to the leader of the opposition in the House, Honorable Nkosi Cheleza. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, today I rise with a message that cannot be softened, delayed, or diluted. The SCOPA report before this House exposes a painful truth. Our province is not failing because of a lack of money. It is failing because of a lack of discipline, accountability, and political leadership under Premier Ntuli. He's not even here today, while things are collapsing under his watch. In fact, Honorable Speaker, the Premier hardly attends sittings in this House. The sooner we send the Premier to his own house to go and relax, the better, because he's failing in this House. The Department of COCTA and ATR stand at the center of this collapse, and today we must confront their failures directly without fear. COCTA, the department meant to uphold municipal stability and governance. Instead, the SCOPA findings show us a department that has lost control. Municipalities across KwaZulu-Natal continue to break security regulations, hiring security companies without threat assessments. Millions are spent without justification, creating fertile ground for political patronage disguised as security. This is not administration, it is organized negligence. We are told that municipal public accounts committees remain dysfunctional, some completely non-existent. How can municipalities fight corruption when the very structure meant to provide oversight has collapsed? COCTA is mandated to strengthen impacts, yet the report shows persistent failure. A weak impact means irregular expenditure grows unchecked. UIFW is never dealt with, and municipal councils become playgrounds for political factions. Even worse, officials implicated in wrongdoings simply resign before disciplinary hearings, effectively escaping accountability. COCTA has allowed this loophole to become a culture. When a public servant can loot today and resign tomorrow without consequence, governance becomes a joke. And the joke is on the communities without water, without waste collection, and without functional municipalities. Honorable Speaker, ATR, a department that should be the engine of economic growth, but has instead become a passenger in an economy without direction. Not even prayer can rescue it because it is headed by the priest himself. This province faces unemployment, township economic collapse, and a shrinking industrial base. Yet ATR continues to operate without a clear, measurable economic strategy. SCOPA highlights repeated audit concerns, weak oversight of entities and performance indicators, and are either vague or incapable of being measured. A department responsible for economic development must drive industrialization, support SMMEs, attract investment, and build economic resilience. Instead, we have a department that produces workshops, conferences, and glossy brochures, but little evidence of impact. Where is the plan to build the manufacturing sector? Where is the plan to localize procurement? Township and rural traders from economic displacement. Where is the plan to boost investment confidence? Honorable Speaker, economic development cannot be achieved through slogans. It requires leadership with vision, courage, and execution. Across all two departments, the SCOPA report shows incurring teams, weak internal controls,
collapse of consequence management, delayed investigations, vacant critical posts, failure to implement recommendations, no urgency, no accountability, no discipline. This is not coincidence. This is political failure disguised as administrative weakness. Umkhonto we propose the following solutions. COCTA must restore impact functionality, blacklist officials who resign to escape discipline, and terminate irregular security contracts immediately. ATA must produce a provincial economic turnaround plan within 60 days, audit all entities, and introduce measurable economic indicators tied to performance contract. Honorable Speaker, our elders taught us, a nation cannot be free when its government fears the truth. The truth is here in the SCOPA report today. The truth is damning, and the truth demands action. KwaZulu-Natal deserves a government that delivers, not one that explains. A government that builds, not one that hides. A government that leads, not one that blames. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Dirks. The next Honourable Member for 6 minutes from the IFP, Honourable A.C. Biela.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to your good self. Greetings to the Honourable MECs, the Premier and the Leader of Government Business in their absence, as well as the Honourable Chief Whip in his absence. I also forgot to greet the Honourable Hadebe and wish him a speedy recovery on his temporary disability. Ululame mfowethu. At the outset, I must indicate, or rather make comments around the seemingly concerted attack on the MEC Buthelezi. MEC Buthelezi was deployed by the IFP. We understand the concerted political fight against him. Usheng is a victim of recognizing and fighting for the dignity of the traditional leadership in KwaZulu-Natal. MEC Buthelezi has fought against maladministration in municipalities and has fought for the rights and recognition of Amakhosi. As long as Usheng implements the manifesto of the IFP towards the program of self-help and self-reliance, he will continue to have our unwavering support. It is only the IFP and no one else that will deploy or remove members of the IFP in any position in this legislature. Let that be very clear to anyone. Honourable Speaker, on the SCOPA report, this report, Honourable Speaker, is simply not a catalogue of findings. It's a mirror held up to the governance structure of our province and to the quality of life of our people. What strikes one immediately is that over 3 years, we do agree the regression in terms of the audit findings. And to assist the ChatGPT debaters on this matter, the MK Party, there is no need necessarily to actually say the same thing over and over again. At times, we must be able to recognize what has been said and move beyond it. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the regression in terms of audit findings, it tells a very negative picture that despite us being in the GPU, we must be able to confront with the reality that it deserves. The regression in terms of audit findings spells a couple of things, from irregular to wasteful to unauthorized to fruitless expenditure. And what does this mean? It means that if we're being honest and true to the people of KwaZulu-Natal, despite our agreements in terms of political coalitions, we must be able to caution one another where we are not doing well. The departments that are suffering in terms of their performance financially and in terms of service delivery need to be cautioned. Those officials who are responsible for the negative consequences that they put their departments in must be able to face the might of the law. The officials that are responsible for underperformance in all the departments must be confronted, honourable members. If we are serious about the service delivery in this province, it also means that that painful truth must be confronted.
My dear son.
Honorable Speaker, I must not hasten to state that whenever there is irregular expenditure, whenever there is unauthorized expenditure, there is someone who is responsible for that particular transaction. And it therefore becomes our collective responsibility. It's nothing to celebrate, but it's actually something to confront and deal with. And as the IFP, we are very clear that even if it is a department that is led by the IFP, where the report indicates poor audit findings and where the report indicates wrongdoing on the part of officials, the IFP's position is that whoever is responsible for that must be taken to task. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the painful truth is that the people of KwaZulu-Natal face serious service delivery challenges. And it therefore becomes our responsibility as this legislature, Honorable the capable hands of the chairperson of SCOPA, to hold whoever is responsible accountable. I must, Honorable Deputy Speaker, as I close, commend the work done by the SCOPA and its collective efforts with all the members, because if there's one reality, is that in the SCOPA meetings, Honorable Deputy Speaker, there seems to be political consciousness around the correctness of what should be done. And I say that because there is almost an agreement, and the chair will agree with me, that there is no political games when it comes to holding officials accountable. And Chair, you have all our support in terms of implementing the report as you had presented it to SCOPA, and you have all our support in terms of ensuring that whoever is responsible for regressing the province and subsequently, regressing in terms of service delivery gets dealt with. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Biela. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the debate. I would like to invite Honorable TJ Bratasek to respond to the debate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Yeah, there have been many inputs, and I'd like to try and respond to all of them in the time I have. Honourable Matlopa started off with exactly the right angle. We have to always look at these issues with the human impact in mind. That's what should be first and foremost on our minds. Honourable Mbata, thank you very much for a very measured and sober approach to your input. Honourable de Klerk highlights that a small united army can achieve much, and this is exactly what SCOPA is. A small, but to my view at least, a very united committee that takes on officials, largely. Honourable Glogwane, your constructive input is greatly appreciated, especially with your insight as the finance chair. And I think it's wonderful that many members on SCOPA also serve in finance so that they can encourage that continuity going through. Honourable Mkhize, you're quite right that there are many positions that need to be filled. But we are talking about HODs and CFOs, not traffic officers. So if you have HODs and CFO material out there in the villages, young people, please get them to apply. We would love to see them. But you are speaking partially at the wrong funeral, because we don't deal with municipalities in SCOPA, unfortunately, and I mean that, unfortunately, but your attack on certain members of the IFP seems like it's the IFP is living rent-free in the MK heads. It seems that. Honourable Nair, vigilance in picking up fancy accounting tricks to dodge accountability is vital. You referred, Honourable Nair, to courage a couple of times in your speech, and courage is exactly what SCOPA needs and has to take on officials that are involved in malfeasance. Honourable Twala, you referred to the last Audit AG report as a reflection of failure on the GPU. I'd like to remind you it's the 2024-2025 year, so it is only partially this GPU, so please give us a chance. sinikeze ithuba. Magubani. Honorable Magubani refers to Roger's frustration of everybody. Well, I can tell you now, Rogers is equally frustrated with the MK and yourself, Honorable Magubani, because all you could do is shout, 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 and we don't hear any solutions. All right. And then you said earlier, you said it is austerity measures of this Rogers that is destroying everything. But you must make a choice. Do you want to give more money to people who are spending it badly? I will. That can't work. All right. And also, please, we cannot take these lessons from a party whose leader cannot even read big numbers and cannot tell the difference between a fire pool and a swimming pool. We'll take it from people sharper than that, okay? Honourable Shinga, thank you for your commitment as MEC to getting things right in your department. That is a commitment I hope is reflected right across Cabinet. Honourable Dirks, you said this is not a lack of money, it's a lack of discipline. You and Honourable Magubani must compare speeches because he says it is a lack of money. You guys must talk to each other. I noticed that you banged on about Etia. Yes?
Through me, Honourable Bartise.
Sorry, through you, Chair. Honourable Dirks banged on extensively about Etia. Etia was not even called to the SCOPA hearings. And I don't recall Honourable Dirks objecting that they were not called. So I don't know which hearings you were at, Honourable Dirks. Honourable Biela, once again, an honest appraisal of the situation is and emphasising the non-partisan nature of our committee. Chairperson Deputy Speaker, in the last few seconds I have, failure to act decisively will perpetuate fiscal instability, governance failures, and service delivery collapse. We owe it to the citizens of this province to restore integrity, accountability, and efficiency in public administration. Let us commit collectively and unequivocally to break the cycle of regression and build a governance framework that delivers on the promise of a capable, ethical, and developmental state. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Bartise. Honourable members, we have now come to the end of the debate of the SCOPA reports on hearings held on 2024-2025 reports of the Auditor General. The House needs to vote now. Therefore, may I please ask for a 3-minute timer for the doors to be closed. Anyone who's out, and anyone who's in is in. Thank you. 3 minutes, please. Can I have the bells? What is that sound? Thank you, honourable members. Can everyone please be seated? Honourable members, I now put the question to the House as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to adopt the SCOPA report on hearings held on the 2024-2025 report of the Auditor General. As the Speaker indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the votes and therefore check if there's any member who wishes to record an individual vote. I will start with the MKP.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Umkhonto wesizwe is in support of the SCOPA report. Thanks.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you very much.
Order, honourable members. We're voting.
Speaker, the economic freedom fighters in support of the report. Thanks.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The National Freedom Party supports the report.
Thank you. DA.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports the report.
Thank you. ANC.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. The African National Congress supports the report.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The IFP supports the report.
Thank you. Order, honourable members. Members, I have the votes for all the parties. Is there any member that wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or wishes to abstain? I see no hands. Is there any? If there's none, I'll ask the Secretary to tally the votes. Madam Secretary, you have 3 minutes to tally the votes. The doors or any virtual platforms and the entrances remain inaccessible or blocked. Table staff, please start the 3-minute timer. Oh, you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are ready with the result. Madam Speaker, the total number of members present, including the presiding officer, is 80. Physically present is 72, and connected on the virtual platform is 8. The voting result is therefore as follows. In support, 79. Against, no. In terms of Section 1122 of the Constitution, the presiding officer does not have a deliberative vote under the circumstances and only has a deciding vote if there is an equality of votes. That is the result, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the vote as follows. Votes in favour, 79. Vote against, no. And abstentions, no. Therefore, the ayes have it. The item on the order paper concerning the SCOPA hearings 2024-2025 of the Auditor General is therefore concluded. Thank you so much, honourable members. We will then move on for the order paper of today. I will then request the report of the Premier regarding the 2025 campaign of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Thank you. Honourable MEC, Sports, Arts and Culture.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Speaker, the Honourable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We meet today under the heavy shadow of a crisis that continues to wound our nation and dishonor our humanity. Gender-based violence and femicide is not only a social ill, it is a national emergency. It is a profound and painful indictment on the society we have become and a call to conscience for the society we must urgently build. Every day across our country and here in KwaZulu-Natal, women and children wake up not knowing whether they will be safe in their homes, in their communities, and amongst those who claim to love them. This is a betrayal not just of our Constitution, but of our basic sense of decency. Evidence from the respected institutions such as the Human Science Research Council and the South African Medical Research Council paints a disturbing picture. According to the South African Medical according to the first South African National Gender-Based Violence Study by the HSRC, 33.1% of South African women aged 18 and older have experienced physical violence in their lifetime. A further 9.8% have experienced sexual violence. In total, more than 35% of women in our country have endured physical and/or sexual violence. These are not just statistics, they are the lived realities of mothers, daughters, sisters, colleagues, and neighbors. And we know that many more cases go unreported, hidden behind silence, fear, or shame. On the other hand, a study released last year by the South African Medical Research Council paints an equally devastating picture. Over the past 20 years, our country has recorded an estimated 10,972 femicide cases, and 3 women are killed every single day by an intimate partner. These are not abstract numbers. They represent lives abruptly stolen, families irreparably shattered, and communities forced to live in fear. This evidence deepens our understanding of the scale of the crisis and strengthens our resolve to act with agency and unity. Honorable members, this is the scale of the crisis we face, and it demands a response equally to its gravity, coordinated, urgent, relentless, and compassionate. Honorable members, gender-based violence and femicide is not and must never become an ideological matter. It cannot be reduced to party positions, political rhetoric, or momentary campaigns. This is a human crisis, one that cuts across geography, class, culture, and politics, and it demands from all of us a response rooted in our shared responsibility to protect the vulnerable and uphold the dignity of every person. It is within this reality that, as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we wholeheartedly welcome and support the characterization of His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa in defining GBVF as a national crisis, and recently the declaration by our national government that this is a disaster in our country. This framing is not merely symbolic. It is a necessary acknowledgement that the scale and brutality of this violence require extraordinary mobilization, extraordinary coordination, and extraordinary moral leadership across all spheres of government. When the President calls this a national crisis, when our government calls this a national disaster, it affirms what communities have long known, that this is an emergency that must command the full attention of the state and society alike. In this spirit, the Premier calls upon all political parties represented in this legislature and beyond to rise above partisan consideration and treat GBVF as a unifying cause. The fight to end violence against women and children should become part of our collective ethos and essential pillar of our potential culture, and a reflection of the values we claim to uphold. On this matter, we must stand together, speak with one voice, and act with the conviction that our unity can save lives. Honorable Deputy Speaker, guided by the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, South Africa's comprehensive framework for a coordinated national response, KwaZulu-Natal has implemented a range of targeted interventions. Our provincial response is structured around the 6 pillars articulated in the NSP GBVF: accountability, prevention, justice, response and healing, economic empowerment, and research and information management. These pillars provide a coherent roadmap to address the multifaceted nature of GBVF and to ensure that every intervention is strategic, evidence-based, and impact-driven. Since last year, we are scaling up the 220 care centers and GBVF shelters to ensure that survivors receive immediate trauma-informed support, including medical care, legal assistance, and psychological counseling. Through the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, we are enhancing hotspot profiling and improving collaboration between SAPs, community policing structures, and faith-based and traditional leaders to address violence at its core. Our Department of Education is intensifying comprehensive sexuality education and strengthening school safety programs. The Department of Health is leading early identification and support for victims of abuse, while also driving interventions to reduce teenage pregnancy. Social Development continues to partner with the NGOs and community formations in prevention programs, men's dialogues, and behavioral change campaigns. Municipalities are being capacitated to adopt GBVF action plans, mainstreaming prevention and survivor support at local level. We are equally confronting the scourge of substance abuse of the underlying drivers of violence. Through more treatment facilities, increased enforcement, and aggressive community education, the fight against substance abuse is inseparable from the fight against GBVF, and we are treating them as such. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Premier, on behalf of the Premier, I present before this August House our comprehensive 2025 program for the 16 days of activism to know violence against women and children in our province. However, it is important to emphasize from the outset that for this administration, the fight against gender-based violence is not confined to 16 days window. Ours is a sustained year-long and multi-year commitment, an unbroken campaign of action, accountability, and social mobilization. The 16 days of activism The 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children campaign serve as a national point of focus, but our responsibility extends far beyond symbolic observance. For the people of KwaZulu-Natal, every day must be a day of activism, a day of vigilance, and a day of advancing the safety and dignity of women and children. This province is therefore strengthening its interventions throughout the year, ensuring that prevention, protection, justice, and survivor support remain at the center of our governance priorities. It is in this spirit, the 2025 program should not be viewed as an annual event, but as a catalyst that reinforces our long-term provincial strategy to eliminate gender-based violence and femicide. Our commitment is continuous, deliberate, and unwavering because the safety of our women and girls demands nothing less. Madam Deputy Speaker, this year's 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children will be observed from 25 November to 10 December 2025 under the national theme, Litsima, Men, Women, Boys, and Girls Working Together to End Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, close quote. As the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we fully embrace this theme, which aptly underscores the collective responsibility required to confront this crisis. In strengthening our provincial posture, we will also launch a dedicated KwaZulu-Natal campaign under the banner Siliswana Nechilo, KwaZulu-Natal Fighting the Shame of GBVF. This is not merely a slogan, it is a year-long mobilization effort aimed at rallying society, empowering communities, and most importantly, isolating and exposing perpetrators who continue to terrorize our women and children. Hashtag Siliswana Nechilo signals a bold shift in our public consciousness from silent tolerance to active resistance, from victim blaming to perpetrator accountability, from episodic campaigns to sustained societal action. Through this campaign, KwaZulu-Natal commits itself to changing attitudes, strengthening social solidarity, and building a culture where violence is rejected, reported, confronted, and ultimately eradicated. The campaign will highlight an era that demands far greater attention and agency, the intersection of gender-based violence and disability. Beginning with our 2025 campaign and continuing into the coming years, this province will place a heightened focus on addressing the disproportionate vulnerability faced by women and girls with disabilities. There is broad consensus supported by local and international evidence that women and girls living with disabilities are at significantly higher risk of violence. Their heightened vulnerability stems from multiple factors, including dependency on caregivers, social isolation, communication barriers, and limited access to reporting or protective services. The forms of abuse they experience are diverse and often more severe: physical assault, sexual exploitation, psychological manipulation, financial control, and neglect. Studies indicate that women with disabilities face up to 3 times the risk of rape and experience markedly higher rates of domestic violence compared to women without disabilities. Perpetrators frequently exploit their disability, resulting in unique forms of cruelty, such as withholding essential care, denying access to mobility aids, or using the disability itself as a tool of intimidation. This reality demands from us a tailored, rights-based and fully accessible GBVF response, one that ensures that no survivor is unseen, unheard, or unprotected in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as part of our commitment to a more just and inclusive society, this administration will elevate the protection and empowerment of women and girls living with disabilities to the forefront of our provincial GBVF response. Their experiences of violence are often invisible, their voices unheard, and their needs overlooked. This must change, and KwaZulu-Natal intends to lead that change. To contribute meaningfully to the solution, the Office of the Premier, working collaboratively with departments, municipalities, and civil society, will champion policies and programs that are intentionally inclusive of women with disabilities. This includes ensuring that all support services, from reporting mechanisms to justice processes, healthcare facilities are fully accessible. We are strengthening coordination between disability services, health, justice, education, and social development so that our interventions are comprehensive, seamless, and responsive to the lived realities of survivors. Furthermore, in partnership with research institutions and organizations representing persons with disabilities, the Office of the Premier, together with the Department of Social Development, will invest in dedicated research and data collection. This work will help government better understand the specific risks, barriers, and needs faced by women and girls with disabilities. It will also ensure that our future interventions are evidence-based, informed by lived experience, and capable of driving systemic transformation. Our intention is clear: to build a province where no woman is left behind and where disability is never a reason for vulnerability, but a catalyst for stronger, more inclusive governance. Honorable members, the second pillar of our #Silwanechilo KwaZulu-Natal Fighting the Shame of GBV campaign will focus on a province-wide year-long citizen education activation. This pillar recognizes that sustainable change requires not only strong institutions, but an informed, mobilized, and empowered society. Throughout the year, we will undertake extensive public education initiatives using mass and native marketing, social media platforms, community-based engagements, and sustained dialogues to shape attitudes, challenge harmful norms, and deepen public understanding of gender-based violence and femicide. What distinguishes this approach is our deliberate inclusion of children as active participants in GBVF prevention. International experience, from UNICEF programs to studies by the World Health Organizations, consistently shows that early education is one of the most powerful tools for breaking cycles of violence. When children are taught from an early age about respect, consent, empathy, and equality and non-violence, societies build resilient generations less likely to perpetrate or tolerate abuse. For this reason, our campaign will intentionally design content, dialogues, and platforms that are accessible and age-appropriate for children. Through school-based sessions, digital storytelling, creative arts, peer-to-peer clubs, and youth-led community initiatives, we aim to raise a generation that understands its rights, rejects violence, and champions equality. This is how we cultivate lasting social transformation. Madam Deputy Speaker, hashtag Silwane Chilo is more than a campaign. It is a cultural shift. It is an investment in our present and a safeguard for our future. KwaZulu-Natal is ready to lead this transformation with courage, conviction, and the full participation of its people, from our youngest learners to our most senior leaders. The third pillar of our hashtag Silwane Chilo, KwaZulu-Natal Fighting the Shame of GBVF campaign, harnesses the transformation power of sports, arts, and culture in our fight against gender-based violence and femicide. This pillar recognizes that prevention and awareness are not only achieved through policy and education, but also through engagement that speaks directly to the hearts and minds of our people, where culture, performance, and sport intersect with social change. Sport in particular has the ability to unite communities, build character, and promote values such as respect, discipline, and teamwork. In partnership with clubs, leagues, schools, and community centers, our campaign will integrate GBVF messaging into sporting activities, from local tournaments to professional leagues. Coaches, athletes, and sporting role models will serve as advocates, demonstrating that true strength lies not in dominance or aggression, but in empathy, equality, and the protection of the vulnerable. Arts and culture provide equally powerful platforms for change. Theatre productions, music, poetry, visual arts, and storytelling have a unique capacity to challenge societal norms, provoke reflection, and ignite conversations that might otherwise remain unspoken. Through collaborations with artists, cultural leaders, and youth groups, we will ensure that the messages of no violence against women and children permeate our daily lives on stages, in public spaces, and across digital platforms. This approach also allows for creative participation from communities themselves by encouraging youth, traditional leaders, and local artists to produce content, performances, and campaigns that reflect their lived realities. We ensure that the campaign resonates deeply and authentically. It is in this participation that awareness becomes internalized and social norms begin to shift from passive acceptance to active rejection of abuse. Madam Deputy Speaker, through sports, arts, and culture, we aim to create a campaign that is visible, relatable, and memorable, a campaign that speaks to every KwaZulu-Natal resident, from the youngest learners to seasoned adults. This pillar complements our other interventions, reinforcing that ending GBVF is not the task of government alone, but a societal movement that demands creativity, unity, and unwavering moral courage. Hashtag Silwane Chilo is our collective call to action, and through these channels, we'll make it impossible to ignore the imperative of safety, dignity, and respect. And as I move towards conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the taxi industry is also going to be involved. The religious institutions will be involved. Similarly, traditional leaders and the traditional leadership institution will be involved. It's going to be a campaign of everybody in KwaZulu-Natal. The media platforms will be actively involved by government as we go on to challenging harmful stereotypes and promoting a culture of zero tolerance for violence in KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kaula. Honorable members, we move on to the fourth MK Party Motion and debate. I would like to introduce the mover of the motion, Honorable LSO Hadebe, for 10 minutes, and he may debate and introduce the motion where he is seated. Thank you. Honorable Hadebe, you may remain seated. It's okay. Thank you.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Inkosi yasemadungeni, leaders on the National High Command present, leaders of the provincial detachment present, led by Ipubesi lase KZN, Comrade Upungane, our guests in the gallery, and honorable members of this House, the right forces and the left forces. Let me define the left forces and the right forces. Those are the opposing set of political ideologies that largely structure political debate as we're debating right now. It describes different views on economic management, social change, and the role of government. Umamabunu, the capitalist system yawo kusa exist la, ngeke nikuthola ukuphumula. So lwakuze kube sekugcineni. Honorable Speaker, I move that this House deliberate on critical issues facing our schools in KZN. Our schools face critical issues: severe teacher shortages, reliance on teacher assistants, lack of replacement teachers during maternity leave, inadequate water and electricity, delayed norms and standards, security concerns, absence of social workers, shortage of admin clerks, dilapidated infrastructure, limited laboratories, and sports facilities in black schools, language barriers, and inadequate classrooms. Some schools resort to bucket system for sanitation, lack of security and support staff. These challenges hinder the delivery of quality education and must be urgently addressed. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, uma sikhuluma ngezikole ayikho into ebaleke njengesikole. The school is the microcosm of the community. It is the springboard with which learners must acquire skills, knowledge, attitude, and values, with which to respond to the challenges provided by our multicultural society. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, key issues and impact on our schools: severe teacher shortages. Simple statement: we have too few teachers in both primary and secondary schools, in KZN in particular. Consequences: large class sizes, less individual support for learners, burnout and high turnover among teachers, gaps in curriculum delivery, especially subjects like maths, science, and languages. Human impact: learners lack role models, parents lose confidence in schooling. Infrastructure and access in rural areas. Example, Inkandla schools and similar rural schools, Konongoma, Ngonyameni, Lundi, Nagomlas. Kodwa ke ake ngene kuma rural areas. Bridges wash away in heavy rains. Learners and teachers cannot reach schools. Uma nje likelana izulu, othisha bakwazi ukufundisa ingane zabo. Nezingane azikwazi ukuphumelela ukuthi zesikoleni. Lack of reliable water supply for sanitation, pit toilet in use after 30 years of our democracy. Inadequate libraries, or few or no science labs, and dilapidated classrooms. No sports grounds, hindering physical education and talent development. Ngikhuluma ngazo njalo izikole koNkandla, koNongoma, koNgonyameni, koMashu, koMlasi. Azinama sports grounds izikole. Nakhona eNkandla. Water sanitation and health in schools. Water for drinking and hygiene is scarce and contaminated. Othisha nabantwana nomphakathi baphuza amanzi neinkomo nelwane baphuza amanzi nododo okhishwa zilwane okuyihlazo elibi kabi kulo hulumeni we-GPU obuke kungenandaba ukuthi uzokwenza njani ngalezo zinto. Sanitation facilities unsafe or broken, health risk for learners and staff. Basasebenzisa ama-toilet emgodi. Kade senza ama-oversight visit. Ikole iningi sasebenzisa ama-toilet omgodi. Ngiyakhumbula nje bekhona abanye abakhanyayo besamba nabo bebuka lemgodi abangenanga ema-toilet ngoba nuka kabi. Facilities and resources. Shortage of furniture, classroom without desk and chairs. Delayed norms and standards for schools, infrastructure and resources. Inadequate security and safety in schools, security patrols sometimes absent. Shortage of libraries, science labs and ICT resources. Inadequate between urban and rural or township schools. Urban white suburbs often have better facilities, resources and support. Townships and rural schools face underfunding, aging buildings, and fewer qualified teachers. The impact on Black children, limited access to quality education and opportunities, higher dropout risk, unequal preparation for tertiary studies and jobs. Governance and policy delays. Delays in implementing norms and standards and delivery of infrastructure. The mismatch between policy promises on the ground and realities. Uma sikhuluma ngama norms and standards, MPL, members of this parliament, so khumbula ukuthi majority of parents in KZN are unemployed. Bese ukuthi those who are employed are categorized under cheapest labor. Then therefore they depend kuma norms and standards ukuthi ingane zabo zikwazi ukufunda, but a delay. Some other parents, they fail even to buy school uniforms for their kids. Workforce and staffing, unemployment and underutilization of trained security and support staff, burden on teachers when must also safeguard learners. Turnaround strategies. Umkhonto wesizwe party proposal. We demand urgent, well-funded action from the provincial government to close gap between urban, township, and rural schools. Implement a robust time-bound plan to fix infrastructure, increase teaching capacity, and ensure unsafe, healthy learning environment. Rapid recruitment and retention of teachers. Recruit more teachers for both primary and secondary schools. Implement incentives for teachers to serve in rural and township areas. Housing allowances, housing proximity, hardship allowances, career development opportunities. Fast-track training programs to fill critical subject shortages, math, science, and languages. 2, infrastructure overhaul with a real-time oversight. Announce a provincial infrastructure reset. Identify the most critical classrooms, labs, libraries, and sanitation facilities, and prioritize funding. Restore and upgrade water supply systems and reliable sanitation in rural and township schools. Build and repair bridges and safe access route for learners during a rainy season. Ensure every school has a functioning library, science lab, ICT center, and adequate furniture. Create clean and safe playgrounds and sport facilities to foster talent in sport and physical education. Number 3, strengthen water sanitation and health. Invest in clean drinking water and hygiene sanitation facilities. Provide regular maintenance and rapid response to leaks and blockages. Iyona ke into yokwenziwa umkhonto wesizwe lo uma usukutholile lokho ngokwawo kwabuya. Security and safety. Will expand schools security presence and training. Implement community policing partnership to protect learners and educators. Install safe access control and lighting in schools' premises. equity and affordability. Move towards free and high subsidized schooling for all learners in townships and rural areas with transparent fee structures. Ensure that fee structures do not prevent access to quality education for vulnerable families. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we first have the first debater for 6 minutes from the MKP, Honorable C.S. Zuma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ngibingelele, Nkosi uQhiliza, Chief Whip, bahlonishwa bonke, leadership MK Party lapha kwigalari. Ngiyabonga ithuba lokukhuluma namhlanje. Today we debate a motion that speaks to the heart of our future, education. Somlomo, uma sikhuluma ngekusasa lezingane zethu, asikwazi ukungaboni ukuthi izikole zethu zibhekene nezinkinga ezibucayi kakhulu neziphuca ilungelo nemfundo elifanele kanye nokuhlonipha isithunzi somntwana. These are not small issues. They are structural crises that threatens the quality of education in KwaZulu-Natal. Okuqala engaqala ngokubalula ukuthi there is a severe teacher shortages lapho kuphela unyaka izingane zingenabo thisha zivuke emakhaya zivukela ukuyogada isikole zigcina zilimazana zibulalana ngenxa yokusala zodwa uthisha engekho. Izikole eziningi azinabo othisha ezincike kakhulu kulento yama teacher assistants. This is not sustainable. Uma uthisha eba sesimeni sokukhulelwa akukho replacement system esebenza ngendlela elindelekile. Honorable members, how do we expect learners to succeed where there is no one to teach them? Okwesibili, infrastructure somlomo. Izikole eziningi azinamanzi nogesi kuyihlazo ukuthi emva kweminyaka ewu30 sizithole singaphansi kwesimo esifana nalesi. Some schools still use bucket system for sanitation. This is 2025, not 1925. How can we talk about dignity and equality when our children relieve themselves in buckets? This is unacceptable. Okwesithathu, delayed implementation of norms and standards. Izikole azinazo izinsiza ezisemqoka ezinjengo laboratories, sport facilities, proper classrooms. We talk about STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But where are the science labs? Where are the resources that prepare our learners for the fourth industrial revolution? Ezinye izikole ziqala ukubhalisa ama-exams zingenawo ama-resources okusebenza. Kumele abazali bakhiphe imali yokuhlangabeza izidingo zesikole. Sithini ngomzali ongathathi entweni? Sithini ngomzali osebenzela ukuthi izingane zilale zilile? Iphi le free education okwakhulunywa ngayo ukukhohliswa abantu ngoba kuncengwe ivoti lokuqhwakelisa abantu abathile esikhundleni? I-GPU yathatha umnyango wezezimali yawunika i-DA engahlangene nosizi lomuntu omnyama. Zonke lezi inkinga azenzeki ezikoleni zabo. Kuvumeni ANC ukuthi nithatha amandla nawabuyisele kubagcindezeli. Base baqhubeka la bagcina khona. Abasoze basithanda. Kunalokho bayoqhubeka la bagcina khona. Nothambo la bekhona angikhola bayakujabulela ukubona umzabalazo uhlehlele emuva. Ugcinezela umuntu ompisholo. Othambo ngeke balamulele umuntu uma gangwa. Ngaphezu kwalokho, insecurity is a major concern. Izikole azinabo osokhaya bezokuphepha. Kunenqwaba yezikole lapho kungena isigebengu, zikhomba othisha ngezibhamu, zibaphuca izimoto and cell phones. Othisha badutshulele emagcekeni esikole. Okunye ama-social workers and admin clerks, learners who face social challenges have no support. Honorable members, education is not just about books. It's about creating a safe and supportive environment. Language barriers are another challenge. Abafunda abaningi bafunda ngolimi abangaliqondi kahle, which affects comprehension and performance. If we do not address this, we are setting them up for failure. These problems are not isolated, they are systemic. They hinder the delivery of quality education and perpetuates inequality. Education is a constitutional right, not a privilege. Ngakho-ke le motion isiphakanyiswe umkhonto wesizwe phansi ngiyayeseka ngoba uhlose ukubeka lezi zinkinga phambi kwendlu ukuze kuthathwe izinyathelo eziphuthumayo. Honorable members, through you, Honorable Speaker, we cannot afford to delay. Every day we delay. Thousands of learners are denied their future. Sicela uhulumeni wesifundazwe ukuthi athi, number 1, fill teacher vacancies urgently, including a clear plan for maternity replacements. Secondly, provide water and electricity to all schools. This is a basic right. Eliminate bucket system and build proper sanitation facilities. Sekwanele kade kwakukhulunywa ngale bucket system. 4, deploy security personnel, social workers, and admin clerks to schools. 5,
honorable members. The next honorable member for 6 minutes from the IFP, Honorable M. Kaula.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members, indeed the challenges cited by the Honorable Hadebe in his motion are challenges that have been there for ages in our education system, and they are historical and biased. It is for this reason of bias, oppression, and racial inequality, which is also inherent in our education system, that some of us, the majority of South Africans, got involved in the liberation struggle in order to deal with these inequalities, amongst other things. The scholars of education inform us that education is an activity that incorporates 3 major role players: the parent, the learner, and the teacher. Each of these role players is important in their own right in order for effective teaching and learning to take place. Government, as another important stakeholder, has a responsibility to ensure that the education system of the country allows for effective teaching and learning to happen under conducive and healthy circumstances. This is as much as other cited role players also take part effectively in their responsibilities and roles. In explaining this, other scholars put it this way, and I quote, 3 important pillars of an education system are the teacher, student, and environment, close quote. This is quoted from John Dewey. In this case, government is part of the whole in unpacking the environment. This explains the principal theory that education is not just a personal matter, but also a topic that affects the entire society. As a phenomenon that happens within society and also qualifies to be referred to as a social phenomenon, education is also prone to influences of the society. In principle, all social phenomena are shaped by social structures, cultural values, and individual actions, which range from everyday occurrences to major societal shifts. In South Africa, a child's education is shaped by 3 interconnected pillars, which is the home, the school, and the community. In the challenges raised in the motion, the IFP agrees that indeed government has an important role to play in ensuring that schools are properly resourced with personnel and all other amenities. In assessing the success or otherwise of our education system, the motion has tended to be subjective and to politicize the conclusions. This cannot be. You cannot and dare not politicize the delivery of education. Schools have got floor spaces in KwaZulu-Natal. Teachers and learning is taking place. As we speak, learners are writing examinations and will be advancing to the next classes on the basis of assessments that will be conducted by the educators. Provision of sporting and recreational activities is happening. Learning materials are provided by the Department of Education at the beginning of each academic year. Governance through the provision of managerial support by the department and the inclusion of the parental community through the SGPs is happening. A notion that there is a school with a toilet bucket system in KwaZulu-Natal is an exaggeration. What we need to be talking about is that the gap between the previously advantaged schools and the previously disadvantaged schools is not closing fast enough. However, in our higher education system in the country, this gap is no more. Where the gaps are and the imbalances still remain is with our basic education. This imbalance has always been and still remains a great concern to the IFP. Education remains one of the core agendas of the IFP. It has to be noted that all our post-1994 past governments have not been able to close these imbalances adequately, including the administration of the country under the presidency of Mr. J.J. Zuma. One other aspect that needs to be considered is that the honorable members of parliament and legislatures have a role to play in support of their education system and communities, in the communities where their constituencies are. I started the way I did in my background because I wanted to drive this point home, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Your honorable members are provided with resources for purposes of being of benefit to the communities on behalf of democracy. It is not a personal favor or status benefit for just being a member, but is a tool of trade provided by the state so that democracy can work effectively. Some members here are provided with a constituency fund which has never established a constituency pillar for the member. That pillar is necessary to support the education system in your constituency, Honorable Hadebe. Use it likewise. Maybe proper accountability of what these funds are doing, Honorable Deputy Speaker, must be conducted with speed so that appropriate action can be taken. As I conclude, Honorable Deputy Speaker, our education provision in this province of KwaZulu-Natal is taking place, has improved from what it was during the apartheid era, and is gradually advancing. But yes, we still remain with imbalances where improvements have to be effected as both the country and the province. We need, as this legislature, to ensure that the appropriation of funds assists us to deal with this visible backlog in education. Education is a science. Anyone who argues differently from this does not understand education. They need to go back and get schooled before they can come to poison us here with misleading information. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next honourable member for 4 minutes from the ANC is Honourable HGS Mavimbela.
Hello, darling. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members. For over 3 decades, the ANC has placed education at the centre of rebuilding society that apartheid deliberately broke. We expanded access, modernized the curriculum, removed racist barriers, and began transforming a system never designed to serve black children with dignity. As the ANC, we therefore do not deny the challenges raised in this motion, but to confront them with honesty, context, and political will that has always defined our movement. The issue listed are indeed really pressures that some of our schools face, and the ANC does not shy away from these truths. In fact, ANC policies, annual reports, and budget vote speeches have consistently outlined these challenges, often far more frankly than the same opposition parties who now seek to weaponize them. Honourable Speaker, what we reject is the deliberate stripping away of context. The motion lists infrastructure deficit, classroom shortages, sanitation backlogs, and staffing pressures as if these problems emerge under this democratic government. That is misleading and historically inaccurate. The overwhelming majority of these backlogs were inherited from the apartheid and the Bantustan system, which underfunded black schools for decades and left this province with structural compromise, unsafe and neglected facilities. This is the reality the ANC found in 1994, and it is the reality we continue to dismantle brick by brick. Honourable members, let us place facts on record. Since 1994, the ANC-led government has rebuilt schools' infrastructure, completing about 96% of unsafe sanitation facilities under the SAFE initiative, expanded access to clean water and electricity in thousands of historically neglected schools, and rolled out one of the largest classroom construction programs in the country. We have strengthened learner transport for rural communities, expanded ECD's access, modernized teacher training, improved early grade learning through mother tongue bilingual education, and widen support for special needs and inclusive education. We have invested in school safety through SEP's partnership, grown the National School Nutrition Program that feeds millions daily, and improved curriculum resources and digital infrastructure. All of this has been achieved despite severe fiscal constraint driven by national fiscal consolidation. The department now exceeds the recommended 80% compensation of employees benchmark, leaving only 7% of the budget for the operation across more than 6,000 schools. An impossible demand created by the historical inequalities and budget reduction outside provincial control. As the budget presentation confirmed, these pressures limit the filling of critical posts, delay maintenance, and constrains the procurement of tools of trade, security personnel, and ICT equipment. It's only the African National Congress that have brought in the dignity to our schools. These are not excuses, they are realities. And they explain why, even with the largest share of the provincial budget, demand continues to exceed the resources. But despite this, the ANC-led department is not paralyzed. It is acting and active. The department is professionalized. The public service recruiting more educators, specialists, psychologists, and ICT. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mavimbela. The next honourable member for 5 minutes from the MKP, Honourable E.J. Madonsela.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Esteemed colleagues and honourable members, I greet you all. It is common cause that our education in KZN faces systematic problems, including a severe financial crisis due to maladministration, corruption, and ghost employees, leading to underfunding for schools and inability to pay service providers. These issues result in a lack of essential resources, such as inability to pay for electricity or implement programs like learner transport, and an overall crisis in service delivery. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it must be admitted here that there are pockets of excellency in the midst of all the hopelessness. Schools that hold their own and continue to shine amidst such daunting challenges must be recognized and commended. As legislators, we are challenged to find political solutions to the crisis. Political interventions needed to save education in KZN largely revolve around addressing severe financial mismanagement, ensuring adequate and consistent funding, improving infrastructure, and strengthening accountability and governance structures. I'm now going to mention key political interventions. Ensuring fiscal stability and transparency. The KZN Department of Education has faced an escalating crisis due to budget cuts, unfunded wage increase, and poor financial management, leading to inability to pay service providers or procure essential learning materials. Actions. Interventions include seeking urgent financial assistance from the national government, e.g., KZN government requested intervention from the President and implementing stringent financial administration, including partial administration of the department by the Provincial Treasury. The National and Provincial Treasury has made 11-hour intervention to ensure critical activities like exams could take place. Future need. Ongoing political commitment to eliminating corruption, such as addressing ghost teachers and corrupt officials, and ensuring transparent, evidence-based financial report is crucial. Enhancing teaching quality and resources. Ensuring access to quality education that requires a sufficient number of qualified teachers and appropriate learning materials. Efforts include Funza Lusaga bursaries programs to attract prospective teachers and piloting e-learning solutions in selected schools. Future needs. Political interventions must ensure timely procurement and delivery of learning and teaching support materials and fill essential teaching posts to avoid disruption to learning. We consider addressing systematic problems with education in KZN shared responsibility among various stakeholders, including government officials, educators, parents, community members, and non-governmental organizations. Collaborative efforts are essential because the challenges which are often involve resources allocation, infrastructure maintenance, teacher training, and administrative efficiency are complex and interconnected. Key reasons why this is collective responsibility include government role. The provincial government and the KZN Department of Education hold primary mandate for policy implementation, resource management, and overall strategic direction. Community and parents' involvement, active participation from parents and local communities is critical for ensuring schools are safe, students attend regularly, and educational initiatives aligned with local needs. Civil society and private sector, NGOs, and private business can contribute resources, expertise, and innovative solutions, helping bridging the gaps where public resources may be limited. Ultimately, a functional education system provides a direct path to a better future for the youth of the province. Making its success a collective social interest, these interventions require strong commitment and a long-term vision, moving beyond short-term fixes to establish a stable and effective education system in KZN. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next Honourable Member for 6 minutes from the Democratic Alliance, Honourable S. Ngadi.
Honourable Speaker, thank you. Allow me to greet, in their absence, the Honourable Premier, Honourable Members of the Executive Council, Leader of the Opposition, members of this House, and the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Speaker, perhaps the best way to understand today's debate is to not begin with budgets and ratios, but with one learner, a child from Ndwedwe named Bongeka. Uhambo lukaBongeka oluya esikoleni luyindaba engaphezu kohambo ngebanga. It is a socio-logical portrait of the lived realities of children in our province. Each morning, she walks to school struggling with water, through corridors where toilets still use bucket systems, into classrooms where the teacher-to-learner ratio is no longer educationally defensible. Her walk is not simply a journey to a place of learning, it is a journey through the consequences of structural decline. We return to Bongeka's story because policy is meaningless unless it changes her experience. Speaker, the academic literature on public finance warns that once the social sector's wage bill rises beyond 80%, the system begins to lose its resilience, its ability to renew itself, and ultimately its capacity to deliver. In KwaZulu-Natal, 92% of the education budget is now consumed by compensation of employees. This is not merely high, it is fiscally unsustainable. At the same time, National Treasury, through the midterm review, as has just been released, has reduced KZN's equitable share allocation over the MTF by a further 2 billion rand. Confirming that no external rescue is forthcoming. In other words, Speaker, both the cost pressures and austerity measures are accelerating simultaneously. Financially, as I've warned over the last year, the department is in crisis. Then, Speaker, we are assured, formally, that the payroll, audit and employee vetting process would be conducted jointly with Provincial Treasury, ensuring transparency, credibility, and external verification. Yet, we now learn that Treasury has been excluded. Lokhu kukhomba ngokusobala ukuthi umnyango wezemfundo esifundazweni unandaba nokwembula obala impumelela yokuhlolwa kwabasebenzi ukuze kuqedwe ukusola okukhona ukuthi umnyango usagcwele abasebenzi abangekho emthethweni. Without Treasury, the audit risks becoming an internal exercise rather than a structural correction. Therefore, the department now finds itself facing a reality that is mathematically unsustainable. Unless fundamental restructuring occurs, it will be forced by its own calculations to eliminate up to 18,000 teacher posts across 3 years. This is not a DA projection. It is a function of the budget model itself that, if it is not done, may collapse the entire fiscus of our province. Like I said, we are in crisis. Speaker, I raise this in every committee meeting because it is in that committee, the engine room of oversight, where these crises are deconstructed clause by clause. And respectfully, the Honourable MKP Party, barring Honourable Matt Onsela, does not participate constructively in those meetings. Somlomo kuyiqiniso ukuthi ixazululo azidalwa lapha eParliament kuphela. They are built in committees through sustained interrogation, technical analysis, and policy refinement. Public statements cannot substitute for institutional work. They go hand in hand. The MKP is correct, however, to list these crises facing our schools. But listing alone is descriptive. It's not transformative. Without participation, where budgets are scrutinized and reforms negotiated, we will remain in a cycle of diagnosis without remedy. Speaker, as a partner in the government of provincial unity, our responsibility is to confront this crisis honestly without collapsing into fatalism. The DA has been clear. The department has reached a point of no return, and only one reform path remains intellectually defensible: a comprehensive restructuring of the wage architecture of the DOE. Lokhu kusho ukuthi kumele sihlole kabusha izikhundla, silungise ukulingana kwezikole, sicacise izikhala ezixhaswe ngemali nezingenaxhaso. Futhi siqinisekise ukuthi ukuhlolwa kwabasebenzi kubuyiselwa endaweni yokubambisana nomnyango wezemali. Such restructuring is not an attack on teachers. It is an attempt to save the profession itself. It is the only way to restore breathing space for infrastructure, textbook, psychosocial support, and the basic dignity of the schooling environment. And it is the only measure that can shorten Bongeka's walk, turning it from a journey through deprivation into a journey towards opportunity and self-actualization. Speaker, the education system is not merely an administrative department. It is the central engine of social mobility in a society that remains deeply unequal. When it falters, the consequences are intergenerational. Uma singakwazi ukulungisa lokhu manje, sizongcolisa ikusasa kaBongeka nabanye abantwana abayinkulungwane ezweni lakithi. Therefore, let this debate not be a recital of problems from all parties, including those indifferent to committee processes. Because if uBongeka walks through dysfunction, he will have failed.
Thank you. Honourable members from the MK, please can you have some order? Honourable Mgat, can you please lead with example? The next honourable member for 4 minutes from the AFF is Honourable Tinkos.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to yourself, greetings to all honourable members. Madam Deputy Speaker and honourable members of this House, it is such a pity that we are gathered here to discuss a critical issue that is so extremely serious. But the real elephant is in the room here, the so-called Government of National Unity. The EFF has always reaffirmed that the so-called Government of National Unity is built on a rocky foundation where all concerned parties have to turn a blind eye on the wrongdoings and what should be done in order to keep their positions. The issue of corruption and maladministration within the Department of Education is not a new issue. It has been a long-standing even before the emergence of PGU. Umphathiswa uHlomuka ufike washayela isipikili eminyangweni obusuvela uguqa ngamadolo. Kepha ebesilokhu sikhohliswa ngokuthi wenza kahle ngemiphumela kamatikuletsheni nayo. Ngelinye ilanga kuyofanele siyicubungulisise kahle ukuthi le ndaba ye-pass rate lezi ngane zethu eziphasa kahle ziyakwazi yini ukungena ezikhungweni zemfundo ephakeme ngalama points eziwatholile. Instead of holding those who are in position of power to account for this chaos and recalling them if needs to be. Kunalokho sikhohliswa ngokuthi the Department of Treasury has implemented Section 13 of PFMA regulation which give its oversight over the Department of Education. According to the report from the Auditor General, out of 532 million unauthorized expenditure incurred by provincial department in this province, 521 million is from the Department of Education. This alone should tell us that the so-called PGU is tiptoeing around the real crisis by establishing task team now esingazi ukuthi ama findings and recommendation awo will ever be implemented now. At the heart of all this chaos are overworked teachers who are no longer producing their utmost best as they are overburdened, as the Department of Education does not have enough money to hire more teachers. At the heart of all this chaos are innocent children who are deprived of quality education due to the shortage of teachers, lack of infrastructure and resources. At the heart of all this chaos, the department continuously failed to spend the crucial conditional grants such as national school nutrition programs and early childhood infrastructure. If the Premier and the government of provincial unity are serious about building a capable, ethical and development state, no amount of task team will resolve the current challenges faced by the Department of Education without implementing consequences management and corrective measures. It is the Premier, if the Premier is serious about building an ethical and capable state, he knows what to do with regard to this department that has been run to the gutters. He must stop selling out on the altar of political expediency. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 6 minutes from the MKP is Honourable T. Madondo.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the leader of the majority party in this House, Inkosi Uchilisa, the leaders of Umkhonto weSizwe in the gallery, honourable members. Today I rise not only to speak, but to sound an alarm. KwaZulu-Natal is facing an education crisis that grows deeper with every passing year. Education is the engine of development, the bridge to opportunity, and the hope of every parent who sends a child to school. But in our province, that hope is fading. The ladder of opportunity is broken. And for far too many children, the future is slipping through their hands, thanks to this outgoing IFP-led coalition government. Honourable Speaker, we must be honest. We cannot speak of progress while our schools are collapsing, literally and figuratively. The KZN Department of Education receives the largest share of our provincial budget, yet the outcomes remain painfully far from what our communities deserve. Something is deeply wrong, and pretending otherwise is not leadership. Firstly, vacant posts and teacher shortages continue to rob learners of their future. There are schools where one exhausted teacher must teach multiple grades and subjects while managing administrative duties because critical posts remain unfilled. I am a living witness to that, honourable members. Ngifundisa ifundo ezu-5, ifundisa amaklas awu-3, and you expect ukuthi ngiproduce in lab. This is not just an administrative delay. It is a direct attack on the quality of learning. If we expect excellence, we must provide the human resources that excellence requires. Secondly, financial mismanagement continues to drain resources from those who need it
Order,
the
honorable
most.
members. It's getting a bit
Year
loud.
in, year out, we see irregular expenditure, unresolved accruals, and procurement inefficiencies that cripple essential programs. When funds meant for textbook, nutrition, and infrastructure are mismanaged, it is the poorest child sitting in the back of an overcrowded classroom who pays the price. Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, as we speak today, there is a high possibility that learners may not receive their stationery packs come January. Lama austerity measures that are used by the DAMEC to suffocate our department of MEC bakwagogo ayalimaza i-delivery. Thirdly, our schools are no longer safe. Our schools are no longer safe. Crime, bullying, gangsterism, and violence have turned learning environments into danger zones. Teachers fear for their lives. Learners fear each other. Without real partnerships between the department, SAPS, community policing forums, and families, we will continue to send our children into unsafe spaces every morning. Safety is not a luxury. It is a basic requirement for learning. Honorable members, pointing out of the crisis is not enough. Our province deserves action, not excuses, solutions, not speeches. Therefore, as Umkhonto weSizwe, we call for a transparent, credible audit for all infrastructure projects with firm deadlines and real consequences for non-delivery. We also call for a meaningful expansion of the learner transport program to cover all qualifying learners. Number 3, we also call for stronger financial controls and ethical procurement that puts learners, not contractors, first. Akuphele lokwehliswa kwemali ngemlenze ngoba kungamanyala abuyisela isizwe sethu emumva. We also call for a comprehensive school safety strategy built on partnerships with SAPS, local communities, and psychological support services. Isikole nesikole sidinga ukuba nama-security 24 hours, njengeminye iminyango kahulumeni. I also fail to understand why this department is treated like a stepchild in this government. Honorable Speaker, the future of KwaZulu-Natal hinges on what we do now. We cannot normalize dysfunction. We cannot accept mediocrity, and we cannot gamble with the dreams of our children. Let us act decisively, boldly, urgently. Let us rebuild the system, and let us give the children of KwaZulu-Natal the education they deserve, not someday, but today. I thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable member. The next honorable member for 4 minutes from the NFP is Honorable CM Shingo. Honorable members, that is uncalled for. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the executive, honorable members. We approach this motion fully aware of the lived realities of many learners in KwaZulu-Natal, the realities of overcrowded classrooms, dysfunctional sanitation, teacher shortages, and inadequate school safety. These challenges are undeniable, and as the NFP, we recognize the importance of addressing them with agency and honesty. However, Honorable Deputy Speaker, while the motion raises legitimate pain points, the National Freedom Party wishes to also outline fully the lived realities, interventions being made, and key points to this motion, not because issues are untrue, but because the motion does not fully reflect the significant work already being carried out by departments working tirelessly under difficult conditions. The reality is that the Department of Education, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and even the Department of Social Development, through Family Support Program, programs, school social workers and psychosocial interventions have made meaningful progress, even if more needs to be done. For an example, teacher provisioning is being improved through ongoing recruitment drives, stabilization of post-provisioning norms, and targeted filling of specialized subject posts. School infrastructure upgrades are ongoing, with several unsafe buildings replaced under the ACD and SAFE initiatives. Sanitation projects have been rolled out in the rural clusters of Zululand and Umzinyati. School safety programs are now integrated with social developments, family strengthening, and anti-violence interventions because dysfunctional homes spill into schools. Psychosocial support teams supported by the Department of Social Development continue to address trauma, absenteeism, and behavioral challenges. So while the motion paints a picture of absolute collapse, the reality is complex. There is hardship, yes, but there is also active intervention. As the NFP, we must remain honest but fair and critical, yet constructive. Siyavuma ukuthi kuneyinkinga ezinkulu, kodwa asisivumi isithombe sithi akukho lutho olwenziwayo. We can agree on the intention of the motion to demand better, to push for agency, to advocate for dignity in education. There we agree with Honorable Hadebe. But we cannot adopt the framing that departments are inactive. The NFP therefore supports a strengthened oversight plan, clearer timelines, better transparency, community-aligned infrastructure, monitoring, permanent psychosocial staffing, partnership between schools and communities, amakomiti omphakathi. Honorable Speaker, our proposals remain clear. Teacher and staff stability, we must fast-track recruitment systems for educators, particularly in gateway subjects. Permanent school-based social workers supported by DSD, infrastructure and sanitation, a province-wide audit of non-functional toilets, fencing and security, a ring-fenced school infrastructure recovery fund. Safety and community integration, strengthening school safety committees, school community policing partnership in high-risk areas. Because the school crisis is also a family crisis, DSD is already supporting learners affected by abuse, hunger, or absent parents, running youth development and anti-violence programs, funding of NGOs that work inside the school communities. The NFP agrees with the call for urgent, intensified action.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shinga. The next honorable member for 2 minutes from the DA, Honorable S. Ngati. No, guys. No, I don't know who it was, but we can't be speaking the same thing about homophobic remarks all the time. So please, honorable members, whoever said that, can it please be the last? Thank you. Continue.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, let me speak plainly because the future of our children requires honesty and not political theatre. We've heard Honorable Hadebe confidently blame Treasury for every challenge facing the Department of Education. But Honorable Hadebe, with respect through you, Speaker, your argument shows a fundamental misunderstanding of how the appropriation bill actually works. Treasury does not magically invent money. We, as this legislature, appropriate based on what the province has, not what we wish the province has. Blaming Treasury is an easy applause line, but it is not the truth, and the people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve the truth. Then we have Honorable Zuma, through you, Speaker, who once again drives into populism. She tells us to fill the vacancies immediately. But if you ask Honorable Zuma how this must be done, she won't be able to answer you. Because that's what populism does. It feeds on emotion and not facts. And the people of this province deserve better than that. Let me be clear, Speaker. ChatGPT and see what kind of solutions it generates. And then tell yourselves and ask yourselves, have the politicians you have elected actually done the hard work of understanding the issue and giving you a response that is fitting for the problem the department is facing? They haven't done that work. So, ladies and gentlemen, to the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we are working on resolving this issue, and it requires the solution that the Democratic Alliance has put forward today. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
The next honourable member for 4 minutes from the ANC, the Honourable MEC of Education, Honourable S.E. Hlomuka. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, honorable members. Deputy Chair, let me confirm that the African National Congress reaffirmed its unwavering and commitment in building the capable, caring, and the people-centered education system, one in which every child learns in dignity and every educator is supported to teach effectively and every school become a center of excellence. This commitment is not new, as all members they are aware. No, it's not rhetorical, and it is grounded in the ANC long-established policy position, the Freedom Charter's declaration that, open quote, the doors for learning and the culture shall be open, close quote. The ANC strategy and tactics document, which emphasize the developmental state that empowers citizens and successive national and provincial manifestos that place education firmly at the apex of our priorities. As Deputy Speaker, we therefore approach this debate not with slogan, but with responsibility that is imposed on us as a custodian of education. It's important, Deputy Speaker, to acknowledge the concern raised by the members of this House, and we acknowledge they require serious attention. However, we must indicate that this debate have a deficit of motion before us is that of diagnosis symptoms without offering workable or implementable solution. I heard that there were proposals that were made of things that we have already embodied to a school. There are a number of schools, even in rural areas, including Nkandla, kunesikole ekuthiwa Ibizimali, esenza kahle kakhulu. Okusho kona ukuthi ziningi izikole zasemakhaya lezasemalokishini ezenziwayo. Who developing our lezasemalokishini ezenziwayo. Who developing our educators, our training. It's just that I think Honorable Mngadi is part of the portfolio committee. I think he lacks understanding when we explain in portfolio committee. And it's not the KZN Departmental of Education who have been refusing for Treasurer Oguti Abe part of verification of learners and educators. By the way, that program is a program of education. It's just Treasurer, they are just a stakeholder that we must invite. It's not that it's compulsory to be there. However, the minister have requested that they want to take over because they want to do it national. It's not that we are running away, and we are trying our level best to try to provide services to our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Hlomuka. The next honourable member for 7 minutes from the MKP, Honourable L. Matlekwana.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Ngibingelele Inkosi yaseMadungeni Ndaba Ezitha, the Honourable Chief Whip, Honourable B.C. Mngadi, the Provincial Detachment, together with the National High Command, members of this House. Honourable Speaker, the late and great President Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." If education can change the world, then surely it can change South Africa, and by that token, transform the province of KwaZulu-Natal. But let us be honest, judging by the current state in our education system, seems leaders of our society have laid down their weapons. If leaders are the tip of the spear, then these spears are blunt. And what do we need? New spears, sharp and ready to fight for the future of our children. So I stand here today, Honourable Speaker, asking this question to the former ANC government and the now GPU. Why have you not lived up to the words of Nelson Mandela? I will raise 3 points today. Why the government has failed to compete with the private sector in education. Why politicians continue to fail to address issues in the education sector. And lastly, a solution this honorable House can adopt. Let us not pretend a significant portion of members in this House send their children to private schools, especially members of the GPU. If the government itself does not trust its own schools, why should the people of this province? Here is the truth. Even leaders in the education sector admit that government schools cannot compete with private education because of chronic underinvestment in infrastructure, outdated syllabi, and poorly structured schools. Citizens are forced to pay twice, once through taxes and again through exorbitant private school fees, just to secure a decent education for their children. And then, Honorable Speaker, the government robs people twice. First, by misusing the funds for education and driving up the cost of living, one of the most essential needs, education. The extra money families spend on private schooling could be fueling our economy, creating jobs, and reducing inequality. Instead, it widens the gap and it reaches the privileged few. Let us be straightforward. The cost of education, political short-termism. Education reform takes longer than a 5-year term. Politicians want quick wins, ribbon-cutting ceremonies, and photo opportunities. Real change requires hard work, consistency, and sacrifice, qualities that are very rare in politics of today. So instead of fixing the system, they distract voters and with empty promises and cosmetic projects. Meanwhile, our schools crumble, our teachers leave, and our children suffer. In simple terms, all these years, the government has failed, pretending to be working. But then what has made us think people who cannot keep the lights on can never read in the dark? Schools keep the lights on can never read in the dark. Schools cannot function without basic necessities like water and electricity. Yet many operate under the dire conditions. Some resort to the bucket system for sanitation, a disgrace in the 21st century. Honorable Speaker, which member of this House would be proud to hear that their child does use a bucket for a system? And I just want to correct something, Speaker. I did hear the Honorable MEC say there's no school in KZN that uses a bucket system. No, you're incorrect. Elindelani, I forgot the name of the school, but there is a bucket system currently. You must check that. Now, I don't want to empathize. I don't expect the DA to empathize with the people. However, I would have hoped that the ANC and the IFP would, especially since the Honorable Premier is a former education practitioner. But perhaps the school principal is absent, and so are the kids, and running loose, stealing money, destroying feed-in schemes, having family members do contracts with the state. The Premier clearly knows all the naughty things. And the MKP is here to deliver. Security concerns, the absence of social workers, dilapidated infrastructure, these are not just inconveniences. They are dangers education should empower and not endanger. Honorable Speaker, the time for excuses has passed. If we are serious about transforming education in KwaZulu-Natal, we need bold, actionable plan. I propose 3 key steps. Expand that dedicated budget for infrastructure. Speed up the fixing of broken schools, provide clean water, electricity, and proper sanitation. The House can resolve the Honorable MEC for Education and the Honorable MEC for Finance to work together in this regard. Offer competitive salaries and benefits to attract and keep skilled educators. Establish a rapid response system for substitute teachers during maternity and leave or emergencies. Work with the private institutions and NGOs to upgrade laboratories, sports facilities, and digital learning tools. This will bridge the gap between the government and the private schools and restore public confidence in the state education. These steps are not dreams. They are practical, achievable, and urgent. If we fail to act now, we fail our children. And if we fail our children, we fail the future of this province. Honorable Speaker, let us sharpen the spear. Let us fight for education. Let us fight for KwaZulu-Natal. I support this motion wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 6 minutes from the IFP, Honourable MC Mapisa.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the honourable members of the Executive Council, the honourable Chair of Chair, the honourable Deputy Chair of Chair, honourable Chief Whip and honourable members, Ndabezitha inkosi yasemadungeni. The motion before us is very commendable as it provides an opportunity for this House to present useful solutions to challenges confronting the department. However, Honourable Deputy Speaker, one will not be petty and participate in a scheme that is aimed at using the pain of our children, teachers and parents to score political points for my party. That is being dishonest, dishonourable, especially coming from a person who claimed to be an honourable member. As a member who sits in the Education Portfolio Committee, we are aware that 83% of its budget goes to the employees to the salaries of employees. Technically, 17% goes to the operations of the department, including providing the learners with food. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the motion before us identifies critical issues facing the department. To address these issues, we need money. And the biggest question is, where we will get money? Honourable Deputy Speaker, we know the challenges and we have full confidence in the leadership of the Honourable MEC that he will address the challenges bit by bit, brick by brick. We are aware of the existing serious security concerns. Criminal exploit schools with weak fencing, no guards and no support staff. Learning materials are being stolen, infrastructure is being vandalized, and educators live in fear. Without proper security, there can be no stable teaching and learning environment. The Honourable Premier and the Honourable MEC during the TLTP in Zululand did mention that they've made funding available for security upgrades in school, particularly the installation of cameras, which has benefited schools in the province. Furthermore, Honourable Deputy Speaker, they emphasized that community members must become actively involved in dealing with crime because the people who commit crime live among all of us. They are our neighbors, our relatives, and some of them, they are our friends. Therefore, we all have a role to play in fighting crime, especially in schools where our children go to receive education. However, I do agree that some problems mentioned in this motion need more than just community-based solution because the reality confronting our education system is structural. It is true that our schools are facing severe teacher shortages, and in many instances we are relying heavily on teacher assistants to keep classroom functional. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we must be honest. The Presidential Youth Employment Initiative has provided much needed support and we appreciate it, but teacher assistants cannot replace qualified permanent educators, especially in critical subjects like maths, science, and languages. It is not, Honourable Deputy Speaker, no child should learn in an environment that strips them of their dignity. No learner must be in a threat when they go to a school. Honourable MEC, as our partner in government, we need to strengthen our collective hands so that we can find practical solutions to the problem facing our schools. We cannot build KwaZulu-Natal we want when our children's education is unsettled. Another crisis is the absence of social workers in many schools. The socio-economic pressure facing our learners, such as violence, hunger, substance abuse, and trauma, cannot be ignored. Teachers are not trained psychologists. Principals are not social workers. I think that more collaboration is needed between the Department of Education and the Department of Social Development. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as IFP, we are not raising these issues to score political points. We are raising them because our children deserve better and because we believe that we all can do better. We therefore say to the Honourable MEC, we will support you where you are making progress. We will work with you where collaboration is needed, but we'll also continue to hold you accountable where delivery is low or inconsistent. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, honourable members. That was the last debate. I now call upon the response to the debate by the mover of the motion, Honorable LSO Hadebe, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to address 2 points that have been raised by Honorable Kaula regarding our schools in KZN. On floor space in KZN schools. Critic claims about floor space in KZN schools should be approached with caution. While it is important to discuss schools' infrastructure, characterizing floor space issues by Honorable Kaula. Honorable Kaula undermines legitimate concerns about overcrowding and classroom adequacy. I think Honorable Kaula is suffering from some niloquist. He is daydreaming, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Kaula said that there is no shortages of classrooms in KZN. That is daydreaming. Uti, there is no shortage of furniture. Again, that is daydreaming. Uti, there are sports fields in our schools. Again, that is daydreaming. Lipi ground eHubush, primary lemlas. Lipi ground lesikole eMbokodweni, primary school. Lipi ground lesikole eSwelile, high school lemlas. Lipi ground emakhumbuza lesikole. But uthi enjalo MEC waka sport kodwa akakho ima ground uthi kudlalwa aphi. MEC Hlomuka, my honorable MEC, ukhuluma nge-pass rate and teacher effort. Indeed, Honorable Hlomuka, it is encouraging to hear that pass rates are improving. This progress reflects the dedication and hard work of our teachers and the unions and school leadership, not GPU. Teachers basebenza kanzima, they work overtime, teaching extra classes, without any salaries, without any payment, without any remuneration. Mese ziyaphasa ke ngane not ukuthi uhulumeni we-GPU wenza lento. Honorable Zuma, CS Zuma, talk about security concerns in KZN schools. Indeed, Honorable CS Zuma, kunento esanda kwenzeka la Natalian High School at Mbumbulu. There's a report that teachers at Natalian High School in Mbumbulu were robbed in broad daylight. That is deeply troubling, Honorable Zuma. Honorable Zuma says it is because of what has been raised by MK Party, which is a shortage in support. There's really a shortage of security in our schools. Abantu bayibanjela inkunzi baphucwa imoto emagcekeni esikole, but ama-security awaqashwa. Mese bekhala ngokuthi imali ayikho. But ibona bavuma ibudget, but le budget number 1 bayiphasisa bazi bashayelana izandla be-GPU. Ngento engekho enga-exist, niyahluleka manje ukusebenza. Investment in schools, in infrastructure, improved perimeter fencing. I think kufanele kwenzeke njalo. There's a need to improve perimeter fencing, secure entry points, and a reliable communication system for emergencies. Honorable Hlomuka, inkatha isiphikile le emgode toilet. Now Honorable Hlomuka uthi ayikho. Kuyihlazwana ke lokho. Akumgodi ama toilet la olundi. So kudingwa kulungiswe lokho. Asixabani Honorable sesikhuluma ngemgodi ke manje. Wesikhuluma ngemgodi. Ayisiphume. Sibuye ke futhi sibuyele lana ku infrastructure, poor facilities. Many schools lack basic infrastructure, including drinking clean water, electricity, proper sanitation facilities, with some still using pit toilet. Dispute the DPU commitment to eradication of all pit toilets by 2030. I'm telling you, that's what 2030.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, honorable members. That brings us to the end of our debate. Honorable members, we will now stand in adjournment for lunch. We will return at 2 o'clock to continue with the orders of the day. Thank you.
You couldn't, brother.
Kuvuza uZoom.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. You may be seated. Thank you, honourable members. We may continue with the order of the day. We have the third IFP Party Motion this afternoon. I'd like to invite Honourable NJ Kwanyana for 10 minutes to introduce the IFP Party Motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, greetings to the members in the House, MECs and everybody. Madam Speaker, before I start my debate, awuthi ke ngikhulume nalezi ngane ezisakhasayo la endlini. Ngithi kuyingcakida nje kancane. Ngiyancakida nje. Madam Speaker.
Honourable Kwanyana, please wait. Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Madam
Order, honourable
Speaker.
members.
Ngiyabayala nje labantwana abakhasayo ukuthi MK must stop its insane utterances of being obsessed kuphima njengalokhu iyocala nondunankulu isidingo singekho. Njengeqembu lenkatho ngeke sithule sigoqe imkhono sibuka abantu bechachaza phezulu ekhanda kaPrima. Okwesibili ngifuna ukusho ukuthi kwayena uPrima sizomtshela nje ukuthi angethuswa umebuzo wenyoka nalabo abahambe bebhula isikhumba sengulube. Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ngiyanithuma ke namhlanje ngithi hambani niye kubaholi benu niyobabuza ukuthi niyobalanda nini labantu base-Ukraine.
Honourable Kwanyana. Honourable Kwanyana, please may you take your seat.
Thank you.
Order, honourable members.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm rising with Rule 57 and 8. Asizoni ingane zakhe.
Honourable
Futhi asibona abantu. We are honourable members.
Honourable members,
No,
please.
no, no.
Honourable members. Oh, Mr. Waphakama wahlala phansi, so I don't even know how you want me to rule. You just spoke on 57(1)D, but not on what rule does that go with?
1D,
On 1A, I apologize.
Yes.
But what does that go with? What point
My
of order?
point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker. Umhlonishwa laphayana njengomhlonishwa walendlu siyacela ukuthi angasibizi ngabantwana ngaphandle sengasibiza ngabantwana kodwa we are honourable members we are undermine.
Thank you so much, honourable member. We are all honourable members. Please can we refer as all honourable members in the House as such. Thank you. Please can we switch on Honourable Kwanyana's mic? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. No, I know that they are not abantwana. But according to my age, mina ngiyababiza ngabantwana. Anyway, ngiyababiza ke ngaphandle. Not la endlini.
Honourable Kwanyana, we are still all honourable members. Please sit down. We are all honourable regardless of age, Honourable Kwanyana. Can you please withdraw and apologize?
I withdraw, Chairperson.
Thank you. Please continue.
Kodwa ke ngifuna ukubuza ukuthi nizwanini e-Ukraine ukulandela izingane zabantu enanikela ngazo. Zithi noyifunela umsebenzi kanti noyitrainela kuba amasosha MK. Ziyafuna ingane ukubuya nithule manje niqolusile. Hambani niye kubaholi benu ukuthi abenza ama-arrangements okulanda abantu e-Ukraine bangaze babulawele khona. Thank you.
Order. Honourable Kwanyana, there's yes, honourable member. What vote do you rise on?
Madam Speaker, Honorable Commissioner.
No. What is the rule? Honorable members?
57, Madam Deputy Speaker, 57.
Honorable members, please, can you please lower your voice? No, kuluma nam. It was not even him. Ngicela ukhulume nami.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Awuqedanga lo 57 ngoba ulalela abanye abantu.
57
Uhamba nani 57 1A?
Uhamba nokuthi
No, ayikuthi uhamba nokuthi. What rule does it go with? I was lenient the last time, but what are you standing on?
No. Ngizohambisa nokuthi.
No.
Yikona lokho.
Honorable Moyo.
Hlala phansi.
Sacela uhlale phansi. Honorable members on my right.
Honorable Mdanam.
On my right. Dr. Biel, please. Sacela siqhubeke, Honorable Nkwanyana. Please continue with your substantive motion. Thank you.
The IFP has raised the motion and called for this debate with a full appreciation of the critical role that proper sanitation plays in the health, dignity, and overall development of our society. We acknowledge and must continue to emphasize that access sanitation cannot be separated from access clean water. These two basic services form the very foundation of human dignity and are central to realizing the fundamental rights enshrined with our Constitution. When we speak of sanitation, we are therefore speaking about far more than infrastructure. We are speaking about human rights, dignity, and the conditions necessary for the people to live healthy and productive lives. While the government has indeed taken steps towards improving sanitation services over the years, the reality is that progress has been uneven, and far too many communities remain without access to safe, hygiene, and dignified sanitation. Rural areas, informal settlements, and under-resourced municipalities continue to shoulder the burden of historical neglect and ongoing administrative failures. This debate is therefore not simply a procedural exercise. It is a moral imperative. It is not merely necessary, it is urgent. We are holding this important debate at the time when the world just observed World Toilet Day on 19 November. This recognized globally confronts the often ignored crisis of sanitation and hygiene. The theme of this year is sanitation in a changing world. It's accompanied by the blunt but powerful reminder that we always need the toilet. This is not a slogan, it is a global reality check. It reminds us that toilets are not privilege or luxuries reserved for some. They are permanent, non-negotiable necessity for all human beings, regardless of geography, income, age, or gender. World Toilet Day is not a symbolic ritual to be observed out habit. It is a call to action rooted in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 6.2, which seeks to ensure access to adequate and equitable sanitation and hygiene for all by 2030. Yet the global statistics tell a deeply troubling story. Today, an estimated 3.5 billion people still lack access to safe sanitation, and 419 million individuals, many of them women and children, are forced to practice open defecation. These are not just numbers. They present lives, families, and communities living in conditions that no human being should be subjected to. This is not only a public health crisis, it is fundamentally a human rights crisis. The absence of safe and accessible toilets perpetuates cycle of poverty, deepens social and gender inequalities, and places our most vulnerable citizens at constant risk. Poor sanitation is a silent but deadly killer. It is directly linked to waterborne diseases such as cholera and dysentery. These diseases strike hardest and children under the age of 5, who are the last equipped to fight them. We do not need to look far back to understand the consequences. We remember clearly the cholera outbreak that struck KwaZulu-Natal in the early 20s. That outbreak, like so many others around the world, was entirely preventable. It was a strategy rooted in two simple findings: 3, absence of clean water, and the absence of dignified sanitation. The IFP maintains that if we are truly committed to preventing such strategies in the future, then we must invest sustainably and consistently in sanitation infrastructure. Recent findings from the General Household Survey 2024 show that has been progress. Access to piped or tap water has increased, improved, and has grown to 83.1% since 2002. These improvements must be acknowledged, for they demonstrate that these improvements must be acknowledged, for they demonstrate that it's possible when commitment is paired with investment. However, progress does not erase the gaps. These numbers will encouraging still leave millions of South Africans without the basic dignity that clean water and proper sanitation provide. And let us be clear, access to clean water and dignified sanitation is not optional. It is a constitutional right. Section 2.271B of our Constitution guarantees every person the right to access sufficient water and, by direct implication, proper sanitation. When a community is denied this right, it is not just an administrative shortfall. It is a violation of the supreme law of the land. Moreover, responsibility for water and sanitation services lies primarily with municipalities, but the Constitution also places a clear duty on national government to support municipalities and, where necessary, to intervene when they fall. Yet, what we continue to witness is a breakdown in both local delivery and national oversight. The 2023 Green Drop Assessment report paints a deeply troubling picture. The majority of wastewater treatment plants across the country are considered to be in critical condition. This not only constitutes a severe public health risk, but also threatens our rivers, ecosystems, and long-term environmental sustainability. If the condition of this essential system is so dire in major towns and peri-urban areas, imagine the desperation faced by rural communities who already operate on the margins of service provision. We must also confront the sanitation crisis in our schools. These are the spaces where our children are meant to learn, grow, and thrive. Yet for many schools are places where dignity is compromised daily. A report from Stellenbosch University Hospital indicates that around 30% of teenage girls in South Africa experience period poverty, a challenge made worse by inadequate sanitation facilities and limited access to menstrual products. This is not only a hygiene issue, it is an educational barrier. It keeps girls out of the classroom, undermines their confidence, and denies them equal participation in their education. No child should have to choose between dignity and schooling. At the same time, we must acknowledge and commend those who are working tirelessly to address these challenges despite significant obstacles. The KwaZulu-Natal provincial government, under the leadership of Prima Chamintuli, has shown determination, resilience, and a clear commitment to service delivery, even under severe financial and structural constraints. The province has demonstrated that when leadership is ethical, focused, and genuinely community-centered, progress is impossible. While more remains to be done, the people of KwaZulu-Natal can take confidence in knowing that their provincial government is actively pursuing solutions and delivering meaningful change. Honorable members,
Thank you so much, Honorable Ngwanyana.
ngizohlala
honourable
umhlaliso
members.
wena. Ube ngikwazi kubani wena? Unamba bani wena?
Thank you, honorable members. The next honorable member for 6 minutes from the MKP, Honorable M.W. Mkhize.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, inkosi uchiliza. Ngomhla ka 19 November ezinsukwini ezimbalwa ezedlule, the world observed World Toilet Day. Nokho imedia ayisabalisanga umyalezo ngalolu suku. Okuwusuku olubalulekile olusikhumbuza ukuthi indaba yokuhlanza nokuhlanzeka ayiyona into encane, iyisidingo esiyisisekelo sokuphila. This is not just about toilets, it's about dignity, health, and equality. Through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, ukungabi khona kwezinsiza zokuhlanza akuyona into encane, kuyisimo esibucayi esiqhubeka ngokugcina abantu ebuphofini futhi siqinisa ukungalingani emphakathini. Uma ingane yasemakhaya KwaZulu-Natal iphoqeleleka ukuhamba amakhilomitha ukuze iyokwenza indaba yangasese ezindaweni ezingaphephile, leyo ngane iyaphucwa isithunzi futhi ibhekene nezifo. Uma omama abadala engakwazi ukuthola izindawo zokuhlanza eziphephile, baphila usuku nosuku ebungozini. Recent failures show the depth of this crisis. In August this year, a six-year-old boy tragically died after falling into an unsecured septic tank at Umzila Primary School in Danhausen. KwaZulu-Natal still has 254 schools using dangerous pit toilets, despite national promises to eradicate them. Every delay is a risk too great. No child should die because a toilet is unsafe. In Pietermaritzburg, Nyontwele Secondary School was forced to shut down because it had no functioning toilet for over 2 years. The Department of Education had to donate portable toilets as a temporary fix, while promising permanent solutions. Parents had to protect for dignity. In Newcastle, raw sewage spilled into a golf course, a nearby street, for a month, exposing community health hazard because of aging infrastructure and delayed repairs. And in eThekwini, thousands of illegal sewage connections continue to overwhelm the infrastructure, leaving residents with raw sewage flowing into streets and waterways. But, Honorable Deputy Speaker, poor sanitation is not just a health issue. Kuyindaba yomnotho. Izifo ezibangelwa ukungahlanzeki njenge-cholera zigcina zibangela izingane ukungayi esikoleni futhi abantu abasebenzayo bangayi emsebenzini. Lokhu kugcina imindeni ibambekile ebuphofini futhi kwenzeka umthwalo ohlelweni lwezempilo. How can we speak of progress when our people cannot access something as basic as a toilet? Ngakho ke lendlu kumele isebenze. Sibiza uhulumeni ukuthi uthathe izinyathelo ngokusheshsha, hayi kusasa, hayi ngonyaka ozayo, kodwa manje ukuqinisekisa ukuthi wonke umuntu kungakhathaleki ukuthi uhlala kwaNgenetsheni noma eThekwini uthola usizo lokuhlanzeka ezifanele. Futhi sicela uhulumeni atshale imali ekufundiseni umphakathi ngezindlela zokuhlanzeka. Izindlu zangasese kuphela azanele. Umphakathi kumele waziswe mayelana nokugeza izandla, ukuphatha udoti, nokuvimbela izifo. Lokhu yindlela yokwephula umjikelezo wobuphofu nokungalingani. Honorable members, through your honorable Deputy Speaker, sanitation is a dignity. Sanitation is healthy. Sanitation is justice. Masingayekeleli abantu bakithi ngento eyisisekelo kangaka. Masenze lesi sithembiso sanamuhla hayi ngamazwi kuphela kodwa ngezenzo. Ngiyabonga, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 6 minutes from the IFP, Honourable MC Mapisa.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable MECs, the Honourable Speaker, and Honourable Members, Ndabezitha inkosi yaseMadungeni. World Toilets Day is a powerful reminder that dignity begins with the access to something as fundamental as safe and clean and a clean toilet. This campaign compels all of us, government, civil society, communities, and the private sector to keep working until no one is left behind. Honourable Deputy Speaker, across our continent, the picture remains troubling. Africa has made progress, yes, but nowhere near enough. Only 45% of Africans have access to basic sanitation and hygiene services. Population growth, rapid urbanization, and the worsening effect of climate change are eroding the strides we have made. As a result, the gap between demand and delivery continues to widen. Last week, the African Minister Council on Water joined the global community in commemorating World Toilets Day 2025 under the theme, "We will always need the toilet." This theme is a reminder that sanitation is a permanent human right. Without safe sanitation, families are exposed to illness caused by contact with human waste and contaminated water. We have seen communities suffer from diseases and cholera outbreaks that could have been prevented. And these illnesses do not strike all communities equally. They fall hardest on the poorest households. Kungaba isemakhaya, emaplazini nasemjondolo. Places where access to healthcare is limited and where a preventable infection can become a prolonged and life-threatening nightmare. Research shows clearly that inadequate sanitation also worsens malnutrition and digestive diseases, trapping families in cycles of illness and poverty. But the consequences extend far beyond health. For many women and girls, not having a toilet is a daily safety risk. Having to wait for a nightfall to relieve themselves exposes them to harassment, abuse, and sexual violence. This is a reality we cannot ignore. It is a matter of dignity, safety, and of gender justice. Honourable Deputy Speaker, lack of sanitation also has profound psychological impact. When people are denied a basic human need, they internalize a painful message that their lives and dreams matter less. How does a young person focus on education, employment, entrepreneurship when the first challenge they face each and every morning is simply finding a safe place to relieve themselves? Sanitation is a foundation of all things. Without addressing it, our broader developmental aspirations remain out of reach. As IFP, we acknowledge the work that has been done by government, including our coalition partners, has already undertaken to expand access to sanitation in this province. Umsebenzi uyabonakala, and progress has indeed been made in many communities. But we must be honest, more work still needs to be done. The pace of delivery must match the urgency of the need. We must strengthen coordination between departments, invest more aggressively in rural and informal settlement infrastructure, and ensure that every rand allocated to sanitation is spent efficiently and transparently. As a public representative, we all have a role to play, not only in holding the executive accountable, but in championing solutions, supporting communities' initiatives, and ensuring that sanitation is prioritized in our budget. Our oversight and our political will, therefore, Honourable Speaker, I stand in support of this motion. I echo its call and urge every member of this House to work together in realizing the right to adequate sanitary service for all our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 4 minutes from the ANC, Honourable SMM Mkhize.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, before I get on my debate, Honourable Deputy Speaker, allow me as a leader and also as a concerned citizen to raise my concern on the matter of the people who are stuck in Ukraine and Russia. It is a matter that has been brought forward by some of the family members, Honourable Deputy Speaker, to us. And it is a very sad matter. Members of families, we've been speaking to them, we have seen them. It is a very serious matter. And as leaders, it is important that we urge the South African government to assist, if they can, in bringing back those people. It's a serious matter, and it's not a matter of politicking, because people's lives are in danger. They are looking at people dying every day. Honourable Speaker, getting to my debate, from the dawn of democracy, the ANC placed water, sanitation...
Honourable Mkhize, Honourable Moyo, what point do you rise on?
Yes, I'm rising on Rule 57(1)A with 77(1).
Order, honourable members. I can't hear. Honourable Moyo.
Now, at
77?
77(1).
Yeah.
Now, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Kunamacala avuliwe ale matter sikisidinga ukuthi aphume kwi-debate awusela. And at the same time, we really understand.
Honourable members. Honourable member. Honourable Moyo, please stand up. No. First of all, I called Tagalani. We're honourable members. No.
Okay.
Honourable members, please allow me to rule on the matter. Honourable members, please allow me to rule on the matter. Honourable Moyo.
Dali, no.
No.
My piece, you put up tall.
No.
Hambolala, my piece.
Honourable members, you're bringing the House into disrepute. Please, can I rule on the matter? I don't think you know a little bit of the definition of sub judice at the moment and the issue at hand. So I will not take your point of order, but thank you so much. You may be seated. Honourable Mapisa, please may you rise. Please do not bring the House into disrepute. May you please apologize? No. Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, with all due respect and humility, I apologize to Honourable.
Thank you so much for your... Thank you. Honourable Mgadi. Honourable Mgadi, you are the Chief Whip of the official opposition. Please, can you lead with order? Thank you, honourable members. Honourable Mkhize Kabazela, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I so wish Ngabu Moyo Ostakeli. From the dawn of democracy, the ANC placed water, sanitation, health, and basic services at the center of its...
Let me protect them. Thank you. May continue.
Thank you very much. Precisely because millions of our people were condemned to live without the most basic means of dignity. Our policy documents from the RDP onwards and reaffirmed in successive conferences have
Honourable
consistently...
Mkhize, there's someone, may you please be seated? Honourable Makubane, what rule do you rise on?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 57, 1A with Rule 73. In reference...
Can you hold on a second, please? Yes, Honorable Makubane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rule 73 reference to a member by name. A member may not refer to a member by name. Honorable Mkhize, she's there instead of debating the motion that is on table. She's referring to it's Moyo who was supposed to be stuck wherever she's talking about.
I did deal with that,
So
Honorable
that needs to be
Makubane.
corrected.
Thank you. I did deal with that, Honorable Makubane. Honorable Makubane, besengimkhuzile mhlawumbe awuzwanga, but thank you. Honorable Mkhize, please continue with your debate. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And so, Honorable Deputy Speaker, when the world observes World Toilet Day on 19th of November, we are reminded not only of global commitments, but of our own constitution, which obliges this government to ensure that every household, every school, every community, rural or urban, has access to safe, hygienic, and reliable sanitation. Thus, this is not a new conversation for the African National Congress. This is our daily struggle woven into our vision of a society where dignity can never again be reserved for a privileged few. It is precisely for this reason that the ANC-led democratic state has made the most significant expansion of sanitation access in our history, whether in the deep rural areas of Umkhanyakude or the informal settlements of eThekwini. We have rolled out thousands of VIP toilets, upgraded wastewater treatment works, eradicated bucket systems, and extended water and sanitation services to communities that were deliberately excluded for generations. By December 2020, government had eradicated over 41 million of the 52 million bucket sanitation systems nationally and provided upgrade sanitation for more than 14 million rural households. This progress has been strengthened by the Water and Sanitation Master Plan, which gives us a clear roadmap for eliminating remaining backlogs, expanding safe and climate resilient sanitation solutions, and creating local economic opportunities through the Water Services Infrastructure Grant. More than 800 projects have been funded across the country, supporting municipalities, traditional councils, and communities to restore dignity, to improve safety, and strengthen sanitation delivery on the ground. Honorable members, while these achievements are real and measurable, we must also speak frankly about the challenges that persist. Aging infrastructure, rapid urbanization, climate-related damage, the expansion of informal settlements, uneven technical capacity, fiscal constraints, and corruption continue to place enormous strain on sanitation systems. These are indeed the complex realities of a country still healing from the deep spatial scars while simultaneously confronting modern pressures. It is for this reason that the ANC remains committed to strengthening intergovernmental coordination, professionalizing technical capacity. Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Mkhize. The next honorable member for 5 minutes from the MKP is the Honorable NGT Mazibuko.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the MEC, my party leader, Inkosi Chiliza Ngubonduna, MK Party in the gallery, honorable members, I greet you all. Today I rise in this house on the occasion of the World Toilet Day, a day that should remind every one of us that millions of our people still live without basic dignity of safe, clean and functional sanitation. On the 19th of November, we confronted the truth that exposed the deep wound of poverty, inequality, and state failure in our province and in our country. Sanitation, something as basic as a safe toilet, should not be a luxury. Yet in South Africa, and especially in KwaZulu-Natal, it has become a symbol of who is valued and who is forgotten. Let us be honest. The lack of sanitation is not just a health crisis. It is a poverty crisis, an inequality crisis, and an indictment of uncaring state. Those who suffer the most are poor. Those with money have flushing toilets, modern sewage, tile bathrooms, and uninterrupted water supply. Those without money and the majority are left with collapsing pit latrines, overflowing waste, contaminated water, and indignity. For 31 years, ANC has governed this country, of which 10 years IFP has governed KZN. For all these years, they have promised dignity, development, and basic services, which were never fulfilled. Kambe ke ngo-2020 sabona eSouth Africa kubheduka isifo seCovid. Sabona ngiphiwe inqwaba yamathuna abantu bengakafi. Akunikwanga abantu inhlanzeko ibafanele kodwa bahlolelwa ngokufa. Ngale mali okwambiwa ngayo imigodi yamathuna kwakungenziwa kuthuthukiswa ngayo ingqalasizinda. Kuyabonakala futhi ukuthi nasemalokishini amaningi alesifundazwe lenkinga ama-toilets ikhona. Uke uthi uyahamba uzithele phezu kwendle igcwele umgwaqo. Kuphele izinsuku kubikwa komasipala kodwa kungabi naminyakazo. Lokho kuyinkomba zokungakanakekeli umphakathi. In our democratic South Africa, nearly 3 decades after apartheid ended, children are still forced to use unsafe pit latrines, and these are not safe, are not just unpleasant or inconvenient, they have been deadly. Children have fallen into pit toilets, drowned, suffocated, or been injured, a devastation that no family should ever experience, and no society with a functioning conscience should tolerate. Each of those children had names, a future, a family waiting for.
There is a member standing. Sacela umthathela isihlalo. Yes, honourable member, what rule do you rise on?
Every day.
No, what rule do you rise on?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I rise on Rule 57(1)D.
57(1)D, honourable member. Uyacela ukuthi abuze umbuzo. Akawubuzi. Oh, okay. Sacela ubuze uyazi ukuthi it's on your time. Khamba ngesikhathi sakho. Hayi uyobuza ekhaya lo mbuzo ubuye ubuze ngelinye ilanga. Befuna ukuthi Can I continue? Oh, hold on, honourable members. I can't hear. Honourable member, uyabuza noma akabuzi?
Akabuzi.
Okay, ngiyabonga. You may sit down. Yes, you can carry on, honourable member.
These deaths did not happen because of South Africa is poor, but because of a failure of governance, a failure of planning, and a failure of political accountability. Honourable Deputy Speaker, our people do not ask for much. They don't ask for mention. They don't ask for luxury. They ask for working toilets. They ask for dignity as the most basic human rights. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party will not allow the failures of the past to define our future. We will not allow corruption to colonize our infrastructure, and we will not stand silent while our people suffer humiliation that no human being should ever experience. As MK Party, we cannot continue on this path. We must eradicate pit latrine in every school in KZN, upgrade wastewater treatment that works, that are failing and spilling sewage in river and communities, redirect funds from wasteful expenditures into sanitation infrastructure, maintenance and emergency upgrade. Listen to communities whose voices have been ignored while they live beside overflowing latrines and polluted water. Honourable Speaker, it is a moral failure. It is a betrayal of poorest household. It is the clearest possible evidence that poverty is not an incident. It is a result of political choices. Today, we reaffirm this commitment. Dignity is not negotiable. Sanitation is a right. And the era of excuse is over.
Thank you. The next honourable member for 8 minutes from the Democratic Alliance is Honourable L.M. Meyer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I greet the builders, those who believe in the Constitution and want to build a better province. And I greet the breakers, those who want to end the Constitution and who thinks homophobia is a joke, but they'll only say it there, hiding as cowards. They won't come say it to my face. But anyway, let's leave it there. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for bringing this important matter before the House. This issue of accessible and dignified toilet facilities is about far more than a place to relieve oneself. It speaks to dignity, to safety, to public health, to our environment, and ultimately to the quality of life of every citizen in KwaZulu-Natal. It should pain us, every one of us, when we see grandmothers forced to go into the bush or young people risking their safety simply to meet a basic human need. As Robert Maynard once said, human rights rest on human dignity. The dignity of man is an ideal worth fighting for and worth dying for. This debate is fundamentally about dignity and human rights. Deputy Speaker, when we talk about safety, the examples are heartbreaking. We know of children who have been injured or even killed in unsafe pit toilets in schools. In our townships, we hear of women who are afraid to go to the toilet at night or even in the day because of limited lighting, lack of security, and the constant threat of violence while doing something as natural and necessary as just going to the bathroom. We must also confront the environmental and health risks. Human waste carries significant disease risks, and when communities are forced to use the bush or unserviced pit toilets, the likelihood of outbreaks of cholera, E. coli, salmonella, and typhoid increases dramatically. These are diseases that can spread rapidly and kill. So, Speaker, this is not merely a debate about toilets. This is a debate about life, safety, and public health, and a debate about dignity. But once we accept this moral obligation, we must also ask, how do we make this work? How do we deliver real practical improvements in the face of limited resources and ongoing challenges? And as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we have a responsibility to ensure safe, reliable, and dignified ablution facilities in all schools and all public facilities. But we face two major challenges. The first challenge is water. We still have many communities, particularly in rural KZN, without reliable access to water. A flush toilet requires running water, and toilets are amongst the biggest contributors to water wastage when leaks occur. The reality is that building bulk water infrastructure to supply every school and every community will take time. This means that when we talk about toilets, we must also talk about water, we must talk about boreholes, rainwater harvesting, decentralized systems, and alternative technologies. But even these options are not always reliable, and not every area has the subterranean water sources we need. So while we are committed to eliminating pit toilets, we must also be committed to finding viable, safe, and dignified alternatives. Speaker, this is precisely why our recent visit to India was so valuable. India faced a sanitation crisis far worse than ours, yet within a few years made remarkable progress. Through its Clean India mission, India dramatically reduced open defecation and increased access to safe sanitation. The percentage of households without toilets dropped from 55% in the early 90s to just 16% in 2021. Households using flush toilets, particularly those linked to septic tanks, increased from 0% in the 90s to almost 45% by 2019. India achieved this not by relying on expensive advanced systems, but by focusing on solutions appropriate to its socioeconomic realities, systems that are practical, affordable, and replicable. Our goal is not to copy India. Our goal is to learn. We are working to secure skills transfer partnerships and to involve our own tertiary institutions in developing South African and KZN-specific sanitation technologies, including potentially inventing new toilet systems that meet our unique needs. Deputy Speaker, the second major challenge we face is vandalism. It is a crisis affecting schools, clinics, and public facilities across the province. Government cannot continue replacing destroyed infrastructure year after year. But for this, we need a whole-of-society approach. Communities must take ownership of public facilities. Government must work with community leaders, traditional leaders, school governing bodies, ward committees, and all stakeholders to protect these spaces. Because when a toilet is vandalized, it is not the government that suffers. It is the children and communities who lose access to safety, dignity, and basic hygiene. We must also strengthen maintenance. One practical step is to use EPWP workers more effectively, training them to conduct basic repairs, cleaning, daily checks, and stock management. I have seen municipalities and other places that run monthly and annual competitions rewarding the cleanest and best maintained public toilets with prizes for the workers responsible. This is a low-cost initiative that boosts morale, encourages pride, and produces real results. We should explore models like these. I want to echo the words of the Minister of Basic Education, which reflects both the national priority and our party, the Democratic Alliance, commitment. I am deeply committed to closing all pit toilets in our schools and ensuring that every learner and educator has access to safe, dignified sanitation facilities. This is not just a priority, it is a moral obligation. Our own MEC in KZN, MEC Shlomuka, remains fully committed to this as well, and I thank him for his ongoing leadership and his partnership with our department on this. Let us be clear. Accessible, safe, and dignified toilets are not a luxury. They are a foundational part of human dignity. They are a basic public good. They are a matter of freedom, of fairness, and of opportunity. And this is why I invite members of the opposition to join us, not for a meeting of political minds, but for a meeting of practical solutions. Come to the department, bring your ideas and work with us. No party has a monopoly on good ideas. This is a challenge we must face together because our communities deserve nothing less. Let us restore dignity. Let us protect our children. Let us safeguard public health. Let us build KZN better, one safe, clean, accessible toilet at a time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC. The next Honourable Member for 4 minutes from the EFF is Honourable Tinkos.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker and honourable members, allow me to begin this debate by commending the economic freedom fighters for being trailblazers, having launched an Andrstatane cleanup campaign which aims to promote clean and healthy environment. We did not wait for commemoration like World Toilet Day to educate our communities about the importance of sanitation and hygiene. Section 27, subsection 1B of the Constitution of South Africa clearly states that access to clean water is a constitutional right. However, we note with concern that access to safe and sanitation and hygiene remains a challenge in this province. With the South African Human Rights Commission having released a report in 2023 stating that many KZN municipalities are guilty of not providing clean water and sanitation to the most rural communities. Looking at the National Development Plan Vision 2030 of providing affordable, reliable access to sufficient safe water and hygiene sanitation, we are nowhere near that. Sadly, it had to take a commemoration of the World Toilet Day for this government of provincial unity to remind that access to clean water and proper sanitation is a constitutional right. Ezindaweni zasemalokishini abantu bakithi baswela amanzi ngoba phela uhulumeni we-GPU kufanele uhlafune through the tender system. Abantu bawaswela amanzi izinyanga eziningi kulokhu kuthunyela ama-water tankers ukuze kube khona abahlomulayo esikhundleni sokuthi belungise ingqalasizinda. Kumanje uma uvakashela ama-transit schemes lapho kuhlala khona abantu bakithi abakhahlanyezwa izikhukhula, kuyamangaza ukuthi ezinye zezindawo abahlala kuzo azinazo nezindlu zangasese ezifanelekile. Izikhungo zikahulumeni esibala umnyango waka-Home Affairs nomnyango waka-Social Development, izindlu zangasese eziningi ayisebenzi futhi ayinawo namanzi ahlanzekile, ikakhulukazi nje kwaDukuza Home Affairs la okungekho khona ngisho itoilet elilodwa ngaphakathi kuma-offices aka-Home Affairs. Angisayiphathe inkinga yamanzi ahlanzekile kanye nezindlu zangasese ezingekho esimeni ezikoleni lapho kufunda khona abantwana bethu. Siyezwa nje uhulumeni we-GPU ezishaya isifuba ngokuthi ususebenze ngokuzikhandla ukwehlisa isibalo ezikoleni ezisebenzisa ama-pit toilets. The reality is that KZN alone has about 254 rural schools which solely depend on pit toilets, and significant proportion of the population still lacks improved sanitation. Kuyamangaza ukuthi 31 years into democracy kusande izigigaba ezifana nalesi esenzeke eDanhausa lapho khona umfundi waka Grade A eMzila Primary School walahlekelwa impilo yakhe emva kokuba phoseke kwi-toilet lomgodi. Izigameko ezifuze lezi akufanele ngabe zisenzeka kulonyaka uma uhulumeni wethu ezimisele ngokuhlinzeka abantu bakithi kakhulukazi imiphakathi yasemakhaya ngezidingo ngqangi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkosi. The next honorable member for 6 minutes from the MKP is Honorable P.N. Gamete.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Indlu, nabahlonishwa bonke inkosi ukuchiliza, ngiyabingelela. Umkhonto wesizwe Party welcomes this motion and supports the call for immediate action to ensure proper sanitation for our people. However, honorable members, I must express a concern. Why should we repeatedly urge government to promote good hygiene when the deeper problem is that government continue to undermine the contributions of communities and academic institutions? These institutions have invested millions from the national fiscus to produce research, technology, and human capital meant to address sanitation challenges. I refer specifically to the community-led Total Sanitation in South Africa guide, tools and training aid submitted to the Water Research Commission, WRC report number TT626/14 February 2015. The cycle of poverty and sanitation, honorable members, the cycle of poverty in our country is perpetuated by interconnected factors such as limited access to education, unemployment and underemployment, poor healthcare and inadequate infrastructure. These factors compound one another, making it extremely difficult for individuals and communities to escape poverty. Inadequate sanitation worsens all these conditions. Its consequences are severe. Health risks, increased exposure to disease places pressure on households and the healthcare system, environmental pollution, economic burden, dignity and safety. Women and girls face shame, vulnerability and indignity, education disruption, poor school sanitation leads to absenteeism and lower academic performance. Social inequality, marginalized communities feel the impact most, reinforcing existing inequalities. These realities reinforce the need to prioritize sanitation and hygiene as essential elements of human dignity and public health. On government responsibility and research, honorable members, uma uhulumeni we-GPU ubunobuntu, le motion angaba izange ibe lapha namuhla. The issue of sanitation includes strategies and technologies, has long been researched and funded. This is the private. Protect from weather and include proper ventilation, minimize odor, be easy to clean and reduce the spread of sanitation-related diseases. This standard exists, yet implementation is failing. I would love to recognize the fourth administration. Honorable Speaker, during the fourth administration under the President Jacob Zuma, now President of the MKP, many of these issues raised today were vigorously addressed. There were significant achievements and initiatives aimed at restoring the dignity of the people. Therefore, I ask, can we not respect and acknowledge the work that was done during that period? It is clear that much of this progress made towards dignifying our people has stalled since his departure. I urge this House to remember the People's President key initiative, the National Development Plan, a long-term strategy to reduce inequality and improve quality of life, National Infrastructure Plan, over 4 million investments to stimulate economic growth and expand basic services, service delivery improvement, expanded access to electricity, improved sanitation, and increased subsidized housing. These were grounded in the critical policy document, including the Constitution 1996, White Paper on Water Sanitation, 1994, Supply and Sanitation 1994, National Sanitation Policy 1996, Water Act 1997, Free Basic Sanitation Implementation Strategy 2009, Status of Sanitation Services Implementation Services in South Africa 2012. Publication affirmed the definition of basic sanitation and highlighted government's obligation regarding dignified sanitation for all. If the government were to fully utilize existing research technology solutions, particularly those developed through the Department of Science and Technology, our sanitation challenges will be significantly reduced. Honorable members, the knowledge exists, the solution exists, and the investment has already been made. What is required is political will and government to dignify our communities through effective sanitation system, evidence-based policies, sincere recognition of the past program. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. The next Honourable Member for 4 minutes from the NFP, Honourable CM Shinga.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, honourable members of the executive, honourable members.
Honourable Shinga, we cannot see your face.
Angibonakali Somla?
Oh, siyabonakala manje. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga ngixolisa kakhulu. May I switch it off because I'm using the same gadget?
Yes, no problem.
Thank you. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, the National Freedom Party rises to firmly support this motion because sanitation and hygiene are not simple service delivery matters. They are human rights, public health guarantees, GBVF prevention tools, and dignity restoring instruments for our people. Honourable Deputy Speaker, when a child must choose between attending school or staying home because the toilet is unsafe, undignified, or non-existent, that is inequality at its rawest form. When elderly gogos in rural areas must walk long distances at night to relieve themselves in dangerous open fields, that is not just a sanitation issue, it is a safety, GBVF and human dignity issue. Sanitation affects school attendance, especially for girl learners, GBVF vulnerability in poorly lit and unsafe areas, disease outbreaks like cholera, mental health, especially among children and women, social inclusion of people living with disabilities. Other parties we will talk infrastructure. The NFP also talks about the human being behind every statistic because kubuhlungu kungabi nendawo yokuyikhulula ngendlela efanele. It strips dignity from our people. Within social development, we see daily how sanitation and poverty intersect. Families in informal settlements, rural homesteads, and overcrowded RDP areas are battling unsafe pit latrines, broken toilets, lack of lighting that increases GBVF risk, children with disabilities unable to use unstable structures, communities forced to revert to open defecation. The NFP wishes to highlight a dimension often overlooked. Sanitation determines how safe a woman feels in her own community, and therefore sanitation must form part of integrated social protection. While supporting this motion, Speaker, the NFP brings additional solutions that can transform how sanitation is planned in KwaZulu-Natal. The Safe Toilets for Girls initiative, targeted program ensuring safe, private, secure toilets in schools, lightning around sanitation areas, panic button, whistle system, regular safety audits. This directly fights GBVF in school environment. Community members, especially unemployed youth, can be trained and employed to inspect community toilets. But also, Speaker, whilst we support this motion wholeheartedly, it speaks to restoring dignity, highlights public health protection, uplifts vulnerable populations, and addresses women, children, elderly, and disabled in communities. It aligns with the NFP's long-standing calls for people-centered governance. Sanitation cannot be secondary. It cannot be a footnote. Sanitation is a frontline service. So as the NFP, we say, masihlanganeni sakhe indawo eziphephile futhi ezihlanzekile. Dignity must begin at home. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Shinga. The next Honourable Member for 4 minutes from the ANC is Honourable M. Simelane. Mngadi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Speaker, and all the honourable members in the House. Speaker, I would just, before I get into my debate, want to clarify one point. And I think it's important for honourable members that when we debate, whatever points that we bring to the podium, they must be factual. Honourable Mazibuko, uthe ngesikhathi se-COVID, kwagujwa amathuna leyo male kwakufuna isetshenziswe ukwakha ama-toilet. Ngiyafisa nje ukuchaza somlomo ukuthi kule province yaKwaZulu-Natal akukho lapho esagubha khona amathuna untararanta. Akukho lapho esagubha amathuna ngoba sithi sipreparele i-COVID. Instead, what we did in this province when we received COVID funds, we were able to build hospitals instead of field hospitals, but we built our own proper hospitals. We didn't stop there. With the funds that we received, we also renovated our hospitals. I'll give you an example of Clearwood Hospital, Richmond Hospital, almost in all the districts. So imali ke sayithola ngaleso sikhathi eyama funds ayeqhamuke COVID, that is what we did for it. Akukho lapho esakha khona amathuna. Mhlambe ke honorable member ukhuluma ngenye province noma kwenye indawo, just not KwaZulu-Natal. Somlomo ngiyafisa ukuqala ngokusho ukuthi we support the motion that has been raised as the African National Congress because we understand very well what it means not to have a sanitary or indawo yokuyikhulula when you are a person or for community members. That is why the ANC led government has invested consistently in restoring dignity through improved water and sanitation infrastructure. Somlomo, we have expanded sanitation, or the ANC-led government has expanded sanitation and water systems in rural areas and peri-urban communities, upgraded pollution and water infrastructure in clinics and in hospitals, worked with municipalities to repair aging sewer networks. We've strengthened environmental health services in schools, informal settlement, and vulnerable communities, purely because we support and understand that the dignity of a human being is also very important. This is real, measurable work, not slogans or theatrics. And that is why it is deeply unfortunate that some people utilize this particular issue as a matter to campaign. We must be able to work together. We must be able to ensure that the dignity of our communities are protected. The ANC has numerous resolutions on sanitation and hygiene. Particularly, I want to speak from the one that came from the 55th National Conference, which was in December 2022, and the subsequent 2025 Water and Sanitation in Daba. Which focused on eradicating the bucket system, improving service delivery, enhancing infrastructure, and ensuring the financial viability of the sector. The 55th National Conference held in December 2022 reaffirmed earlier resolutions and focused on strengthening them, and particularly in the areas of human settlements, water, and sanitation. The key resolutions regarding sanitation include eradication of bucket systems, innovation solutions, moving to low water, and so forth. Honourable Speaker, sanitation is not a political playground, as I indicated. It is a determinant of health. When sanitation fails, we see more diseases that are related to diarrhea, more skin and respiratory infections, increased malnutrition in children, and greater public vulnerability to outbreaks. We also want to appreciate education. There were 1,377 schools that were identified that had pit latrines. Of those, 1,309 schools have eradicated pit latrines. Somlomo, siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. The next Honorable Member for 7 minutes from the MKP is Honorable I.H. Manchero Basiela.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I greet our party leader and honorable members. Today on World Toilet Day, we are not simply marking a symbolic event. We are confronting the deep truths of inequality, indignity, and the deliberate design of suffering in our nation. We are here to debate the toilet, that simple, everyday object that most people take for granted. Because in South Africa, access to a safe toilet still divides the wealthy from the poor, the comfortable from the desperate, the powerful from the powerless. Honourable members, let us begin by acknowledging a fundamental truth. South Africa is not a poor country. We're a country of abundance, a country rich in minerals, fertile land, oceans, rivers, lakes, and natural springs. A country whose soil contains platinum, gold, rare earths, coal, natural gas, and every mineral that global markets fight over. And let's just pause for a moment to say that the Donbass area in Ukraine has an abundance of rare earth minerals. And in South Africa, it is said that South Africa has the highest quality of rare earth minerals. And let us look at the amount. Let's just take one of these minerals and let's take gold. Let's look at what is the value of gold that is mined in South Africa in a year. It is 13 million ounces of gold. That amounts to 982 billion rand. That is the kind of wealth that we have in this country. How do we explain a situation where a country where wealth flows but not to the people? And here we have to look at how and why this happens. The parties on the right are those that govern the province in KZN. And let us look at how do they come to govern. In the 2024 elections, the IFP got an 18%, the ANC 17%, the DA 13%, and the NFP 0.56%. The MK Party got 46.25%. The right of the majority party, the right of the party which got the most votes to form government, it was this party, MK, which had the right to form government. That right is a universal right. And parties on the right, when you speak of coalition, you have to measure the strength of each party. How is it possible that not a single MEC, not a single portfolio chair is not represented by the will of the people? The people spoke loud and clear, and you ignored that. But we do know that you understand that. We know that you understand it because in our portfolio, in the calculation of minutes in debates, guess what? The NFP has 4 minutes. The DA and the ANC have 8 minutes, 8 minutes. The IFP have 12 minutes, and the MK Party has 24 minutes. So these parties on the right know full well that the party which has 24 minutes is the one that ought to control government. You all have imagine a 4-minute party is now in charge and has a position over a 24-minute party. In this, our people who watch these debates will see every time. Why do MK speak so often in these debates? Why? Because that's the one place you couldn't do mental gymnastics. You did the parties on the right engaged in mental gymnastics, and they gave themselves more seats, they gave themselves everything. The will of the people must prevail, and it's 46.25%, not the 11%, not the 13%, not the 4%. And that is the reason, and we say to our people in this country, wait, there's one thing you cannot fight against thunder. apologize for using the word fart. We are the majority party and we will prevail. It may be not this time, it may be the next time, but there is no way that the will of the people will not prevail. So, to the people of Magabula, to the people in KwaZulu-Natal, the people in the Alfred Duma municipality, in the Alfred Duma municipality, human waste flows into the river, and the parties on the right, they know about it. We've even requested through COCTA to go and repair that, repair the sewer systems which just spew human waste into the river. Now,
Honourable Member.
There are 350 families.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on 57(1)D.
57(1)D. Honourable Basielo, can the Honourable Member ask you a question?
No.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the parties on the right know that 350 households use water from that river every day. It's contaminated, high levels of E. coli. What do? Nothing. In KwaZulu-Natal, Rocky Park was disconnected, hard disconnections from water. Why? It is illegal, but this is the system that the parties on the right are part of, where the billionaires become richer and become trillionaires and the poor get poorer. Other speakers have spoken about the rights of water, so let me not go there. It's constitutionally protected. Hard disconnections are not allowed, but amongst the poor, hard disconnections. Schools where poor children go to, are children of families who are not rich, they get disconnected. So water is very much a part of this subject. Without water, there is no toilet. It is merely a plastic chair, a cement hole, a symbol of abandonment. A toilet without water. Well, that's what happened when the disconnections continue and people are withheld. In Magabula, they walk for 3 kilometers just for a bucket of water. How on earth is the toilet flush? There's no water. You've got pit toilets, you've got pit latrines which overflow with human waste all over. Honourable members, when the World Economic Forum and other global interests frame water as an economic asset, as a commodity. Water is not a commodity, and the right to a toilet is not a commodity. That is what belongs to all the people.
Thank you so much, Honourable Basiela. Thank you, Honourable Members. Just for the point of reference, Honourable Basiela did mention a word. She did apologize, but not withdraw, but it will be struck from the record. Honourable Member, the next Honourable Member for 6 minutes from the IFP is Honourable NP Dlamini. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honourable MECs, Honourable Members. I stand in support of the motion before this House as moved by Honourable NJ Nkwanyana. According to UNICEF, more than 3.4 billion people, almost half of the world's population, does not have safely managed sanitation.
Sorry, Honourable Dlamini. Honourable Members, you are drowning the speaker on the podium. Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With over 345 million still using open spaces because they do not have a choice, women and girls face the greatest risk and Africa carries the largest burden. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this is a crisis that affects health and dignity, and it has also kept families trapped in poverty. We are not short of legislative and policy frameworks when it comes to this issue. From international to national instruments such as the Millennium Development Goals, which ended in 2015 to 2030, Sustainable Development Goals. The language has always been the same. Everyone has a right to adequate water and sanitation. The South African Constitution and Water Services Act also states that access to water and sanitation is a right. Section 7 of 2 imposes an obligation on the state to respect, protect, and fulfill these rights and all other rights contained in the Bill of Rights. I agree that the law accepts that government cannot build everything at once, which is why Section 27 provides the socio-economic rights must be achieved within the reality of available resources. However, the state must have a clear plan with a time frame and budget to expand access. This requires cooperation between national, provincial, and local government because it cannot be that 30 years into democracy, people should be still complaining about access to water and sanitation. In KwaZulu-Natal, we know that the lack of sanitation is linked to the lack of access to water and the collapse of infrastructure. The rural community are affected the most. Many schools and clinics still operate without proper toilets. This is unacceptable. The work must move faster, especially now that our province has a new government of provincial unity. Our people should feel and see the new energy and new commitment. As the IFP, we welcome the leadership of MEC Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi in Kokta. He is working closely with district municipalities to improve water and sanitation. He understands that communities want to see real change, and I am confident that under his watch, we will see progress. I urge that the MEC to continue strengthening accountability and work hand in hand with a South African Human Rights Commission, where many complaints about violation of the right to water and sanitation are received. In closing, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would like to say that the World Toilet Day is call to action. It reminds us that sanitation protects life and prevents disease. We must do more to create safe space for women, children, and elderly. Every person in KwaZulu-Natal deserves a toilet that is dignified, and to achieve this, the government must act with agents. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dlamini. Thank you, Honorable Members. That was the end of the substantive debate, and I invite Honorable Nkwanyana for the response for 5 minutes. Honorable Members, can we please respect the Honorable Member on the podium? Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. Firstly, let me welcome all the members who participated in this debate. I'm very much happy, Chairperson, because it seems as if all the members are positive on this issue. It's only those who just want to say their own things, which is not relevant with this debate. Angizwakali. Sengiyamemeza-ke ngiyakwazi phela nokumemeza. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mazibuko ukhulume ngendaba yokuthi kwambiwa amathuna. Kodwa ke userespondile uMEC uMagujwa. Angizukuthuliswa wena. She did it very well. Ukuthi responde to the issue. Ngoba like KZN, I haven't seen any grave MB or I didn't hear anything about the graves that were been dug in this province.
Honorable Members, order. Continue.
And she continued talking about corruption. She said corruption is much heavy here just because abantu badla imali kahulumeni. Ngithi ke mina ke akufani na ukukhuluma ngecorruption. Njengoba bejomba nje kanje befuna ukuzophatha la. Ingaba befuna ukungena eminyangweni yonke badle imali ngoba vele bavele bahlezi phezulu kwe-state capture abakhelwe phezulu kwazo. Ngicela nithule i-state capture abakhelwe phezulu kwazo. So I'm very much happy, Chairperson, about this debate. Let's hope we're going to make positive issues, positive things. And I also urge the municipalities, they must make toilets, free toilets in the ranks. Sometimes you find people paying R2 in the toilets. That is uncalled for, because sometimes you don't have the R2 to pay, yet you need to go to the toilet. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. That brings us to the end of the IFP debate. Honorable members, can we now move to the last debate and last item on the order paper for today? The second ANC party motion. I'd like to invite Honorable MC Fraser for 10 minutes to introduce the motion. Thank you so much, Honorable Fraser.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, in your absentia, the leader of the government.
Honorable Fraser, I'm so sorry. Is there a problem with the mic? It doesn't seem like it's projecting properly. Can we just have it checked out, please? Thank you.
It is audible, though.
Thank you. You may continue, Honorable Fraser.
The leader of government, business, MEC for transport and human settlements, Honorable Siboniso Duma, Mtombeni Lwandle, and honorable members. The African National Congress rises today with immense pride and a deep sense of purpose to move this motion, a motion that recognizes not only the opening of phase 1 of the N3 upgrade, but the broader transformation unfolding across KwaZulu-Natal under the leadership of MEC Siboniso Duma and the hard-working men and women of the Department of Transport. Honorable Speaker, the opening of phase 1 of the N3 upgrade is indeed a historic milestone, as it represents what happens when courage meets competence, when planning meets implementation, and when government works with discipline, unit, and developmental clarity. This 6.8 billion project is part of a 33 billion network of upgrades across 15 strategic transport corridors, a scale of investment not witnessed in our province for many years. Honorable members, this is not a promise, nor just theory. This is a reality being built with bricks, hard labor, and the sweat of our people. This is the ANC at work. The N3 is not any ordinary road. It is the economic spine of KwaZulu-Natal, the gateway that connects our people, our goods, and our economy to the rest of the country and the world. The opening of phase 1 signals to investors, to communities, and to every citizen that KwaZulu-Natal is rising. But this N3 upgrade is only one chapter in a much bigger story. Under the MEC Duma, the Department of Transport has undertaken one of the most extensive programs of infrastructure renewal and community-centered development in the country. The department has championed major corridor upgrades, accelerated the construction and rehabilitation of rural access roads, undertaken bridge building programs that reconnect isolated communities, strengthened the routine maintenance, expanded SMMEs, empowerment across all districts, and also intensified road safety initiatives. And also lastly, revived the department's presence in the lives of ordinary people. Where many saw challenges, MEC Duma saw opportunities. Where many saw obstacles, he saw the potential for unity, safety, and economic upliftment. Honorable Speaker, the department's commitment for this financial year exceeds 13 billion, covering new roads, constructions, resurfacing,
repairs, bridge upgrades, public transport operations, and safety programs. More than 34,000 kilometers of road network fall under the department's care, and day in and day out, we see tangible improvement in districts after districts. We're talking, those programs include upgrading critical commuter routes, resurfacing major provincial roads in Mkungundlovu, King Cetshwayo, Herigwala, and Amajuba, revitalizing gravel network to support farming and rural economies, and introducing new safer design for dangerous intersections and accident-prone zones. This is certainly visible progress. Honorable members, we must also celebrate the strong emphasis placed on economic inclusion. Thousands of youth, women, and local businesses are being empowered through subcontracting, training, mentorship, and economic participation opportunities embedded within these infrastructure projects. This is development with intention. This is development that changes lives. This is development that reflects the ANC election manifesto and the NDP's vision for inclusive growth. But perhaps the greatest strength of the MEC Duma's leadership lies in something deeper than technical delivery. It lies in his unshakable commitment to unity and social cohesion. KwaZulu-Natal knows the pain of division. We know the scars left by violence, mistrust, and political manipulation. That is why MEC Duma's leadership, anchored in partnership, cooperation, and mutual respect, is both strategic and healing. He has brought communities, labor, business, and traditional leadership into one developmental table. He has insisted that infrastructure must not only build roads, but must also build peace, belonging, and shared responsibility. He has shown that a united province is a growing province, and that a divided province is a stagnant one. Unfortunately, in the unfortunate era, we are in the the 2024 general elections. There are those who refuse to acknowledge progress, those who choose to close their eyes to the truth because the truth threatens their political narrative, those who twist facts, deny development, or attempts to divide communities for short-term gains. But unfortunately for them, they may deny the work but cannot deny the results. They may reject the progress, but the people can see it. They undermine the ANC, but they can never undermine the roads, bridges, and opportunities the ANC has built. Honorable Speaker, this motion before us today is not simple about recognizing a project. It is about recognizing a direction, a clear strategic direction that positions KwaZulu-Natal to lead in logistics, connectivity, transport safety, and economic renewal. It is about recognizing a department that has found its rhythm, a leadership that has found its purpose, a province that is finding its confidence again. Let us support this motion because it reaffirms a truth that we cannot run away from. Infrastructure is not about tar. It is not about concrete. It is about dignity, mobility, jobs, development, and unity. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the African National Congress, I call on every member of this House across political lines to unite behind this motion, to unite behind the work of the department, and to unite behind the vision of building a safe, connected, modern, and prosperous KwaZulu-Natal for all. This is the ANC's commitment. This is MEC Duma's leadership. This is the people's victory. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Honourable Fraser. The first member to debate the motion for 6 minutes from the MKP, Honourable SD Mabaso.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Nkosi Semadungeni, Honorable Chief Whip, Whipari yonke, members of Umkhonto, members of the legislature, Ngiyanibingelela ntambama. We meet today under the banner of Government of Provincial Unity, a government that promises fairness, shared progress, and equal development. But today we are presented with a motion that celebrates billions spent on a single highway while millions of our people still walk and drive on gravel roads, fetch water from rivers, and wait for ambulances for days. Ngabala ngifike phi kuningi. Is this unity? Is this inequality disguised as development? Honorable Speaker, the 6.8 billion phase form part of a 33 billion investment across 15 transport corridors. Is it true that such upgrade will ease? It is true that such upgrade will ease congestion, improve the movement of goods, and support economical growth. But the real question remains, is this money being used effectively? Cost escalation and repeated allegation of corruption. The people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve more than celebration. They deserve transparency about who benefit from these contracts. Are local businesses genuinely empowered, or is this yet another instance where political connected companies take millions share while ordinary people are sidelined? We hear community complain. Jobs are promised but not delivered. If government claim empowerment, then let us see the proof of procurement reports published openly for all to see. Empowerment cannot be a slogan. It must be visible and measurable. Umbiko waseZululand District Multi-Party Oversight le ekade sikuyo kulamaviki adlule ukhombisa isithombe esikhathazayo ama-project amanzi amile, izindlu ezingapheli, imigwaqo emigodigodi, omasipala bachitha imali noma idliwe bahlulekile ukufinyelela ngisho kumaphesenti awu-66 enhlelweni zokuletha insiza. How can we celebrate one highway while basic service collapse elsewhere? Meanwhile, rural roads are catastrophic. 76% of farmers says roads are poor, full of potholes, threatening food security and local economies. Billions flow into highway while rural communities remain forgotten. Is this progress for all or progress for the few? Ngakho-ke, Honorable Speaker, esikhundleni sokudumisa u-MEC Duma njengomphathiswa wezokuthutha ngokweqile, le ndlu fanele ifunwe ukubekwa obala ngokuphelele. The MK Party believes in development, but development that is fair, balanced, and corruption-free. For these reasons, we demand, 1, a full audit of all major infrastructure projects, including the N3 upgrade. 2, equal priority for rural roads, water infrastructure, and healthcare facility. 3, transparent procurement process that empower local businesses, not political network. Sengphetha, Honorable Speaker, this House must not accept motion but built on half-truth. We must hold the executive accountable, insist in transparency, sifune ukuthuthuka okufinyelelayo kuzo zonke izindawo zaKwaZulu-Natal, hayi kuphela kumzila we-N3. Siwumkhonto wesizwe sithi, yes to development, yes to jobs, yes to progress, but not to secrecy, not to corruption, not to empty promises. Masimenda onye, not just in celebration, but in demanding transparency, fairness, timely delivery, because only then KwaZulu-Natal
will truly prosper. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 6 minutes from the IFP, Honourable KM Zondi.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Zondi, can we please see your face? Honourable Zondi.
It's visible on our side.
Sorry, honourable members, I cannot hear Honourable Zondi. Oh, here you are.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Deputy.
It's very soft. Honourable Zondi, can you put up the volume on your device, please? Sorry, honourable members. Please, can you put your voices down? I cannot hear Honourable Zondi. Honourable Zondi.
Yes, Honourable
Honourable members, please, can you keep your voices down so that I can confer with Honourable Zondi? Honourable Zondi, please speak. I didn't see your face. Honourable Zondi.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Zondi? Yes? No. Honourable members, please. Honourable Zondi, is it possible to give your speech to another honourable member? MEC. He's not debating as an MEC.
Honourable.
Then Honourable Zondi?
I've asked Honourable Kaula to debate on my behalf.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, what I'm going to do is go to the next member and then come back to Honourable Kaula. So with that said, we will start with 4 minutes from the ANC, Honourable MD Ndebele, and then after that we will go to Honourable Kaula. Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members. The opening of phase 1 of N3 upgrade is not just an engineering milestone. It is the declaration of KwaZulu-Natal future, written in concrete and in steel, rejecting the stagnation theory that some try to manufacture about the province. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this phase represents 6.8 billion economic intervention as part of 33 billion N2 N3 modernization program, among the largest infrastructure transformation the province have ever seen. This program is rooted not in noise, but in planning, not in theatre, but in statecraft, not in populism, but in development. Others ask, Honourable Deputy Speaker, why pay so much? And they ought to know. N3 is a spinal cord of our economy as a country. It carries between 45,000 to 120,000 vehicles a day. It moves over 70 million tons of weight of goods a year, enabling 70% of South African goods to move. This is the lifeblood of our economy. If you upgrade N3, you rewrite the historical architecture of our economy. Across N2, N3 corridors, this program will create 35,500 direct jobs, injecting 2.3 billion to local households and channel 8.8 billion to black SMMEs, the largest economic pipe dream this province have ever seen. Fundo zokwazi. On N3 alone, 247 workers are on the field in Linksfield Park. We will rise this number to 450. 237 workers in Cato Ridge, and will rise this again to 450. 430 million is ring fence for SMMEs. 385 million will follow in the next phase. Over 70 contractors are going to benefit from this project. These are not slogans. These are livelihood. Not headlines, but these are household eating because of this government. Not promises, but train moving. Not anything else, but scaffold rising. And here, Honorable Deputy Speaker, some will find it at pain to acknowledge the fact that the strategist behind this N3 project is none other than the Multi-African National Congress. Yes, it is the ANC that has conceived the logistical industrial corridors, aligned it with National Recovery Plan, and ensure that billions as required are investment. And MEC Sboniso Duma is a disciplined executor of this project. Yes, Honorable Duma implement with precision. Honorable Duma plans with foresight. Honorable Duma unites stakeholders while others sow division and turns the budget into breaches. He turns the schedule into progress. Those who deny this, it's because they know that a capable state threatens their political despair. Those who attack this project do so because they strive when there is hopelessness. Those who shout, they do so, but they know the bitter truth, that while they speak, the ANC build. While they shout, the workers earn. While they dramatize, contractors, one by one, they get their work. While they make noise, we open phase entry, phase by phase. Asimile siyaqhuba.
Thank you so much, honorable members. As mentioned, we will go back to the IFP for 6 minutes. We request Honorable Kawula on behalf of Honorable Zondi. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable MECs, colleagues, honorable members. On behalf of the Honorable Zondi, Honorable Speaker, I rise in support of the motion celebrating the ongoing strategic upgrade of the N3 highway between Pietermaritzburg and Durban. The 80-kilometer corridor, which forms part of the Durban-Free State-Gauteng logistics corridor, is a cornerstone investment in KwaZulu-Natal's economic future. The South African National Roads Agency affirms that the N3 upgrade is critical to boosting efficiency between the port of Durban and the industrial hub of Gauteng. It is the busiest freight corridor in South Africa, underpinning both provincial, national, and Southern African economies. In 2024 alone, Durban's container terminals processed 2.65 million TEUs, units of cargo, highlighting the immense trade that depends on this artery. With Gauteng contributing over 33% of South Africa's GDP and KwaZulu-Natal around 16%, the economic stakes of this corridor are indisputable. The project's scale is unprecedented. The 52 billion infrastructure upgrade, 33 billion rand for the N3 and 19 billion rand for the N2, includes 16 packages across the N3, encompassing realigned interchanges, widened lanes, and high occupancy bridges to ease notorious bottlenecks like Key Ridge. Launched in 2020, early sections such as Cato Ridge, Ashburton are already complete, with full completion expected by 2032. We appreciate the smooth flow of traffic along the sections that have already been opened, which bears testimony to the project's early success and tangible impact on commuter and freight efficiency. Beyond its role as a freight corridor, the N3 upgrade is central to the densification of the urban corridor between Durban and Pietermaritzburg. Through new urban development, sustainable human settlements, tourism, and industrial expansion, this corridor is set to become a thriving economy spine of KwaZulu-Natal. Complementing the N3, the N2 corridor also remains a strategic priority, particularly with the catalyzing effect of special economic zones, industrial development in the Durban South Basin, and the development of the Durban Aerotropolis, a 21st century smart city centered around the Durban trade port, driven by efficient ground and air connectivity. These developments are expected to enhance trade, attract industrial investment, and stimulate urban growth. Already, the Department of Transport reports that over 6,600 jobs have been created and 3.8 billion rand allocated to local SMMEs. Notably, over 900 local laborers have participated in the N3 contracts, and early projects like the 82.5 million rand Camperdown interchange have aided 100 more. Over 2 billion rand has been awarded to emerging black owner-owned contractors, including the Abanyaba Bemu, building skills and inclusion in the local economy. Beyond job creation, the N3 upgrade is a logistics game changer. The addition of lanes for freight vehicles and ongoing realignment of hazardous sections directly reduce travel times, ease congestion, and slash export costs. These enhancements improve port turnaround and logistics chain efficiency, particularly vital for KwaZulu-Natal's competitiveness in agriculture, manufacturing, and international trade. The project is also an enabler for new economic zones. The emergence of logistics hubs in Hammersdale, Cato Ridge, and Camperdown is already visible. The Cato Ridge Inland Port Project will decentralize freight handling, reducing congestion at Durban while expanding rail and truck connectivity. Sunrail's upgrades at the Camperdown interchange support access to one logistics hub and similar industrial estates now rising along the corridor. When compared nationally, this is one of the largest single province road investments outside Gauteng. While Gauteng continues to expand its urban freeway network, KZN's focus on the country's busiest port access corridor reflects a balanced and growth-oriented national investment strategy. No other province handles more road freight volume than the Durban-Johannesburg route. Honourable members, the facts are clear and compelling. The N3 upgrade is already transforming our province's economy. Tens of thousands of jobs have been created, hundreds of local contractors uplifted, and key choke points eased. When the work is finished, goods will flow faster from Durban to Gauteng. Exporters will save time and money, and KwaZulu-Natal's economy will be better integrated with national and regional markets. In parliamentary language, this is an investment fit for purpose. One that unlocks growth, improves safety, and elevates KZN standing. I therefore urge all members to support the motion on this floor. Let us formally recognize and celebrate this outstanding project, which not only meets our transport needs, but also unlocks new investment and development for our province. In doing so, we affirm that quality infrastructure is indeed the engine of economic revival for KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa as a whole. Lastly, Honourable Chairperson, while we celebrate the significant infrastructure upgrade at N2 and N3 corridor, we want to say thank you, South Africa. Thank you, transport.
Thank you, Honourable Kaula. The next Honourable Member for 6 minutes from the MKP is Honourable N.M. Gasa.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Inkosi yasemadungeni, Honourable Members, Umkhonto weSizwe Party leadership at the gallery, Nyanbingelele. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the motion before us today is not just flawed. It is a masterpiece of misdirection and grand illusion paid for by 6.8 billion of the people's money. The ANC would have us believe that The opening of a single phase of a highway is a historic milestone. Historic, let us be clear. The only thing historic about this project is the length of time it has taken and the sheer volume of empty promises that have been poured into the tarmac. The motion speaks of 6.8 billion project, part of a 33 billion investment. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we say at what cost and for whose benefits. Let us demolish this fiction point by point. Okokuqala, on job creation and local empowerment, the ANC talks of creating jobs. What they don't tell us is the nature of these jobs. They are temporary, they are precarious, and they are far cry from the sustainable employment our people desperately need. Once the last layer of asphalt is laid, the jobs disappear. This is not empowerment, it is a temporary pacification program. And empowering local businesses, Siyabuza, Mapon, the well-connected few ties to the ANC tender aristocracy, or the true struggling small businesses of our townships. The history of ANC-led projects is a history of gatekeeping, where contracts flow to a closed circle, leaving the majority with crumbs. Okwesibili, on the cost and the priorities, 6.8 billion, Honorable Deputy Speaker. While this government celebrates a highway, our province is in crisis. Our hospitals are crumbling. Our schools are overcrowded. Our water infrastructure is failing. And our people live in fear due to rampant crime. The ANC priorities are twisted. They would rather build a road for cars than fix the pipes that bring water to homes. They would rather pave a highway than pave the way for a better quality of life for the millions who are suffering. This is not a catalyst for growth. It is a symbol of a government that has lost its way, that cares more for concrete and steel than for the flesh and blood of its citizens. Okwesithathu and most insulting is the call for unity. The motion commends the MEC for using transport infrastructure as a catalyst for unity, when an absolute insult to the intelligence of the people of KZN. A highway does not unite people. A highway does not heal the deep wounds of poverty, inequality, and political division that this very ANC government has exacerbated. To stand here and tell us that asphalt is the glue that will bind our province together is not just naive.
Honorable Gasa, may you please take a seat? Honorable Ndebele, what rule do you rise on?
No, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise on Rule 57(1)A.
That goes
with Rule 55.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker, in terms of the dress code, for the lack of a better word, ngoba ngiyazi ngesiZulu, ngibona umhlonishwa ugqoka amagqamfohlo la, leyibuke kuthiwa amagqamfohlo, amagogolo, namaXhosa. Is it parliamentary to wear like this?
Honorable members for the MK, please can you allow me to rule? Thank you, Honorable Ndebele, but it is prescription. It has been spoken to with the Honorable Member, so she is very much aware. Thank you.
Stand here and tell us that asphalt is the glue that will bind our province together. It's not just naive, it is a deliberate attempt to distract from their failures in governance. You cannot pave over poverty, you cannot tar over unemployment. The MEC and this ANC government are asking us to stand together, but bahlangane nongciwa badayisa ngabantu abamnyama. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, we cannot in good conscience offer full-throated commendation where significant questions remain. We do, however, acknowledge the completion of a complex piece of infrastructure. We encourage the MEC and this government to complement this achievement with a renewed focus on the less visible but not less critical foundations of our society. It is there in the health of our people and the education of our children that the most profound and lasting unity and economic growth will be found. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 8 minutes from the DA, Honourable R. Gokul.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, today we acknowledge the opening of Phase 1 of the N3 upgrade between Pietermaritzburg and Durban, a development that indeed marks a significant milestone for KwaZulu-Natal. This 6.8 billion rand investment, forming part of a broader 33 billion rand upgrade across 15 transport corridors, is an important step toward modernizing our provincial economy, improving logistics reliability, and positioning KwaZulu-Natal as a gateway of opportunity. The Democratic Alliance supports progress. We support development, and we support infrastructure investment that is transparent, strategic, and beneficial to our communities. It is essential, however, that we clarify and respect the constitutional separation of powers between national, provincial, and local spheres of government. The upgrade of the N3 and N2 highways is a SANRAL project, and while it is appropriate for this House to welcome and support any infrastructure improvement in our province, we must guard against a growing trend where provincial departments attempt to claim credit for work outside their functional mandate. Speaker, the DA fully supports large-scale infrastructure projects such as the N3 upgrade because they underpin economic growth. But while national government builds highways, the provincial department must fix the roads that people use every day. Because if we want investors to put their money into KZN, if we want industries to expand, if we want tourism to thrive, if we want agriculture to reach markets, and if we want job creation, then we need reliable provincial and district roads, not just impressive national freeways. Investor confidence does not end at the N3. It begins on the roads leading to industrial parks, farms, rural towns, ports, business hubs, and tourist destinations. And right now, too many of these roads are collapsing. SANRAL may be delivering on the N3, but the Provincial Department of Transport is not delivering on the R69, the R74, the P130, the R102, and countless more. We cannot build a world-class economy on a collapsing secondary road network. Speaker, we must also caution against the department trying to use SANRAL's achievements to mask its own failures. Celebrating the SANRAL-led N3 upgrade while ignoring the dire state of provincial roads is like polishing the front gate while the house falls down behind it. The people of KZN can see the truth every day. Damaged vehicles, dangerous potholes, isolated rural communities, unfinished contractor work, and school children risking their lives on unsafe roads and bridges. No amount of ribbon cutting on SANRAL projects can hide the fact that the provincial road network is in crisis. In the spirit of the government of provincial unity, we are not here to score cheap political points. We are here to govern responsibly. So we support SANRAL's work. We commend MEC Duma for engaging with national infrastructure developments, but we insist that the department focuses on its own mandate, maintaining, repairing, and upgrading the roads that fall squarely under its jurisdiction. Because unity is not pretending everything is perfect. Unity is working together on the truth and delivering on the needs of our people. Speaker, while we celebrate progress on the N3, we cannot ignore the daily reality facing thousands of residents who live far from these flagship projects. Because for many communities in KwaZulu-Natal, road infrastructure is not a story of progress, but a story of crisis. Across this province, we are confronted with collapsing provincial roads.
Can you please take a seat?
Go home and sleep. Don't tell me that it's late.
Excuse me.
Sorry,
No, you speak to me. When you stand up, you speak to the presiding officer.
Through you, Chair.
Please, what rule do you rise on?
Rule 57 1P.
A question? Honorable Goku, would you like to take a question? No. You may continue. You may sit down. Thank you.
Between Colenso and Bergville is deteriorated to the point where buses, ambulances, and school transport are forced to take dangerous alternative routes. The P176 in Phoenix, the P130 in Tongaat, the R102 in Umhloti, and large sections of the South Coast roads have remained neglected despite repeated commitments. In rural areas like Mkanyakude, Mzinyati, and Herigwala, roads are simply unsafe. Communities are cut off during rain, and emergency services cannot access remote villages. The R69, the stretch from Vryheid to Pongola, has become emblematic of neglect. According to community voices, vehicles are being damaged, chassis breaking, and tires being blown. There have been head-on collisions in the musty conditions of that stretch. For residents, this is not an inconvenience, it is a safety crisis. They are forced to risk their lives or pay dearly in repairs every time they travel. A backlog of more than 17 billion rand in road maintenance. The department itself acknowledges a maintenance crisis, yet year after year we continue to see under-expenditure, delays in procurement, and projects that are stalled due to administrative bottlenecks. Shockingly, 30 contractors awarded KZN road tenders have failed to deliver, resulting in a cost to the province of 4.6 billion rand in incomplete or abandoned works. MEC Duma has acknowledged this and has promised punitive measures for these contractors. But this scale of failure raises serious governance concerns about procurement, oversight, and consequence management. The effect? Entire projects never get off the ground. Communities wait. Roads remain unsafe. The public purse is drained. KZN faces a massive pothole backlog. A big part of the crisis stems from poor workmanship. These potholes are not trivial. They cause serious vehicle damage. The 2022 floods devastated parts of KZN, destroying roads and bridges in rural areas. According to the department's own performance plan, many roads and bridges in deep rural locations remain damaged or eroded, limiting access to schools, clinics, and economic centers. KZN's failing road infrastructure is derailing our fragile economic recovery. Small towns, dependent on tourism, agriculture, and logistics, are being hit the hardest. Bad roads discourage tourists, raise transport costs for farmers, and isolate communities. Poor roads are not just a service delivery issue, they are an economic development emergency. Poor communication and accountability. Public representatives and residents write letters, send emails, make calls, and raise concerns about failing roads, but officials do not respond. There is no feedback, no clear timelines, and no transparent project tracking. Communities are left in the dark while roads collapse around them. Internal instability. The department continues to face vacancies in engineering and technical posts, inconsistent supply chain process, and contractors who abandon sites without consequence. These issues undermine service delivery and erode public trust. Speaker, the government of provincial unity is built on the principles of cooperation, transparency, and shared responsibility. But unity cannot become an excuse for complacency. We must support the MEC where progress is made, but we must also hold the department accountable for areas where it is failing our people. That balance is what responsible governance looks like. The DA commends MEC Duma for the leadership shown in advancing large-scale infrastructure such as the N3 upgrade. We also commend the efforts to use transport infrastructure as a catalyst for unity and economic growth. But Speaker, unity must extend beyond ribbon cuttings and national highways. Unity must be felt in rural gravel roads, in township access routes, in pot-ridden urban roads, and in communities where children walk dangerously long distance because scholar transport cannot reach them. If you are serious about unity, we must be serious about equitable development. Let us be united in purpose, firm in accountability, and committed to a future where every citizen can say, KZN is moving forward. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 4 minutes from the EFF, Honourable M.W. Twala.
Madam Speaker and honourable members of this House, it is an undeniable fact that KwaZulu-Natal remains a catalyst for economic growth, and projects such as opening of phase 1 of N3 upgrade between PMB and Durban mark a historic milestone since the They will further enhance KZN connectivity and economic growth. However, we cannot upload a fish for swimming. Contrary to the latest employment statistics by Stats SA, which reveal a worsening job crisis in this country, and with KwaZulu-Natal sitting at 47.9 unemployment rate, perhaps what we should be asking is for the MEC to give us a breakdown of how many local people have been given employment through this project and how many local businesses have been empowered. If the MEC can unpack that for us, maybe as the organization that promotes localization, only then we can upload him. As the EFF will continue to call for a limit on foreign aid and in all possible terms so that we do not surrender to Western imperialism. We are saying that perhaps it is time for GPU to reflect on the failures of neoliberal policies to create jobs and transform our economy. In the face of growing poverty and joblessness and poor infrastructure, we urge the state to support local industries and create sustained demand for domestically purchased goods. We are saying that that is the only way we can stand together in building a prosperous province, and our brothers must not only be given titles of artisans and foremen in these construction projects, but they must be given access to economic participation through ensuring that the wealth does not only circulate amongst whites, but should also circulate within black communities. As we continue to learn from a developed state and countries like China, which utilizes infrastructure investment as a key strategy for capping unemployment by directly creating construction jobs and stimulating long-term economic growth that foster new employment opportunities. There's a concept by China which says build roads, build bridges. Build roads first, then we'll be wealthy, which emphasizes role in economic development. That is the Chinese concept. The members on my right, Honorable Mafiga, Honorable Lungwana, and the MEC himself, they subscribe from the same school of thought, the economic freedom generation, the economic freedom fighters. Let us revert back to pillar number 4 of the EFF to build state capacity and do away with these companies which continue to exploit our people, pay them peanuts, and even employ illegal foreigners in our country, and are paid slave wages. China has a construction company which is a major state-owned entity, and it continues to create thousands of sustainable jobs. I know DA won't agree to this, but we are happy with the work that is done by China. Perhaps we can learn from Xi Jinping, who always ensure that there is a protracted war against corruption. Not the DA neoliberal Steinhazen, who is stuck with misusing DA's credit card for personal expenses. Socialism is the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next honorable member for 5 minutes from the MK, Honorable Nene.
Honorable Speaker, members of the legislature, fellow citizens of KwaZulu-Natal.
Honorable members, can we allow Honorable Nene to debate? Thank you.
I stand here not to spoil a celebration, but to ask a simple question. This NC motion deliberately refuses to answer. Who exactly is this historic milestone for? Because if you live in Hammersdale, in Mpumalanga, if you drive a taxi from Guamashu to Pinetown every day, if you are a mother in Umlazi, who now has to choose between buying electricity and paying the new tolls. Then this 6.8 billion milestone feels more like a milestone around your neck than a step forward. The motion says this project is creating jobs and empowering local businesses. Let me tell you what I saw with my own eyes 2 weeks ago when I visited the sites near Kempatown in Kambatin. Sit down, Mafi. I saw yellow machines.
Honorable Nene, please debate and not have a conversation
Thanks.
with Honorable Ndebele. Thank
Yes, sure. I saw yellow machines. I saw yellow machines with Gauteng registration number plates. I saw site offices flying the flags of the same 3 construction giants that have been eating Sandral contracts since 1994. I saw a handful of local women in orange overalls sweeping the site for 180 rands, if not less a day, while the real money disappeared into subcontracts awarded to people who do not even sleep in this province. And that, Honorable Speaker, is not empowerment. That is extraction dressed up in a hard hat. We must tell that to the community of Mkazini, who were moved off their ancestral land for this very road, with promises of houses that still have not been built yet. Tell that to the truck drivers who will now pay 500 more per trip, while their salary stays the same. Tell that to the Amakos who were never properly consulted about the route that now cuts through sacred sites. Real unity is not built by forcing people to pay to travel on a road their own taxes already help to build. Real unity is built when leaders sit under the tree with ordinary people and listen before they pour concrete.
Honorable Nene, honorable members, Honorable Ngati, please may you assist me with your members. Thank you. Honorable Ndebele, Honorable Ndebele, what rule do you rise on?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise on Rule 57, 1D.
1D, Honorable Nene? Question. Okay. Agavumi, Siabongan, Honorable Ndebele. You may continue, Honorable Nene.
Oh, thanks, Speaker. People were told not to come to work drunk. Phase 1. People must stop drinking at work.
Honorable Nene.
People must not drink liquor at work.
No. Honorable Nene.
Phase 1 open.
Honorable Nene, please do not pass accusations that are unfounded. Can you please withdraw the statement?
I apologize, you are sober.
No. Honorable members from the MK, please allow me to preside. I'm trying to protect a member here. Honorable Nene, please do not pass accusations that you cannot substantiate.
Yes, thanks, Speaker. I apologize, but you must bring breathalyzers here.
No.
Also. People must not come drunk.
No.
I apologize, Speaker.
No. Please withdraw and apologize unreservedly.
I withdraw and apologize.
Thank you. You may continue.
Phase 1 opened quietly in August. Why are we only debating it now, 3 months later, right in the middle of the medium-term budget speeches, when the province is broke? Because the ANC needs a Photoshop to distract the fact that 14 hospitals in KZN have no budget for medicines next year. 1,800 schools still have pit latrines. The Durban port is ranked 357 out of 370 global ports for efficiency. We have it's a win. It's not my entry points. Le harbor le, esoti route. Yayo wonka ma cartels, the corruption in South Africa. We only have 13 entry points, but we only have 1 scanner. Yonke shipment now ne Pumai. And youth unemployment in this province is now 52%. A shiny new lane on the entry will not hide those facts. It only makes the contrast starker. So no, Honorable Speaker, the MKP Party will not stand here and clap for a toll road while rural roads in Imutu, Umsinga and Umvoti are dead traps. We will not commend a government that celebrates tarring 20 kilometers while 8,000 kilometers of provincial roads are collapsing each and every day. Until the GPU stops confusing ribbon cutting with delivery, stop confusing toll countries with progress, and stop confusing its connected comrades with local businesses, the MK Party will keep asking the question this motion is scared to face. A road to where exactly? A road to more inequality, a road to more entrepreneurs.
Thank you. Thank you, honourable members. Honourable Kika, what rule do you rise on?
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, I cannot hear honourable Kika.
I believe
yes, honourable Kika.
I was already standing while the member was on the podium.
Yes, I know. No, honourable.
So the rule
honourable
that I'm
Seme
rising on is Rule 272(3)G.
$272?
3G.
3G. Yes, honourable members.
I believe, and I shall follow the procedure as outlined with regards to this rule. The honourable member said that 14 hospitals in KwaZulu-Natal do not have money for hospitals. And I believe that this is hospitals. And I believe that this is...
Honourable members. Honourable members.
Honourable members, shut up and let me finish my point.
Honourable members. Honourable Seme. Honourable Seme. Honourable Seme. No, Honourable Ngati. Honourable Ngati. Honourable Ngati. Honourable Ngati. May you please assist again? I'm asking this for the 4th time today, I think, today. Your members, Honourable Ngati, Ngisacela ukukhuluma nawe, Chief Whip of the opposition, have been quite unruly today. I cannot hear the honourable members. This is the 4th time I'm asking. No, Honourable Whip. Honourable Whip. Honourable Mgati. Honourable Kika has every right to rise as any other member in this House. But we need to hear him. No, honourable members, no. Honourable members. No. Yes. Honourable Mgati, please stand. Honourable Kika, please sit down. Honourable Mgati, please stand. No, Honourable Mgati. This can't be that the House is going to be brought under disrepute for a member having a right to stand in a point of order. No, honourable members. Ngisacela bandla, can you hold your honourable members? Can we not bring the House into disrepute? Please. Thank you. No, Honourable Seme. Please. Honourable members. No. Ngeke phela sibe ne back and forth. Ngeke sihambe la. Honourable members, please. No, Honourable Moyo. It's enough. Honourable Kika, please rise. No. False evidence. Sorry, Honourable Member. I think, Honourable Member, you should follow the procedure of the House when raising a contempt and send that to the relevant committee for us to be able to deliberate on that particular matter and provide evidence. But thank you, Honourable Member.
Yes, Madam Speaker. However, it is required that I do agree.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It is noted. What? Thank you so much, Honourable Kika. Honourable Members, I think we can continue with the relevance of the debate. We are bringing this House into disrepute. Honourable Members, the next Honourable Member for 4 minutes from the NFP is Honourable Shinga, but she has tendered an apology. So we will then move on to the next Honourable Member for 4 minutes from the ANC, Honourable S.A. Duma, who I think is on the virtual platform.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Before I proceed, may you allow me for bandwidth purpose, and I'm reading in the same gadget, to take off my video.
You may proceed, Honourable Duma.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Protocol observed to the August House. Let me just hasten to mention fundamental pillars of economic growth in our country. And let us thank the Speaker who raised the motion, Honourable Fraser, for efficiency in presenting the technical overview of what is characterizing the province. Yet, she was simplistic in ensuring what has been achieved so far. And she did not claim that this is the final destination, this is the means to an end, but as a catalytic component, what is going to ensure that we do have a new tools. And I'm glad Honourable Ndebele was able to catapult a theorem of what has been achieved, tangible to the efficient value, and the presentation from Mr. Kaula Ukabisa, which was supposed to be coming from Nondaba. But let me just articulate the principle, Honourable Speaker, that as we speak from now onwards, that 6.8 billion has created a new synergy for Camperdown in particular, because in that stretch, you have what is called the rust-free. So it means the automobile industry have identified a spot where they could just place their vehicle without getting rust, without getting the mist at the same time. It is only 3 in the entire country, in the entire continent. So we are going to benefit already. Tata Steel is already in Camperdown as we speak. I'm glad, Honourable Speaker, that as I've already highlighted, the presentation of the motion was in high proposition. So I'm admitting that some members might have misconstrued the dialectical understanding of the motion. For instance, Honourable Mabaso, Honourable Gas, and Honourable Gokul seem to be singing from the same hymn book. And in this house, they are saying that there are no corridors. The motion is articulating what has been achieved. And Honourable Gokul at the end is saying that there's nothing happening from Fryhead to Pongola. The road is already being built. The contractor is on site as we speak. Honourable Mabaso grew up in an area where there is a road from Kwakobi. It has been done. It was sited and constructed fully, and the beneficiation of local companies. He even knows some of them, is very close to them. Unfortunately, there is a concept of called dwarfism vis-a-vis giants. You don't take a dwarf into a war pretending that it's going to be a giant. They remain dwarf. That's how they understand the process. Because unfortunately, when we talk about economic outlook of a province, understand the GDP, the contribution, which is why in the last 2 quarters, we contributed immensely on the new employment. We understand that it is not adequate because of unemployment ratio in the global phenomenon. So it's not a creation from the province, but I must also highlight the process of correlation versus causality. If I could put it bluntly, Honourable Speaker, that the Honourable Mabaso is saying that why don't you start with local road? Later on, you go to a national corridor. For me, N2 and N3 is like saying that why to give more neurons to a brain instead of giving them to nails or hairs? It's something that is myopic for us, because for you to have a brain, it is then going to distribute and balance the body, what is called homeostasis. If you don't have an N2 and N3 in the KwaZulu-Natal, you will not have any goods, won't have any employment, you won't have technology, you won't have any new inventory. This is the artillery of what makes us trend, of what makes us tip, and what makes us tick in terms of what is currently happening. Imagine Richards Bay Airport, Corridor Airport. Imagine the eThekwini Port. Those are serviced, and they're servicing the entire country, even the diaspora. So you are at that point.
Thank
that
you.
You must understand. Thank you so much.
Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, what rule do you rise on? Yeah. Please, can you assist the Deputy?
Thank you, Speaker.
No,
Yes,
no.
I'm aware that the Speaker has actually finished his submissions. I was rising on Rule 56.
On Rule 56?
Members not to converse aloud. It was very difficult to hear the contributions with the noise from both sides of the House.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members. Honourable Members. The Honourable Chief Whip is highly correct. At this very moment, you can't even hear anything with everyone speaking aloud. So please, let's remember we are in the House and allow the debaters to debate while they're in this, when they're in the podium. Honourable Members, we now move on for 7 minutes from the MKP Honourable SP Seme. Honourable Ngati, I think I'm going to throw you out the next time. Ngeke.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Ngicela ukubingelela inkosi Chiliza ndaba ezithi ngibingelele ngibingelela kuwena Honorable Deputy Speaker, the members of this House and the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I wouldn't be doing justice to my party if I do not address this one. You see, Honorable Speaker, ANC and IFP mustn't try to mend their marriage, broken marriage, by the way, using the Ukraine scandal. Laba bayasithanda scandal until it's theirs. Those are unproven family politics that's got to do nothing with the MK Party. Mangabe nibakhathalele laba abantu abase-Ukraine, thathani leya imali ya President wenimatrasi nihambe niyobalanda. Ngiyeke usifundekela la. Now, back on my debate, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party to respond on this ANC motion. Let me start where we all agree. The opening of the phase 1 of the N3 toll concession upgrade between Durban and Pietermaritzburg is indeed a milestone. It's a smoother, safer road between the two bigger cities, which is welcomed. Jobs are created during constructions, which is welcomed. Local SMMEs that got contracts are welcomed. No one in this House, and certainly no one in the MK Party, will stand here and pretend that infrastructure development is a bad thing. We are not mad. But, Honorable Speaker, a milestone is not an achievement if destination remains unjust. This motion wants us to clap hands and using praises for the 6.8 billion phase that is part of the 33 billion rands program, and then conveniently forget to tell the people the full story. Firstly, Honorable Speaker, this is not an ANC project. That it was started in 2024. It is a project that was started by Sandral. Sandral project that was it's a Sandral project that was conceived, designed, and awarded many years ago, long before the current MEC even knew he'd be sitting in that chair. Unfortunately, he's not here. Unfortunately, he's not here. The ANC is trying to put on a new hat and claim it was tailor-made for them. It was not. Let's give credit where it is due. The engineers, the constructors, and yes, even the previous administrations played their part. The ANC must stop hijacking history the way they are hijacking the state resources. Secondly, Honorable Deputy Speaker, let us talk about the cost to the ordinary people. This is a toll road. Even every container, every taxi, and every family driving to visit grandparents in the Midlands will pay more because of decisions taken in boardrooms where ANC has far too many friends. While the MEC cuts ribbons, the people of KwaZulu-Natal will cut their budgets to pay the tolls. Honorable Speaker, where is the plan to exempt public transport? and the low income motorist, silent. Where is the commitment that e-tolls will not creep onto more of our roads? Silent again. Thirdly, jobs. Yes, jobs were created, but how many are permanent? How many went to local youth from Umzinyati, from Umgongundlovu, from eThekwini wards where unemployment is above 45%? Webahlonishwa, sike sayibuka phela le bioscope ngokwedlule. Big tenders, big companies from Gauteng. A few local subcontractors thrown crumbs, and when the last concrete is poured, the youth are back on the street corner. The ANC calls that economic empowerment. We call it organized disappointment. Fourthly, the bigger picture. This motion speaks of unity, but how to preach unity while people of KwaZulu-Natal are more divided than ever under the ANC rule? While municipalities collapse, while clinics have no medicine, while people still learn under the trees, and while traditional leaders are sidelined, while the Port of Durban is a global embarrassment, you want us to unite behind a road built with money that could have fixed 50 rural hospitals or built 200 proper schools. Honorable Duma, through you, Honorable Speaker, in your absentia, with respect, infrastructure is not a catalyst for unity when it is built on the graves of the proper priorities. Unity is built when people see fairness, when tenders are clean, and when jobs reach the poorest, and when leaders put the people before the connected. The MK Party will not oppose progress.
Honorable Seme, can you please take a seat? Yes, Honorable MEC, what rule do you rise on?
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on Rule 2723G as well. That there is a process to be followed. However, the honourable member is deliberately giving false information on the issue of clinics not having medicine.
2721G.
No, 2723G.
2723G. Thank you, Honourable Member.
We will provide evidence to that point, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I'll also provide you with a list of hospitals without medicine. Thank you. Back to my speech.
Honourable
the MK Party will not oppose progress.
Can you please take a seat?
It's a point of order, Chair.
Point of order?
Yeah, you have ruled on the matter.
I have, yes.
I don't believe that the member has the authority nor the right to respond because we are going to...
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. The MK Party will not oppose progress. We welcome the road, but we will not allow the ANC to use a half-finished road as a full stop to 30 years of failure in this province. Therefore, Honourable Speaker, I propose that this House resolves instead to welcome the completion of Phase 1, but demand full transparency on the toll tariffs and exemptions for the poor. To demand that at least 60% of all future contracts in the remaining phases go to 100% KZN-based companies owned by Black women and youth. To call on the MEC to stop ribbon-cutting ceremonies and start fixing the hundreds of provincial roads that have been collapsed under the ANC neglect. And above all, to remind this House that real unity will come not from the tarring asphalt, but from delivering clean governance, real jobs and justice for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Until then, the ANC can keep this motion. We'll keep our eyes on the people. I so move. Thank you. Amanda!
Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 6 minutes from the IFP is Honourable MC Mapisa.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Honourable MECs.
Honourable members, please can we not drown the speaker
Honourable
on the podium?
members, as Inkatha Freedom Party, we support this motion brought by Honourable MC Fraser. It demonstrates what can be achieved when this House works together with a shared purpose. The opening of Phase 1 of entry upgrade between Pietermaritzburg and Durban is indeed a proud moment for our province. It is a statement of progress and a reaffirmation of confidence in the economic future of KwaZulu-Natal. As mentioned, this development forms part of 33 billion investment across 15 transport corridors, an investment that is already creating jobs and stimulating economic activity. In communities along this route, we are seeing small businesses participating in construction-related services, with young people receiving new opportunities for skills development. Honorable Deputy Speaker, while we acknowledge the leadership of MEC Duma, who has demonstrated good leadership qualities in ensuring that this project becomes a success, the IFP also recognizes the critical role played by Sandral. Honorable Deputy Speaker, some of us will never be petty. We will compliment where people are doing well. Their technical support, capabilities, consistent project delivery, and strong emphasis on safety have made this achievement possible. Sandral has long been a reliable partner in the development of our province road network, and their contribution must also be commended. However, Honorable Deputy Speaker, infrastructure cannot be approached in isolation. As we strengthen our road, we must equally address the pressure placed upon them. The reality is well known. The highways in KwaZulu-Natal, especially the N3, carry an extraordinary volume of freight. Thousands of trucks pass through daily, transporting goods from the Durban port to the rest of the country. This places severe strain on road surfaces. It also increases maintenance costs and, most importantly, contributes to serious road accidents that claim lives and disrupt economic activity. For this reason, IFP believes that road upgrades must be completed by a renewed focus on a rail network. Moving bulk goods back into rail is a long-term economic and safety imperative. A functional, secure, and reliable rail system will reduce the number of heavy trucks on our highways, minimize costly road damage, improve traffic flow and travel times, enhance road safety for ordinary motorists, and strengthen our logistic competitiveness as a province and as a country. We further encourage collaboration between provincial government, Transnet, private sector, and regional partners to revitalize key freight corridors. The vision for an integrated logistics system must move from discussion to disciplined implementation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the IFP is committed to unity and cooperation in government. The progress we celebrate today is proof that KwaZulu-Natal succeeds when political parties put the people first. MEC Duma's call for all of us to stand together in building a prosperous province is one we fully endorse. And as a coalition partner, we remain committed to a constructive partnership and a shared responsibility as a well mutual respect.
Honourable members, please can we respect the honourable members on the podium. I then ask for the 5th time today from the honourable members. Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, it's not surprising that you see this type of a behavior. For people who decided that they will never see or acknowledge any positive things that are being done in the House, they will always criticize even when they should compliment everything that is being done. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it's very disturbing for a member who is a woman to be heartless. You see those young people or black people who are in Ukraine, who are stuck in Ukraine today, they need to be rescued. And as responsible leaders and people who are elected, we call upon everyone who has an authority to participate in rescuing those people there. But Honourable Deputy Speaker, one is not surprised. You see, for a woman to always chant slogan, Commander Grenade, Commander Grenade, Honourable Tutuzile Zuma must be held accountable. She must be held accountable. She took desperate black people to Ukraine and they are stuck there. Some of them, the rumor says they have been killed. They are died. But Honourable Speaker, there is no broken marriage here.
Order,
IFP, ANC, DA, NFP,
Honourable
we will
Mapisa.
engage.
Honourable Mapisa. Honourable Mapisa, can you please take your seat? Okay, no. Honourable Seme, please can you not have a conversation with Honourable Mapisa? Honourable Moyo, what vote do you rise on? Order.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise on Rule 57(1)A together with the Rule 61.
61, yes. 61 what?
601.
601. Unfortunately, that is only a rule meant for the presiding officer. Thank you. You may be seated. You may continue. No. Honorable members, I have made a ruling. Thank you. Honorable Mapisa, please continue. Mapisa, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. But I blame the ANC. This is the fault of the ANC. You see, these people that you have empowered for years and decided to divorce you, this is your factory fault. In future, you must avoid, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I am glad that, Honorable Deputy Speaker, they are not being known. They've never served in their branches. They've never even been the work committees. They've never even been the CCG. Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, is it you, Honorable Samuel, who's rising on a point of order?
I'm rising on a point of order.
Under what?
Is it 57?
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
I'm rising on Rule 57.
That goes together with which rule?
No, we are called that we are honorable members. Honorable Speaker. Akadeleli futhi thina udelele isiqobo
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Mapisa, No. Honorable members. Honorable members. You are bringing the House again into serious disorder. Honorable Moyo, please stand. I haven't done my ruling. Thank you so much. I didn't even hear the end because I was being drowned out. Honorable member, you should know by the... Sorry. You should know from the Rules Committee that you cannot... No, I'm not done. No, I'm not done speaking. I will deal with that. I will deal with that. Can you allow me to preside? No. No. No, Honorable Moyo. I'm calling you for the first time. Honorable Moyo, I am calling you for the second time. Honorable Moyo, I am calling you for the third time. Please, can you close his mic? No. Honorable members, no. Please sit down, Honorable Moyo. Please sit down. Honorable Moyo. No.
Read Rule 62(1) to all the members in this House. Because it's a member. If the presiding officer, the member is deliberately contravening and ignoring, disregarding the authority of the chair, members he or she may order the member and tell them that has serious consequences. You tell them that all of them, not just one.
Honorable members,
need a gavel. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Aye. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Can you stand? Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Please, can you call the order to your members on the right? I implore you. Honorable Mngadi, I know you just came in, you went here, and the leader of the official opposition. Please, can you deal with your members? This is the 5th time I'm asking this. Honorable members, I just want to pull you into Rule 62.1. The presiding officer is in the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of the rules and that the member is disregarding the authority of the chair, which is the presiding officer. The member in conduct is grossly disorderly. He or she may be ordered to leave the chamber immediately for the remainder of the sitting. Honorable members, and this has consequences, dire consequences for that honorable member. And I'm putting this for the last time, honorable members, because there is a lot of disrespect of this House today. Honorable Mngadi, this specifically has been coming from your party. I implore that you speak to your members, because the next time I call, I will order a member to leave the chamber for the rest of today. But thank you so much. No. I've already spoken. I don't need another opportunity for speaking. I would really like to conclude the debate for the day because we're almost finished. No, Honorable Makubane, please sit down. I'm done. I'm not opening up. No, I'm not taking the point of order. Please sit. I'm done and I've made a ruling on this matter. Thank you. Honorable Mapisa, please can you continue?
Deputy Speaker, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank Honorable MEC Smelane for the empowerment she made towards a certain member here. Unfortunately, that member decided to expropriate without compensation the camera of Honorable Smelane. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the respect that people decide, the disrespect that they decide to give to our leaders is the very same respect that we will give to them. There is no one ozokwaneka pheko abaholi bethu bese sigoqa izandla sithule upelepele abasinika wona sizobanika wona. Thank you.
No. Honorable members, Imani. No. Honorable Moyo, no. We are not having a discussion. Yes, Honorable Makubane. No. We are not having a discussion. Yes, Honorable Makubane, what rule do you rise on?
I rise on Rule 57(1)(a) together with Rule 75(1). An offensive and insulting language. We're not going to allow.
No. Please continue.
We're not going to allow that we be insulted in this House by other members. And when we stand on the rules against that, and you protect them, but you leave them to give gestures towards us and insult us. Exactly. We are all members of this House. If they are still trying to be together on that breaking GPU coalition government and try that on our expense, we're not going to accept that as members of this legislature.
Thank you so much, Honorable Makubane.
And insult us and
thank you so much, Honorable Makubane. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Moyo.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 57(1)(a) on a point of order. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to raise two issues.
No, can you tell me what other rules you rise on?
If you're not,
what are the two issues? No, I'm asking.
No. One.
Yes, what is the rule?
I've been threatened by Honorable Lapayana. That's the first
No, Honorable
No,
Lapayana.
on the second.
Ubani, Honorable Lapayana.
Umsima. Ungthreatenishile. Okwesibili, mafika just shut up.
No.
Okwesibili.
No,
Chair,
no.
okwesibili.
No.
That's my recognition. Sakani yet. Okwesibili, Madam.
Honorable Moyo, you see, your problem is that you keep speaking to other members without speaking to me. Please, can you first withdraw the shut up and apologize unreservedly so that we and you can have a conversation? Please withdraw.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw and apologize.
Thank you.
For the shut up. May I continue though?
So you're raising a point of order?
Yes.
On what rule are you raising the point of order in conjunction with?
Madam Deputy Speaker,
I want to be able to help you, Honorable Moyo.
75.
75?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam
75
Speaker,
bani.
75 1.
Okay, thank
Madam
you.
Speaker.
And
I'm
which?
saying-
Yes, okay.
Yes, I'm saying, Madam Speaker, Honorable Mapisa, ukhuluma nge-matter number 1, case number
No,
can
honorable members.
I be protected?
No, can you allow me to do it? The problem is,
Okay, Madam Speaker.
I understand that you need to continue. Please continue with me.
Yes,
Honorable
I'm
members,
saying-
don't worry about them. Please
No,
worry
Madam
about me.
Speaker.
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
saying, Honorable Msimang, uthi, indirectly, mina ngajoji camera ka Department of Health. That's what he's saying. Because uthi, and Madam Speaker, I'm going to say this in this house, that I'm going to lay a charge against him. So that may prove uthi ngathatha camera ka Department of Health ngayijoji. Now,
Honorable members, on my right, please can you allow honorable member to finish what he needs to say?
And Madam Deputy Speaker, for a record in this house, I'm going to lay a charge against my piece. He must prove that I stole the camera. Again, would you say igama elifethu ngayithatha a compensation whatever ngayishiya. But I'm going to lay a charge against them. But two, ASB, because the answer to call. So first check, Comrade Umsima, I mean Honorable Umsima Rapayan, Umsabisi. I can't take the flight, Deputy Speaker. The ball, Jovan Lumena, Kwamina Misalong, to satisfy window.
Thank you, honorable member. We will refer to Hansard regarding that threat, and it is noted. Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, we have reached the end of this debate, this very contentious debate. Can I ask Honorable Fraser for 5 minutes to respond to the motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, can we allow Honorable Fraser to respond to the debate? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Allow me to
thank Honorable members.
Honorable Zondi.
Honorable Ndebele, please can you allow
thank you, Honorable Ndebele.
Fraser to continue.
Honorable Twala, Honorable Duma, and Honorable Mapisa, thank you very much for the debate you've rendered today, and I'm sure the people of KwaZulu-Natal were listening to your good debate. Siyabonga kakhulu. Then again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, on my left-hand side, I think I'm not lucky because each time I come here and raise a motion, they seem to, whether they, I don't know whether they don't want to debate my motions, or maybe I don't understand. The last time they changed the speeches, and today their researcher was at a very low level. Hence, I decided not to respond to whatever that they say. But allow me for today to go straight and respond to Honorable Kakul. I strongly feel that somewhere, somehow, I must go back to my work that I used to do and become an educator. It's important that I teach the honorable member that what is Sanral, and maybe somewhere, somehow, I will go in as far as teaching the honorable member what is it that Sanral is about. Sanral is a national entity of an ANC-led government, working with an ANC-led department in the province. That is called the coordination, honorable member. It is misleading to pretend national and provincial government operate in isolation. I think the honorable member must be told that there's something called DDM, which is District Development Model, which speaks to integrated government strategy, where all the departments, the provincial, national, and local, works together. It's important that I start there. This is one state, honorable members. This is one mandate and one program of development. Perhaps sometimes the DA struggles to grasp with these things. You list only the roads not yet fixed. Yet the honorable member is very much selective in her debate. She can't count holes. But she refuses to count progress. What's appreciated in debate, but it's clear that there's nothing positive coming from her. I'm not sure whether it's because of the people who are in charge of it or not. She finds it very, very difficult to accept that the ANC-led government has done such a wonderful work. Let me tell her, the ANC will continue doing the work. The ANC will continue to deliver. And the ANC will make sure of that one day people like Honorable Kakul, whether they like it or not, they'll end up coming here when they're doing their debates and tell the people of KwaZulu-Natal that ANC delivers. She has never, ever experienced a road that is not tarred. But she comes here and talks about the ANC which doesn't deliver. That is not leadership. Leadership, honorable members, requires both honesty and balance. For us to take you serious, you must take yourself serious first. You don't come here and just talk about the negatives, yet the positives are in front of you. When they are traveling to Durban, they drive on the very same N3 that is tarred by the ANC government. But they don't come here and tell us that they've been driving on that road. I therefore, Honorable Speaker, thank all the members who contributed in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of our debate and the end of our order paper today. We will now adjourn until Thursday morning at 9 a.m. For another sitting. Honorable members, the House now stands adjourned until Thursday, 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
So let's check umoya ukuthi right nomoya.
Hola, hello.
Uphi umoyo?
Deputy Speaker, namusiqoka nje. Okay.
Hola, Galo.
Ambani yethulisa umoyo. Thulisana umoyo.